Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Oh, that's exceptionally morning voice. Sorry, not sorry. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Let me finish getting my shit together. Yes, hello, cat. You are indeed a cat, I noticed. How we doing? Danny, Dade, Mad Mac, Superman, Irish, Trade. Anyone else who might be lurking about? And me, hello. I'm not actually cool, I was just outside. That's why I'm out of breath, too. Let's continue. The Swashbuckler run. Solo honor, region locked. What's the name of my character? This. Yeah, we're doing custom honor, but it is honor mode. Last session, 19 hours in, we just made it to the Shadow Curse Lands and killed a goblin, and then ended stream. Testing Blade Singer. You got bad news? Gabe. Yeah, it's worse. Hit me. Looking forward to Swashbuckler. The bonus actions are so nice. Yeah, they're really cool, Irish. It just feels good to play. Hey, little Green Squirt, how are you? Are you gonna relax, man? Sorry, did someone say gape? No, it was sorry, it was gape. Not gape. All the reports that you can blade song with Grimhelm. Yeah, huh? Alright, we gotta hear gape. Morning, Ash Lily, how are you? Hey, Machete. Hope you're well. Okay, so I patch 9. 7 rogue, 1 cleric. 1 cleric's for the heavy armor stuff, heavy armor master. Which I've been taking too much, but I don't care. It's doing tanky swashbuckler shit. Cool. I probably do a long rest early in the act here. To get the Shadow Blade. Which, to be clear, I am sick of using already, but it just has really good applications for bypassing resistances. You can, but doing literally any action removes the benefits immediately. So, of the patch 8 subclasses, I won't play Blade Singer because it's shit. Won't play it anymore because it's shit. And I can't play Stars Druid because the game can't handle it. Yay. Okay.
Something's wrong. I feel weak.
No, got something. I'm addicted to Belatra. I get it now. I finally get it. I was almost late to stream this morning from playing Belatra Machete.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Hold to soul. Forgive me, but speak.
I don't need any attention right now.
I decided I'm gonna kill them. Just need a good angle. This will
Risk
do.
being in open view.
Yep, that one's over there. Change of plans.
This calls for careful footwork.
I killed him so quickly, there's no surprise run. Yeah, the crit will do that. Alright, what do we have to worry about here? Fireball? No. A lot of daggers. A little, I guess.
Light on my feet.
Give me your weapon. Thank you. Confirmed shovel casting works. Amazing. Tapping the stars druid is crashing the game. Seemingly. Oh, good bomb. Stars Druid is the common denominator. I'd like to cope and hope it's not Stars Druid, cool subclass, but also hope it is Stars Druid, not something random can be easily avoided by simply not playing the subclass until when it's fixed. Yeah, well said. I agree completely. And it's a shame because I really think Stars Druid is very cool. And I would play it a lot, but it just seems to causing too many issues. Wasn't turn-based Stars Druid. We know of something around 4 different runs that have been bricked, and the only thing in common with all of them is Stars Druid and crashing. Failed to save. What did I roll? A 4? That was a big hit. Numbered again. I gotta stop doing that. What do I not need? I should keep Leviatar Scourge for a bit. Alright, I don't need to Great Axe swap for a little bit. Any suggestion for dealing with Karnus, the squad, and the Harpers? What I usually do is I will just go right to the house where I know Karnus is going to go by, like without talking to his squad or the Harpers, and then I'll just pass 2 DC 14 checks to get him to drop the lantern and then leave. And that deals with everyone. I'm doing it this way because this allows me to get the XP for the hyena and the goblin that would be with the hyena. Or I think the goblin's still there. It just allows me to get the hyena, so slightly more XP. But if you're going for the safest route, it would be go to Last Light, talk to Jaheira, so you find out about Isabel, and then when you go to leave Last Light after that, you don't have to go actually talk to Isabel to trigger the Marcus fight. When you go to leave Last Light after that, the Harpers will be grouped up at the entrance, getting ready to go ambush Karnus. And then you can take them with you and do the same dialogue that I described at the other route, except you have the safety net if you have a few Harpers with you, if the talks fail. You can't leave Last Light without Isabel's blessing. Yeah, you got a Death Wish? What's my hotbar on this character? Absolutely loving the amount of very wholesome Shadowheart Karlach fan arts come from the official animation. Yeah, they're such good friends. I'm glad they're roommates. Started my two-handed Swashbuckler solo run today. Going strong. Just got Fowler with level 4. Nice. Matrix. Like to hear that. It's a cool concept. I should call her. I guess while we're here, I'll fight these plants. No reason not to. I could just uncanny dodge the Shadow Curse damage for a bit, in all honesty. I'm not gonna, but I could.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
You uncanny dodge it? Uh-huh.
To be cautious.
It's damage.
I don't need any attention right now.
How's Swashbuckler? Really strong, Genki. Really fun, though.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Might try some Dancing Breeze, Sneak Attack, and Opportunity with Alarm. Master Shenanigans in Act 3. Can't stop playing the subclass. Nice. Yeah, next character I roll up. I'm thinking Polearm Master. I kind of want to do a, like a Hexblade Barbarian thing. And maybe Polearm Master goes on that.
Can't risk being in open view.
About Hunter Hexblade. Trade's been doing that.
And a whisper.
The fights rarely last more than one turn.
If everyone else minds their business.
Harness becomes Shadow Curse, still has legendary action. He still has the, you hit someone, you kill one of his allies in the bubble, you get hit for massive damage. That's still there. But he doesn't cast spells anymore. Also, if you just snipe him from a rooftop from outside of combat range, he won't even aggro, because Shadow Cursed Undead don't aggro in that case. Seen the Sheep Easter egg companion in Act 3, the one with Wall of Thorns. I've been told about it a couple times. I've not personally seen it, because I haven't cared to look into it. I'm aware of it, though.
Out of sight, out of mind. Don't want to draw any attention.
This is part of the power of bonus action hide, by the way.
Breathe.
We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. If you find yourself in a compatible location, you can just break AI with hide. You can do it with regular action hide and then attack with bonus action, but that tends to be a little more limited in application. Minster's ball bag.
This calls for careful footwork. Just out of view.
Okay, good fight. It's H. Wasn't ready for the Booming Blades against Merkle yesterday. Yeah, Trade, I looked over, and you were, like, starting the fight, and then I did something for, like, 2 minutes and looked away, and it was over.
But that will fit in my
That's
bag.
kind of how fast Merkle went, with Mark yesterday, too. Like, we messed up the opener, and he still didn't get a turn. He made one side swing. That's all he got to do. And he hit no one with it. I guess he hit Aelin with it. Shadowblade's OP, Booming Blade's fine. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. That's true. Hey, Carnus. Where the fuck are you, man? I wish I knew exactly where this trigger is. Or that it's on right now. Having the dialogue with Kansith may have turned it off. So I may have to actually go to Last Light. Annoying. Alright, it's fine. Hi, cat. Hey, Dan, how are you? Thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate it. Our cat is being needy. Relax, man. It's okay. Relax.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Show cat.
There you go, Quag.
Come on. Come on. Come here. Cat. You can't hear him, but he's purring very loudly. Cat. Thank you again, Dan. Really appreciate it.
There's a cabin near you.
Hey, super. Bite that. I need that. It's my skin. Looking for a bloodlust elixir. There we go. I don't really need necrotic resistance, do I? I have uncanny dodge. That's like everything resistance. If you think about it.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Okay, Carnus decided not to show up. Good to know. Any way to get Branding Smite on Evo Wizard other than Zariel Tiefling? I don't think there's any other way to have Empowered Evo on it. Because you're looking at Paladin 5 or Hexblade 3,
The curse has torn open the ground itself.
if not Zariel Tiefling.
All right. That dead bird's been corrupted by the shadows. Would be wise to leave it alone.
Eyes open. Watch the shadows. Stop! Who's there?
Name's iPatch9. Who are you?
Harpers.
Let me in the combat. Okay. Surprising. Wondering how hard I have to sweat here to keep Megan alive. Also don't want Jonas to get chasmed. Is there even an angle for this? Don't think there is. Alright, we'll do that. Jonas, no, what are you doing? You can play Spider Liar just 1v1 him. Yeah, I'll talk the Harpers into helping me or whatever. Go have the Liar. Yeah, maybe I'll just fight him. He said the thing.
Finish them off!
I've neglected smites so much, don't know anything about them. The non-divine smites actually have mechanical things you can do to scale them up to a meaningful level. The problem is none of those things are on Paladin. You are looking at doing either Evocation Wizard, or Evocation Wizard, or sometimes even Evocation Wizard. You can also do some fun Storm Sorcerer stuff. To a limited extent, Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer stuff. With Hexblade having access to Branding Smite, a multi-class that involves... Did you say Evo Wizard? I did. A multi-class that involves enough Hexblade to pick up Branding Smite, and then some sort of full caster with extra attack could be a cool archer build. Something like Hex Bard. Sounds fun. I guess Bladesinger could do that. But, like, why would you when Bard's right there, you know?
Well, keep your torch high.
Something good here, I hope.
I didn't realize having the conversation was 30 XP. That's neat. Morning, Guava Chips, how are you? You get shovels permanent summon on Eldritch Knight, you would need to introduce another level of something.
Give it a shot.
You can, like, do it, and then you can respec to get shovel, and then respec to whatever class you were going to be, but Eldritch Knight is not one of the classes. You're looking at Wizard, you're looking at Warlock, you're looking at most flavors of Sorcerer. I don't have Alert, but, like, do I care? Sorkin no longer good, never was. Here's the thing about it. The thing that Sorkiden provides is infinite spell slots to fuel a bad class feature. That's it. Seems like Booming Blade's kind of a big deal. It makes it hit like a truck. It just has a lot of damage on it. Like, it's a weapon attack that is able to benefit from almost everything that you can put onto the non-divine smites, aka the ones that actually have some damage potential worth mentioning. Neat.
This place is protected. Must be the refuge the Harpers spoke of.
I don't think I did this fast enough. Like, we'll see. I made it. Hey, Aragorn Kisser, how are you? $4.8K. Can I get this before going to Moonrise? Probably. Probably. What was that quest update? I don't really care. Oh, maybe it was Gale wanting food. Probably that. You have a link to the XP table sometimes talk about. Sorry, I missed that message. Yeah, there's the link. Oh, there he is. Cool. Hello.
Don't draw any attention. What do we have here?
These monstrosities I'll put on hunting shortbow. Could disarm him, but meh. I'll do it now.
Let's focus on surviving first.
I left him his weapon on purpose. In case he decides to pick it up. His claws do piercing damage. Should have let him keep his sword. Oh well. Harness gate. There we go.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
And he's on the ground. And I missed. We're just gonna keep disarming him and letting him pick up the sword with his action. To save him, disarm. DC 13, he's just rolling like shit. Reverb is helping, but he's rolling horribly. Okay, he died.
Lantern gives off. You notice that these
Close fight, yeah.
This lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day. Fine! Did me a good turn there, didn't you? What? Yeah. Protection. You're welcome.
That's amusing. Funny, I'm keeping that way. Very easily amused.
Time to press ahead.
More to go. I feel like I'm watching stall strats in Pokemon. The thing with the Swashbuckler, you either remove someone very quickly, or you just let them burn themselves out, being unable to do anything meaningful to you.
Looks like there was a struggle here.
Oh yeah, I didn't get attitude with anyone. I was considering respecking. And then getting that attitude while at level 1. Really have money for that.
You there! Easy! Come, Jahira!
You there, easy come Jahira? I mean, you summed it up. Missed the link, think my internet bugged. Yeah, I'll post it a different way. There's the link.
This is why you should never have come.
I'm not a true soul or whatever.
What in the hell is that thing? Here, tell me. Settle it.
Hey, the Scarlet Hair.
Blood, this is heavy.
Yeah, I choose to just link to trade to trade's channel rather than linking directly to the sheet because that helps drive traffic over there because it's very deserved. So whenever I mention XP sheet, weapon sheet,
Stock up while you can.
just go there.
I only hope I brought enough to see us through.
Cloak of Protection, we'll probably just do Vivacious Cloak stuff. We'll buy this peg, though.
Take.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. And it's making me antsy.
Something's on my mind.
Watch the stream in the corner of my eye, half paying attention, was confused about you saying disarm. Thought you're fighting the spider boss in the well and not harness. Disarming an actual spider is a new form of animal cruelty.
A makeshift harper's fire. And
Hey Andy, are the swashes buckling? They're buckling. What's that armor? It's the Help Dusk armor. Wish the plugin worked? Me too. Feel free to ask about any of my current gear in general, because the plugin doesn't work. I miss it too. Potent Robe's also nice, but you have Ham. Yeah, I could Potent Robe to boost up Vicious Mockery and Booming Blade. Certainly an option.
Looks like that.
Need anything? If you find it.
Found this metal in a place called Grimforge. Hang on. I found this metal in a place called Grimforge, and it's really important that you know that I found this metal in a place called Grimforge.
Need anything?
Want Harmonium Halberd, but I don't really have the money for it at the moment. Sword of Lifestealing would be okay. Sword of Clutching Umber would be pretty good. Not sure where to find it. Maybe a place called Grimforge, but how could we be certain of that, you know? I'm gonna make sure to do the Save the Tieflings quest in the right order. Which is gonna involve, once I get the Moonrise waypoint, I'm going to talk to Alfira.
Found your way. Good.
And then talk to Roland and go back.
You'll need it. The brilliant retort will aid you. What now? I'm sure you would.
Do I get anything out of talking to Raphael right now? No, there's no XP associated with that. Give Megan the sword.
Last night's best bargains right here.
Reliable talent work like max 10 1d20 or 10 plus 1d10. It just makes it so any roll that's below a 10 doesn't exist. So if you would roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it's just a 10 instead. So I guess technically that means you have a 50% chance to roll a 10 and 50% chance to roll anything better.
was a good harbor. I think I...
Giving Megan the sword off of Jonas's body gives you a bunch of money. For the first one? Yeah. It's actually a difference between Brilliant Retort and normal smoke powder bomb. Brilliant Retort explodes an additional time and applies silence in an AoE. It also actually shows you the radius when you wind up for it, which smoke powder bombs don't. You're the only 10 I see. Nice, nice, nice.
This individual doesn't seem...
Oh yeah.
To save the city.
But she doesn't care if the Grand Duke lives or dies. I wouldn't go that far. And I suspect she'd sacrifice anyone to achieve that. Aylar's doing her best. She shows no signs of waking.
We can wait.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock.
Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still standing around.
Hopefully that Harper didn't see this. Good.
Blood, this is heavy.
Go up Swash and they buck. Hey, variable element.
Our asses. This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way. Heapside narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
So there's 3 Flaming Fists that are only in the game while Floric is. And as soon as you go to Moonrise, Floric disappears from Act 2. So before I go to Moonrise, I'm dealing with those 3. Now I just threw an additional person, a Harper, just because there's a chance her sight code might have caught me doing this. I have other boots on too. About the morality of these actions weighing on your soul. All fists are bastards. The Harpers, that's my bad. Also 90 XP, uh-huh.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock.
How the duo run got bored. That sucks. Looking forward to the chaos inevitably incurred during the quad run. Thanks, Andy. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but ended up having a great time, so. Arlak was a Flaming Fist. Was she? Pretty sure she was just a freelance bodyguard.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first.
I've dealt with the Three Fists.
God's please.
We believe the cultists have taken Duke Ravengard to...
Hopefully, he'll come round. Tell us something would.
You know the name Gortash, a counselor with considerable
Look, I'll... Farewell.
This is no.
He combos the piercing arrow.
It is a
Getting the
spell
damage
that
floor on your
the
bow shot really
man's
high.
mind has been brought
Adding
to
additional
shadow.
die to it, so things like
It has not run
Helldust Gloves, Flawed Helldust Gloves. Broodmother's Revenge is quite good on that. Titan String Bow is useless to you if you're doing piercing arrow stuff, so throw it away. Bow of the Banshee is good. Makeshift Bow from Animate Dead Skeletons is very good. Heavy crossbows are good. Eventually you get Ballast Armor, and then, you know, GG. Callous Glow, Lightning Charges, Caustic Band are all good there. If not Broodmother's Revenge, then a Fire Dip on your bow. Sounds fun? Very much so. Genuine question, is the Divinity Rituals in 2 that's bugged out had 2 crashes yesterday, cost a bunch of progress? I wouldn't know the answer to that, Andy. I'm sorry. I haven't played that game enough. I don't know enough about it. Just up swashing my buck when a mysterious shirtless tiefling appeared, carried me away bridal style. Thought it was going to be a good time, but I was wrong. It was still a good time, just not for you. The answer to Wither's question, what is the worth of a single mortal life, was 90 XP. I mean, I've killed more NPCs for less.
No idea, I'm afraid. You hear me, don't you? But you're not alone, sir. You know how to get through to him. Don't know. Not till I met Art, anyway. This was in his pocket. Thank you.
Reading this letter.
Wonder what he
Sometimes XP. Guess not now. I wanted to investigate that.
Please, if you have any idea how to get through to him.
Okay. That's everything I need to do in Last Light right now. Hey, Grandpa Sauce. You haven't played around with Stars Road much? I have. Oh. I have. I've played around with it a bunch. I would caution against it because currently it seems to be causing a lot of corrupted save files and game crashes. But the thing I like building around with it is Dragon Form, making it so your concentration's pretty much unbreakable. That you could concentrate on all kinds of things that would normally be too risky, like haste, while in melee range with even low AC. Hex and do retaliation builds, so make someone hit you to trigger Armor of Agathis damage from like a Hexblade level. And then they'll take the Hex damage too, and you're not going to lose your Hex concentration by getting hit. All sorts of stuff like that. That's how I like playing it.
Wonder what's past this.
It's Cleric level 4, Heavy Armor Proficiency, and Martial Weapon Proficiency. Yes, I'm aware I don't need Heavy Armor Proficiency to wear the Helldusk Armor, but I do need Heavy Armor Proficiency to take the Heavy Armor Master feat. Which was the idea behind that. What can I get my AC to right now? 25. If I just put on a Guileful Movement? No, I only have 2. I don't want to waste one. I want to fight the Meanlocks, but also, like, they can't hurt me with Uncanny Dodge. I do have okay con, so they're unlikely to paralyze me. Hey, Mark. I'll do reverb. Range conduit. We have 2 peg scrolls, so we'll use Ethel's amulet.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
26 AC with a cape, and you have another cape in mind. I could get the cloak, but meh. With Amulet of the Unworthy, Heavy Armor Master, Helldusk Armor, and Uncanny Dodge, they shouldn't even be willing to attack me. And if they hit me, they can't hurt me. Bye.
Their eyes are sensitive.
53,
Light or
4,
fire is my
30.
friend.
Yeah, that'll do it. Could have more damage even. We'll stay on this so I can throw people around it a bit. DR is that girl. It's true. Squad mates' timing of using powers on enemy 2 feels very inconsistent. You slam, instantly reopen the power wheel before the enemy launched up, make Miranda cast warp. It's like 1/3 chance you cast in time to detonate. Yeah, it depends on what her current animation state is. There's a learning curve to like kind of wedging them somewhere where they'll respond quickly. Yeah, Machete, you're right. You're not imagining that. Heavy armor is one thing I'm getting too reliant on. Just opens up so much in terms of gear. Also, Ham's awesome. Yeah, Manfred. Filthy.
Big God, hot space load.
Yeah, they are willing to attack me. Cool. I believe I need 28 to be unhittable here. So, there is a world in which they hit me, paralyze me, but they can't actually hurt me or consistently hit me once I am paralyzed. So I don't really care. Is my crit range 19 to 20? Yeah. Is this region lock now? It is. We decided to region lock it late in Act 1, before I had any other choice. So we've been treating it as a region lock. Ooh. That's on a 19. See, having even just -1 crit and attacking with advantage makes your crit chance just so consistent. No more last light? I don't understand the question. I think I'm gonna have to add no Helldusk my next couple run restrictions after I finish my first solo. Too much fun with it. It's something that I'll go through windows of like, alright, I'm not gonna touch this for a while. It is very defensively good, but it is not unparalleled. And also, it does nothing for you offensively, so there's a lot of builds that just don't really like going for it anyway. I'll almost always deal with Raphael because I'm a slut for XP, but there's a lot of runs where I just don't use the armor. Can't go back to the Heartburn because region lock. I can. So region lock is like the map. Last light's part of the map. It's not like room lock. As long as the game doesn't say it's a different region. Right. Hey, Wheelie Boy Jay. How you doing? I do want to give some thought to the idea of, like, something like a dungeon lock, you know? You go into a place and you can't leave until you're fully done with it. Something I want to do some thonking on. Okay, buckling some swash. I'm doing my best. After how you were serving last stream, we all know your slutty side. Yeah, I'm naked under these clothes. Filthy gutter trash I am. Miss? What do you mean? Red pockets it. No backtracking lock, cannot go back towards the direction you came. That would make certain things in the game interesting. Like, for example, Act 1 at that point would be... Well, you wouldn't be able to go to certain areas, because, like, how do you get back from the Ancient Forge to Grimforge? In that rule set, you just can't. I don't know if that would be an interesting run, because it would just mean you do, like, minimum content a lot of the time. Yeah, no House of Hope, because you couldn't come back. If you were trying to do the Defeat the Goblin Leaders quest, you would have to, like... You couldn't, because you would have to go to the Goblin Camp, but then you couldn't come back that way. You'd have at most one trip to the Grove. So you couldn't do a lot of associated quests. I don't really like the idea. There's some portions of some maps where it would work. Like, technically you could do Act 2 that way and not even really be very inefficient. But there's a lot of portions of the game that'd be like, eh. Do Covert Cowl, more minus crit. I don't want light on that weapon anymore. So we're gonna put it on this one. Scation Ring work on Booming Blade? Probably, right? Like a one entry only run is interesting for any area where you have to click to enter. Like the Goblin Camp at sides, then Hideout can only be entered once. Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind for, you know, Dungeon Lock. So that would still allow you to get like one trip to the Goblin Camp, one trip to the Zent Hideout, one trip to the Spider Well, one trip to Ethel's Hideout, one to the House of Hope, one to Cazador's Mansion. Like, it still works logically, because like, you're allowed to go out.
Come on, open up.
Normally I don't fuck around with guiding bolt traps because those can hit you really fucking hard. Look at that. 7d6 radiant damage. Without Helldust the Art on Uncanny Dodge, there was a world in which that killed me. What do you end up taking for the half ASI you got with Ham? You don't get a choice, Adrix. It's strength. Ham is always +1 strength.
watching us.
Definitely drag my potions off my bar. Whoops. Probably take the Zen hideout route to the Underdark. Yeah. Yeah, to get Underdark access, that makes a lot of sense. Because otherwise, if you use the Goblin Camp to get there, you can't get back into the Goblin Camp. You'd want to use either the Spider Well area or the Zen hideout. I could probably handle this fight already, but I'll wait until I have Ring of Free Action. Why did I guidance there? It didn't do anything. I'm awake, I swear. Is Wraithwind Town fixed XP exploration? I always forget the answer to this. I feel like it's fixed. I'll pretend I'm confident on that. Is Assassin Rogue bad? No. Assassin's very good. Fixed? Thank you. All rogue subclasses are good. They just have different strengths. Assassin is very much the type to wanna end a combat in one round, and they're very good at doing so. I always use Thief. I like the extra bonus action. Extra bonus action feels good. Gives you a lot of options. Yeah. What about Arcane Trickster before patch 8? Arcane Trickster has always been good. The hardest challenge run rule set that I'm aware of that anyone has done has been completed by 3 classes. 3 classes and 2 people. Arcane Trickster and Divination Wizard by Kaylee, the creator of the rule set, and Shadow Monk by me. I believe Kaylee's also working on Barbarian on the challenge now. I don't know what subclass. We were live at the same time yesterday, so I couldn't see. But Arcane Trickster, the harder your rule set is, the better Arcane Trickster is. Because it has so many tools. What is the challenge? 1 HP, no hit. No scrolls, no summons, no tadpoles, no temporary followers. All companion storylines. Recruit everyone. All bosses, everything with a legendary action. So including some things you don't normally think of doing in a run. Also, act lock. So not region lock. But like you have to do Act 1, then you have to do Mountain Pass, then you have to do Act 2, and then in Act 3 you can go back and forth between the 2 maps. Solo 2? Yes. Rilla's still got the Shield of Thralls I put on her. Who do you say completed an Arcane Trickster? Go follow.
Damn. A kiln. Unfinished sculptures. Stone fragments.
Seems a tad excessive. I'd lose the Nautiloid. Nautiloid's one of the most dangerous parts of that run, yeah. Watch all of her Divination Wizard run was amazing. Yeah, I would say, and you know, obviously there's no shade to anyone else in the challenge running community, but I would say out of everyone who challenge runs this game, Kaylee's the most skilled. Including me, including everybody here. I'd say it's her. I had so much fun watching her do that run on Arcane Trickster that I floated the idea of me doing it on a Shadow Monk, and she really wanted to see it, so I did it. Just speedrun skip the Nautiloid? There's multiple answers. I opted to use movement speed from pre-dashing and a speed pot to skip through as much of that as possible, just running through it. But you can do chest barricade strats. You can use map geometry. Depending on class, you have more tools. Like, for example, if you're a cleric, you can just Sanctuary. It depends on what you're doing the challenge with. The biggest things to solve for the run are the Nautiloid and Merkel. Scrolls are a big factor in why Arcane Trickster is good. Interesting to see a challenge without them. The Arcane Trickster is not more predisposed towards scrolls than anyone else, I would say. Like, here's how to think of Arcane Trickster. You are a rogue with... Hey, Cat, how are you? You are a rogue with the tools of a wizard. So, like, you have things like your ritual spells. You have access to shield. You have access to magic missile, disguise self. You know, a lot of things to create consistency. Minor illusion is a really big one. Good, how am I? I'm doing okay. Having a good day. And Rogue as a base class has a lot of good stuff, such as bonus action hide, bonus action dash, really good skill proficiencies. A lot of what I did on Shadow Monk was to emulate some things that Arcane Trickster brought to the table for the run. So, like, Arcane Trickster can learn Fog Cloud and Darkness, which are great for a lot of AI break strats. Having the combination of Fog Cloud and or Darkness with the ability to hide in a multitude of ways, not just on your main action, but on your bonus action too. That is why you will see... that's why I did Shadow Monk. Danny was routing a run under this rule set a while ago, and she was routing on Gloomstalker, because it also has the ability to do Fog and bonus action hide. That combination is really good for turning off the enemy AI in a lot of encounters. Arcane Trickster can do that. Also has Minor Illusion. Shadow Monk has that too. So, the combination of those things. But there's other things you need to worry about. Like, you need to get knockdown immunity. Or have very specific alternative strats to deal with the Boulette, because the Boulette's a mandatory enemy. And because it's an act lock, you can't go get the Mighty Cloth and come back. So you need to either use Boots of Striding or position extremely precisely with the Boulette. So, yeah. It's a cool challenge. It's one of my runs that I'm most proud of. Yeah, there we go. Dade posted the full rule set there. Oh, no multi-classing is another big part of it, right? I forgot to mention that one.
Let's have a look.
I want necrotic res for this. I think I'll be okay. I don't want to test coruscation. One shot, so no surprise. Any runs you're not proud of? I do wish I had approached my first honor clear a bit differently, but I wouldn't have known. Like, my future preferences then. I got really excited for the bully monk run I did, where just I was bullying the game as hard as we knew how at the time, on a 4 elements monk primarily. I got bored of that run because it was so strong. So I'm not particularly proud of that one, but people not understanding how crazy strong Fangs of the Fire Snake is why that run needed to exist. A Coruscation Ring, Booming Blade's pretty cool. What would you have changed? About that first honor clear that I wasn't proud of? I used barrels on a few things. I skipped some content. I chose not to engage with certain things instead of figuring out how they work. But at the end of the day, you don't know what you don't know, right? I do want to get to that. Back to that eventually, once I'm done being an absolute whore for new subclasses. I relate to that. Holy, alright, bye. That was a crit on an 18, because Under Mountain King over at Cal. Which was the run with the Grim Lava Pixel, John Normal. That was, bosses get prep time. Machete.
Have to keep going.
I think you've more than made up for it with the other hours. Yeah, I think so too, denied, but still. At the end of the day, piss dice are piss dice no matter how you get them. That's true. It's still an achievement. But it's important to feel satisfied with your own run. The only standards to hold yourself to on a run are your own. And that's all I'm doing. We crit. I don't think I'm strong enough. Yeah, not strong enough yet.
Right tool will do the trick.
Hey, good morning, Gage. I'll go Ellie Infusion. I don't need Caustic Band now that I've fought Helldusk, actually. Also don't really need better saving throws. Just have more movement speed.
That's curious. No traps, please.
After losing a couple honor runs in late Act 3, used Gale to blow up the brain for my pissed dice. Win's a win. The game considers that a win, so it's a win. That simple. I cleared honor mode on my second attempt. Yeah. Second or third. Don't remember. Honor mode completion killed the brain with a bag filled with fireworks. That's mine too. My first one did that as well. And then I was like, alright, let me not do it that way anymore. Doing the math right now, holy shit, advantage with improved crit range, a lot better than I expected. It's extremely good. Totally didn't steal that strat from you or anything. Trying to hit level 9 before we go to Moonrise. There's an exploration spot. We also want to be 9 before the Gauntlet of Shar, but that puts us in a bind. Our necrotic resistance is tied to going to the Gauntlet of Shar. Does Coronation Gortash lock you out of Duke Ravengard as an ally? Yes. Unless, No, you can have Duke Ravengard as an ally as long as you've spoken to Mizora before the coronation. And then you kill him. Because then, with the long rest, she'll show up offering to Will to bring him back from the dead instead of telling you where the Iron Throne is and stuff. So you should still be able to get him.
Sorry. Knocks the wind. Still can't find him. Just till you find my. So.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Time to skulk about.
You in region lock? Yes.
Breathe deep and move. Let's have a look. Something over there. Maybe I need more pockets.
Got my first honor mode win on third attempt. First attempt against Quag when I was trying to leave for dialogue without realizing its attack option, not leave, and second against Matriarch. I lost my first attempt to Merkel. And yeah, I did get it on the second attempt because I got it on the run back. But I did use barrels. And I'm much more satisfied with my next handful of honor mode clears than I am with that one. Just personal choice. Region lock ranked allies as possible. Because you still get Ravengard. You don't get Gondians. You can still have Wolverine, though. Right? I'm pretty sure you can still have Wolverine. You hate Wolverine, though? Yeah. Yeah. Region lock with Pataris for ranked. Yeah. Thinking I might need to get Valeria. Turns out you don't need the elephant. Wolverine, yes. Barkus, no. I'm not. Yeah, so, like, that makes sense, because, like, you're not gonna have Omelum anyway, because you can't do Iron Throne. So you just lose Blurg, but for getting the extra legendary action score in for ranked, that makes sense to me. Maybe I do a ranked one sometime soon.
Oh, you recognize the corpse being...
I will sell you what I'm not dead, merely medicated to ease the pain.
Oh yeah, Cleric helps out a lot with skill checks in this act.
Yes. Not much left now, but you're welcome to look. Now.
Titan isn't a legendary boss anyway, it doesn't have legendary action. Yeah, fair enough. It's true. The Withers hang out in this camp.
I don't get it.
Oh, that's... Is that what's happening? No. She was looking down.
Bosom companion. Dost thou require a new...
You find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
Really told her, hey, they make for good backstory now. Ugh. Cleric, secretly Cleric? Possibility of Iconia 2, you trade one boss for one ally. That counts as Shadowheart's quest ending. I think it does. Because, like, it doesn't go farther than that. Restless is the hard one with ranked, since in that case you need Valeria, since Damon's a no. Right, because you need to rest to get the owlbear to show up. You also need to rest to get Arabella.
Always a pleasure.
My condition likes being
Gale's
ignored
hungry.
as little as I do. I must consume another artifact. And soon.
Have a DJ mask.
Listen, I need to speak to you. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher.
I did toss
sought to
milkers,
cross
so...
her boundaries. We come now to the... What? What if? Here.
Its teeth, its claw.
Terra, as long as I absorbed... It'd level a city the size of water. All of this. Now.
Yeah, as a patch 8, I don't think you can get Elminster's XP and Gale Smuggle. So now it actually is a choice. Whereas there was a way to have your cake and eat it too before, but there isn't. At least, not unless you're in party play and someone is Origin Gale. Then you could probably still do it. Have to go have a great stream. Take it easy, Adrix. According to the rules I set, a rest is counted when resources are spent in the menu, so there's some free rests you can use. No, okay, yeah. Not in the spirit of Restless. Yeah, that's fair. How did Gale smuggling work? It involved, you pull Gale out of the wall, and you don't recruit him. You feed him one item so that Elminster shows up. You go region travel until Elminster shows up. And then you kill Gale again, pick up his body, and you bring it with you to Act 3. And then you revive him in Rivington. And then you recruit him for the first time there.
Just out of view. Strike you down. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Never wanted the easy path.
Was that beneficial? Because it allows you to have Gale in Act 3 in a timeline where you killed Elminster.
What do I have to lose?
Which normally isn't possible.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Yeah, patch 8 didn't fix Tara in my testing either. She was fully broken on my Arcane Archer run.
Another step forward.
Didn't we kill Elminster? Yeah, it's 1000 XP. It's not actually killing Elminster, you're killing the construct that he sent out to help Gale. But because you do that, Gale leaves the party at the end of Act 2 because he never has the conversation with Elminster to stabilize the orb. What's wrong with Tara? She's supposed to be a vendor. She doesn't work for 99% of people. Desirable item she has is still available on Origin Gale and Companion Gale with the right routing. Yeah, the shoes I want to mess around with more, though, and those are my A. Whoops, stabilizing the orb. No, uncanny dodges and all. Could do a real early Thizzabulb. I'd rather have some setup for that. Early Malice Thorn. Let's go snipe some fish. The reason why I have the Hill Giant Elixir on right now, outside of carry weight, is so I can throw a few NPCs that I have plans for.
Piles of bodies. Very old by the looks of them. Light on my feet.
I don't need to avoid Raphael here, I just like to. It's funny. Ever mess around with teddy bear grenades in Act 3? I've not. We buckling swashes? Yeah, Sora. Is that off? Turn-based game. Yeah, Shadow Cursed Undead don't have Pursuit AI. So if you attack them from outside of their perception range, they don't do anything. This is a mechanic you can take advantage of. If anything should fall to the Shadow Curse, it behaves this way.
To be cautious. I don't need any attention right now. This calls for careful footwork.
Improbable angle, but sure.
Don't want to draw any attention. You've made a grave mistake.
This will probably actually put me in combat. No? Okay.
Just out of view. Can't risk being in open view. Softer than a whisper. Free for the taking. Breathe quiet. Move with care. What path lies before me?
They're not actually too bad. Throwable fireballs, need to test if they can multi-bomb. That sounds cool. You know, Act 3, lol, but does still sound cool.
How much further can I go?
So when we were doing what I advised against not doing and ranking subclasses, what I'm doing on this character currently is part of why I put Assassin in last place for Rogue. Because you can just have extremely high crit rate while having the benefits of other subclasses. This is not to say Assassin isn't good, this is not to say Assassin doesn't have use cases. Assassin's incredibly good, and I do recommend it. Just, all rogues are good. And I personally value the things available from the other ones more highly. The extra bonus action from Thief is very popular for a reason. More action economy is good. And it opens up certain combinations that are otherwise unavailable until Act 3. Swashbuckler is, fucked up. Arcane Trickster has a very deep utility bag, particularly for more complex rule sets. Rogue good. ARBF. Mouse is dying. It is not responding correctly. Having problems with it for a few days. Don't have Ring of Free Action yet. I shouldn't go for Malice. Got more plant fights? As long as I'm careful. It's fine. Did confirm all pieces of Wrath Gear are bugged in some way. Yeah, the hat is negatively bugged. The clothing is negatively bugged.
Without Isabel's blessing.
Shoes are positively bugged. The other clothing just doesn't work at all. You say thing good, so mean my thing bad. Clothing's positively bugged. The boulette one? Gives 2 and it says 1. Okay, so that one and the shoes give 2 when they say 1. The hat gives 1 when it says 2. And then the clothing from Lantar doesn't work.
Time to press ahead.
Shoes give 3. Yes, sorry. 3, not 1.
Can't risk being in open view. Best be on my way.
Wrath stuff? Wrath stuff. Hey, dude, Candy Bay. Hey, Biff. May as well do some inventory management while it's not my turn. Hurry up. RBF, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's very kind. What's the occasion? What happened? I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Raging Heart still doesn't work at all, right? Yeah. I did not get laid off. That is cause for celebration, but I don't think you know how. Like, you should get stuff, not give stuff. But thank you. And congratulations. As we've been saying a lot lately, the bar is in hell, but I'm very glad you did not get laid off.
Just a girl and she's on fire.
Get the warm and fuzzies, I appreciate you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
The con bonus works on a Raging Heart, not the Wrath gen. Yeah, the effect doesn't work. The passive stat bonus does. Kind of like how Isabel's gloves were before patch 8, where the plus to saving throws was there and made them desirable. It's just the actual effect didn't work. But now you get both. Isabel's gloves are great on current patch.
she's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
I have evasion, but I don't have necrotic resistance, so I should actually be treating this with a little more respect than I have been.
she's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Can't slow down.
Unless you're trying to honey badger, yeah. Could have made that jump if I didn't have that on. Didn't think of it. Shadow Curse plants bleed water. That's why they're immune to burning now.
Blood comes easy these days. Better be cautious.
Oh yeah, I gotta decide on what feat I'm taking. Shit. I didn't think about that. There's an argument for alert, but I don't know, my initiative feels fine. I do only have 18 strength right now. The Star Aid potion will get me to 20 though.
With a flick of the wrist.
Tough, but I haven't really been pressed enough to need more HP.
One day I'll catch a break.
Savage Attacker's great for damage consistency, but I prefer to take that at later levels, get even more mileage, get something more impactful now. Just the question is, what is the more impactful thing right now? I'm on odd-numbered charisma. I do have to respec around that. Yeah, think about that. There's a world in which the cleric level swaps out for a paladin level. Because if I want my casting stat to be charisma, I could do that. Still have a heavy armor master stuff going on. I could arcane synergy at that point. I think I would rather Hexblade and then just take heavily armored and heavy armor master as my 2 feats. I think I prefer that. But then I'm attacking off of my charisma. I could just not bind my weapon, though. Meh. Hey, Acework, how are you? Wonder Ritual Caster, Magic Initiate does the same, plus a level 1 spell. Because Ritual Caster, you can recast the spells multiple times without needing to refresh them. Like, you get 1 use of Longstrider. You can't do it on 2 people unless you have access to, like, Raphael's Bath or a Long Rest Potion or Regent Traveling. Also, it gets you Speak with Dead. I don't know why you would care, but it gets you Speak with Dead. Ritual Caster does. I've done 2 of the plant fights. We just have the Shambling Mountain group. Do I do hide and seek now? I think I do hide and seek now. I'm an elf. This makes sense. Got humbled by Chain Hold Person from Ethel today, my first solo run. On the second try, I figured to use Heroism, +1 save shield, Arrows of Darkness, stand him to fuck me. 6 Hold Person that barely hit me, eventually got killed. Yeah, with Hold Person, Acework, I would not rely on saving throws. It's just not a sound strategy. This is why you'll see most people challenge running will route their Ethel fight around having a Guileful Movement elixir active for immunity. Wait for Act 2, or route around a Guileful Movement elixir. There's enough crafting materials to make at least 1 in the Grimforge. If you get to level 6, then the materials and the potions will also show up in Alchemy Vendor loot. So, Dareth, Cyrell. I think even Kith can sell them, because he sells elixirs, yeah. You can buy them a lot of places. But the mats would be Dareth.
Out of sight, out of mind.
And Ethel's still hold person, just hide in darkness the whole fight. She can't if she can't get a line of sight on you. It is still technically possible if she ends up in the darkness cloud with you at point blank range, she might still be able to go for the hold person there. But Ethel's also unwilling to use hold person if she doesn't have any clones active. Her and her clones will all use it, but if there are none of them, it won't happen. Also, you have a door in the boss arena you can use to block line of sight against hold person as needed. Just be aware she will throw firebombs at the door if you are positioned too close to it. And then you'll need either water or a lot of luck. You also have the option of, if you are no longer a person, you're not a valid target. So, Slayer, Wild Shape, those work there. You can use summons that are not humanoids. There are no humanoid summons. So, they're not a valid target. But I do recommend the Guileful movement.
Will you play with me? Of course I am. Alright, find me. Get ready.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Where'd that child go?
Oh.
Diva doesn't count as humanoid? No, Diva's celestial.
Good idea. Try to find.
To be cautious. Have to keep going.
Stop moving.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Fuck me now, I feel like I want to continue the run, see how it plays, have this inner loser feeling, you know? I try to shake that, because, like, the only way you learn the threat level of a lot of encounters is losing runs there, and that's not a failure in that regard, unless you choose not to learn from it. It would only be a failure if you took absolutely nothing from it, did the same thing again. Ranger 5 Hex 1's been so fun, a monster with heavy armor master. Sounds really good, yeah.
Let's get this over with.
No, Uncanny Dodge is not on. I gotta be better about that. I like how Fire Infusion shows up on the shield. Adapted, could have used Fowler's Thing. Guess I didn't consider Shane Hold Person, even had 10 Wisdom. Like, I wouldn't feel confident in resisting Hold Person if I had 20 Wisdom. If I had 30 Wisdom, I still wouldn't feel good about it, because there's always the chance of you just rolling low. It improves your chances to have good Wisdom, but why do that when you could just make it so it's not a possibility. How you doing, Revan? Good to see you. There are some situations where I will allow the possibility of a fear or a paralytic effect, but I will only do it if I don't care. Like, if I'm in no danger if it happens. Like, earlier today, I fought the mean locks without paralysis immunity and without enough AC for them to always miss me. But, like, worst case, let's say they do hit me. They're not doing much damage because I have a lot of damage reduction, and I have resistance, and I have uncanny dodge.
I'm done.
But let's say that they hit me, they paralyze me. They are still very unlikely to hit me while I am paralyzed. And even if they do, they're not doing notable damage. So that's why I was willing to allow it. In the worst case scenario of they chain paralyze me for 4 rounds, then maybe I'm starting to get worried, but the likelihood of that was so low. I was like, whatever. But even then, immunity is the better play. Okay. So, I could just go to pure... I could go to pure rogue at this point, I guess. Oh, that hat looks good on her. Sure, this looks fucking sick. I might just show my clothes. That looks so cool. I could go to pure rogue, taking moderately armored, heavily armored, and giving up heavy armor master until next level. Rogue gets their 3rd feat at level 10. No. Once I get the Irage Potion, my stats will be 20, 16, 10, 8, 8, 14. Or sorry, 20, 16, 10, 8, 8, 15. Because I did Ethel hair. Dual wielder's not a crazy option. Could be silly and do the Great Weapon Master stuff. It'd be fun. Charger's pretty okay. Tough just makes a lot of sense. I could go resilient on something. Like I could respec, shuffle my stats around, so I have 15 charisma. Then Ethelhair takes it to 16, and then I can resilient to pick up like strength proficiency. But then that'd put me on a weird number. Technically speaking, having intelligence wouldn't be bad. Depending on the order I do things. If I drop the cleric level, that is. Arcus gets his 3rd foot at level 1. I'm thonking. If Spell Sniper worked on Booming Blade, lol. Not saying it needs to. It's better that it doesn't. I'll stay on 15 charisma, and I'll just get to 20 with the char buffs. So I won't worry about that. So it's looking like alert, savage attacker, tough, or ritual caster. Enhanced sleep long strider. Hey, Bit Westbard. The reason why I'm hesitating on Savage Attacker is I am still weaving in a lot of ranged. And it does nothing on that. I could Tavern Brawler for dagger throws, for accuracy primarily. But I'm not really doing that too much. Martial Adept would be so toxic. Do I have religion proficiency? Yes, from cleric. Okay. The reason why I'm not interested in multi-classing further here is because I want to get more rogue levels for sneak attack damage die. There is the old adage of if you can't give a good reason for why you don't need alert, take alert. There's also Charisma ASI. It'll allow me to have 22 Charisma later. Meh. What tough take me to? 66. I really like tough. This would also make me feel a little less punished for occasional potent robe swaps if I decided to go that route. Go with alert. Strictly for your gear. I was weighing alert versus tough for your gear countering, and alert just makes sense. Right, now that I'm level 9, the way I want to go to Moonrise the first time is through the back, so there's a fight I can pick. Give myself Boots of Striding effect. Let's get Amulet of the Unworthy. Mistress Grace to get there, but then we're going to do Reverb Boots, I think.
What's inside?
Kind of miss being up all night. There's no perfect way to go to bed. Yeah. I usually put on a video for me to fall asleep to.
We're close.
That'll be Vital Conduit.
I can feel it.
A reason not to have some temp HP.
The absolute. Its power is strong here.
And we'll continue to concentrate on resistance.
up in the cult's fort. You
Sounds like
Build perception.
True soul. A pleasure.
Infernal Rapier.
News from the
I
field.
guess I'll bring Will with me to the colony. Blah. Hi. I decided I wanted the smoke. Girlfriend needs a video playing and lights on to sleep. I need to be pitch black and white noise playing. It's a great combination. Like listening to streams or YouTube videos. Yeah, I'll put on either like a chilled stream VOD or like a video essay or something. It's my go-to. If I throw a dagger at you, you'll throw it back. Just hide in the sightline. Simply roll good with disadvantage. I didn't even roll good, I just have very high bonuses.
and away I go.
That was a crit. Just, there was no actual attack roll to connect it. And it's an ability train. Start a big lady run of my own. Let's go, Super. The reason why I'm doing this is Zealot Christ here is the one who you normally find already dead in the oubliette. But if you go to Moonrise this way, then they're here, and you can kill them for their XP. Still has the same tadpole, so this isn't tadpole positive, but it is XP positive.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I'd like to roll good, though. Hexblade is beginning to be my next favorite Warlock subclass. Hexblade does a lot of cool stuff, it's just the power level is so high that it just feels like cheating sometimes. Still a very big fan of Warlock as a whole, even outside of Hexblade. The Fiend is my favorite of the other three. The Great Old One is very close behind. And I don't necessarily think that the Fiend is better than Great Old One. I think they're dead even in terms of value. I just like the Fiend more.
This calls for careful footwork. Breathe quiet, move with care. Don't want to draw any attention.
I'm thinking about the Branding Smite thing from earlier. Hellion Fusion, Branding Smite ranged, Thief Dip for an extra bonus action. So that'd be what? 3 Hexblade, 3 Thief. Gives you 6 levels to play around with. at least 5 of them are going to getting extra attack, probably. You could do 6 Swords Bard or 6 Blade Singer there for full caster spell slots to fuel the smites and still have extra attack. It's a level 12 build, though. I guess you just do Thief last on that. Hexblade first to get the Branding Smite, because you don't actually need extra attack. Extra attack second priority. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I won't give in.
Still find myself missing Fiendish Resilience in the late game, and I'm not a Fiend. Yeah, Revan. Fiendish Resilience is such a nice feature. Just being able to give yourself whatever resist is relevant to the current situation, and it just staying there, I value that quite highly. Am I in Hungy's range? Yeah, don't really care though. Good reaction. Curse too. Don't want to die to the curse.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
No witness, right? Look at the surprise. I don't really want you to be cursed, man. Oh, I'll just kill him.
There's a parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Oh, nice. I killed him twice. Hey, Ansel. How's the Swashy cooking today? It's good. We're level 9. Making our way into Moonrise. Grabbing XP and tadpoles and whatnot. Way towards Repulsor next. We killed Zealot Arden, so everything on the docks is free to loot.
I'm done. I can't
We're stealing.
Open up.
I'm not dirge, so I don't need to bother talking this guy down. I'm just gonna attack him.
This feels like it'd stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day.
Hello. Gotta be honest, forgot about that.
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
Let's have fun over here. Need a faith I'm expecting. I can uncanny dodge. Youch. Watch Swashbuckler animation is very nice. Mm-hmm.
What's in here?
Still encumbered? Boo. Do I have Shatter Scrolls? No. I remember when I used that one too. Go with the Sunshine Amulet, I guess. In case I need to pre-dash. What's too heavy here? I guess the water isn't helping. Don't really need Blood of Lathander anymore either. Take a feat for Booming Blade? No, I'm a high half-elf. It's my elf cantrip. Figured I'd be taking Cleric anyway, so I'd get Blade Ward. And I've done enough runs with Minor Illusion that I don't need it every time.
There can be no doubt. This is the place. This is where we'll discover the secret of the Absolute.
You're not doing it. I don't know why sometimes they don't sync up perfectly. Upsetting.
Should mind my step. This calls for careful.
Oh, you were in range. Awkward. I failed the saving throw against Hysterical. That's fine. Can he dodge?
On my way.
Sure. Why don't I just kill you? Yeah, Kevin. Ting.
Conditions most grim. Courtesy of Catherick Thorpe.
Oh.
If everyone else minds their business.
Alright, good fight. Getting Boom Blade from race is crazy. I had no idea Astarian runs just keep winning. Yeah. Yeah, Astarian can just have Happy and Booming Blade. 530 XP from this exploration spot. Could have saved it till 10, but meh. Sand is so coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. It's true.
Chosen's blood. It would be a prize song.
Hey, Cookie. How are you? Good to see you.
Should you be interested, I have a with one drop.
Among the many crimes.
So let me
Passing the
address
history check means you get
I know. Please.
money
I have a proposal for him.
every time you have someone give blood to a rush. Lulthorn Drow get that without a check. Wizards and warlocks have an additional chance to roll it. You still break up with you if another player makes him bite her. If a player doesn't choose the correct dialogue options, yes. You can still be in a relationship with them after the bite, but you have to pick the correct options.
I need a quick word.
I hear you. But you're not here to God.
Gaslighting, got it, yeah.
I never. And he's yours to command. Good. Ali, it's. Can't you talk some sense in?
Because there's something wrong.
No.
Yeah, it sucks. I know. It sucks.
Should you be interested with one drop?
We're gonna have him give blood to her too. It's money and an elven elegance for me.
No, never mind.
Hey Pedro, welcome in. How cool we look. Now we have 20 strength naturally, and we can pop a Colossus. We now do an extra 1d4 over what we already did. Which is very nice.
Yes. It's.
Need to find a way forward. Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit.
Firing a free action. I wouldn't mind a sea invis while we're here. A few things actually.
Come. Softer than a whisper. Carefully now.
There's an illicit parasite in that corpse. You should take
One shot her outright, so no surprise round. Zero.
Moving ahead. I don't need any attention right now. Can't slow down.
Those two are synced up. That would have been nice to capitalize on. Oh well. Way too risky. Bring your geniality. Guidance.
If you have coin, the Absolute needs prove it. Who's singing your name?
Nobody sings my name. I don't leave any witnesses.
Looks like there's bite in you yet. Want anything from my stash? You pay less than the rest.
lot of stuff I'll want to sell to him. Hey, Crypto. Hope you're well. Good to see you. Sell this. Sell this. We'll keep that around. Yeah, let's sell these for now. Just curious, what's the current method for Aldous Cheese to prevent Raphael from immediately talking to you at camp? You need to interrupt his dialogue, and the method that you interrupt his dialogue with determines the next step you need to take. So if you did Caustic Brine, then you just need to silence him, or render yourself unable to speak in some capacity, or break his AI using a summon in camp. If you did the electrified water method, then that requires having a cutscene. So that the electrocution ticks on him while you are already in dialogue with either Quill/Alfira or with Mizora upon entering the rest immediately. Favorite method at the moment is become gas cloud. Yeah, you can do gaseous form as long as you didn't choose electrified water. Gaseous form works for that, wild shape works for that, silence works for that. There is an AI break you can do in that situation as well, involving using a summon and having that summon attack Raphael while you are in combat with something else in the camp. Most commonly, this involves dialogue attacking Volo at the other end of the camp.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
You can't afford all this. Lord. Electrified water is always required as second cutscene? Yes, because the electrified water, it does damage to him initially when he touches the puddle, and then applies the electrocuted condition. So because you have a condition ticking on him, he'll talk to you immediately upon you entering the camp. The desire for the electrified water is specifically so you can do the in-cutscene AI break, using either the Dirge cutscene or the Mizora cutscene. Does Flick of the Wrist work similar to Perfectly Balanced Strike? Where it uses your main hand? Yes. Crazy how many different methods there are. I'm just happy there's stuff for no respec runs. Used to be everyone just tell you silence. Yeah, I like that science has progressed on that, to where you no longer need silence. It's a good feel. I should really get attitude with Roa. What if I just didn't, though? That'd be funny.
your family. That bugbear keeps looking over. I'll feed him his own broadcloth.
A vital conduit to get some temp HP. There is a crate next to these two ghouls that I like to use to throw them. No need for minor illusion, performance, or anything. This one on its path gets close enough to the edge, you don't need to lure it either, you just gotta wait. Love watching you toss people. Bye! It's very satisfying. Okay, no longer need that equipped.
Don't want to draw any attention. I just want a little.
The miss is unfortunate. Progress still, though. Here's my last tadpole.
Death won't take me yet.
I give you 3 critical hits because it was showing the crit for the sneak attack. I have my sneak attack set to not ask me right now.
Very well.
Which is optimal for some out of combat strats. It's not optimal in combat, it's just I'm too lazy to juggle it.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
For each die, it shows them. No. It shows it for each instance. Which isn't necessarily each die. But close. Did I get Swiresy shoes on this run? Yeah, they're less than 100 gold to buy at like the beginning of the game, and they let you do a bunch of jumps that are just comfy. 20 strength. Just do it. An Outlander inspo. We get access to that room that way. I'm gonna do it right now though. Hard time reading the combat log on your screen with a colorblind thing. No, I get it. Nothing to apologize for. In fact, apologize for apologizing. Up there, you think you can't chat here.
This calls for careful footwork. Breathe deep and move. To be cautious. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Pocket Sand doesn't get Colossus. Unfortunate. Doesn't really get anything. But...
I received.
Love Tostitos. Tostitos are good.
Should the general learn you breached his private chapel, in her name. Just out of view.
Bye.
With haste.
Hey, say. I didn't have a game crash down to 4 FPS. Responsive and crash on a non-Stars Druid run. I have not. I can't think of an instance where I have.
All right.
Pipe down. Death becomes you.
Second one died at Aegis class locked. Yeah, Mark and I lost our duo yesterday to it happening again. I had a Stars Druid dip. So, yeah, I guess Stars Druid just isn't in the game, actually. Maybe if you don't play single save, maybe if you play custom, and you're just okay with the possibility of it eventually bricking anyway. But, ugh. Stars Druid, now they've forbidden subclass. Yeah, it just seems to cause save file corruption. Oh, they spent 6 months stress testing. Yeah. Like, what were they doing? They had the 2-month public stress test, and... Like, do I care about Agatha's damage? No. I can just uncanny dodge it. So, Pocket Sand triggering Armor of Agathis implies to me that you could do Death Cleric Channel Divinity on Pocket Sand. And I gotta do that. I don't know if you got the bonus glitch with Lerthendor yet either. I'll tell you about being trapped in dialogue over and over for half an hour before he disco strobed. Ugh. We've determined the public is stressed, release it. Yeah, the real stress test was testing to see how much you can stress people out with the game not working. Not crazy, but good. The Divine Sand, yeah. I think that could be really funny. Divine Sand? Yeah, I mentioned a couple minutes ago the idea of... Because Pocket Sand triggers Armor of Agathis, that tells me that the game considers it enough of a melee attack that you could probably do the Death Cleric Channel Divinity on it.
exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Turn out these lights here so Ketherick is not illuminated when we fight him later.
A couple turns should do it.
I have the key. Why did I lockpick that? I'm just so used to pushing that necromancer off the roof. Know your OCD and you take the time to precisely calibrate the sine wave loading for your headphones 31 band EQ. Yes. Can't relate, but it does sound like a compulsive behavior. Whatever gives you your peace, right? Managed to beat solo honor, solo with other new subclass. Solo 2 times. Yes. The first run I did on patch 8 was an arcane archer, incredibly strong, incredibly fun. I was doing a solo stars druid, but my save file got corrupted. So this is the third solo I've got going on the patch. Got quite a few co-op runs going with other challenge runners right now. That's been the bulk of my time. I only do solo runs 2 days a week currently. Killing Palma before the cutscene on current patch is weird. She doesn't seem to be in the same position as before. Hey, Narclos. Let's go save Roland. Co-op runs are fun? They are. Stars are my friend. Luckily, it's not super safe. That's good.
Thank goodness. I was worried they got you too. We were they lied. Maybe they took his eyes first, then his tongue. It's just. He said he stayed in the grove because of you. Callum, how do you do it? How do you keep going?
Trinkets and doodahs.
We're in this. If they're not dead, then just.
Now I talk to Roland.
Jaheira didn't save your ragged little tail from the cultists.
He's got a dominate person scroll. Roland always has a scroll. But yeah, I guess I'm high level, so that's what he has.
She can. If you hadn't filled that, you.
I gotta start going to Wraithwind Town instead of Moonrise here. Old habits.
I thought he had better sense than this.
I need a light source. Roland, come with me for a moment. Thank you.
Instead, I found myself caught. Oh no! I failed.
No traps, please.
Roland will go anywhere for his family except therapy. Yeah. Yeah. Typical man. Expecting therapy exists in Faerun. Surely it has to, because otherwise, like, I don't know, I don't see how these societies can exist. I would not find myself to be a particularly well-adjusted individual in this world. I mean, not that I am in real world. Oh, fair enough.
You ought to be kinder, you know. Should they accept the absolute?
Ugh. Then I shall have to keep them busy praying for mercy from other gods, won't I?
You're mistaken, surely.
I don't like a good poison. Fine.
That's a friendly These boots have seen everything.
Where's my malice? Great question. I should have some. I don't. Oh, malice is great, Candy May. You are right to bring it up as a good coding people can use.
The general has to someone else chat their business.
Unsure why they opted for blindness rather than confusion.
Breathe deep and move.
I'll take it though. Really like it when I see a Swashbuckler. It's so fun, Chris. It's really good. And like it feels good. Like they nailed the thematic side of it.
I should speak up.
Let me guess. The absolute is the only way. Why don't you and Zevlor? He told you. If you're not at the absolute spec and core, why are you here?
Does Leah have scroll AI? I have no idea. Kind of want to find out the answer to that.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
What class is Leah? Probably doesn't have one. Yeah, cat oil for most things in Moonrise. Mm-hmm.
Right. Time to skulk about. Let's get in and out.
Revan is joking. Rogue finally good. Yeah. Is he okay? Helldusk armor, how? You can AI break Raphael in Act 1 a couple different ways to knock him out in your camp. I do 59 piercing and 3 fire and 36 more piercing. So I clicked sneak attack. Swashbuckler sneak attack you can use on your sneak attack as long as you're out of a turn order. So I have my sneak attack set to not ask me. So I clicked sneak attack and then it did sneak attack and I crit. So they both got doubled up. And the 3 fire is just from my gloves. Oh, got the disarm, huge. Now we can force the opportunity attack, so she doesn't Hellish Rebuke. Can disarm her again. That was bullying. Oh man, that was a little rude. Do I have sleep scrolls? Don't need it.
Out of sight, out of mind. On my way. Fall by my hand.
This is a restricted area. Time.
Hello.
Take yours.
Bullying. Yeah. And 29 damage, flick of the wrist, of course. Oil of Bane is the one coating I'm not crazy about. I still think it has its uses. But there are a lot of ways I would rather get Bane. Like, I do think it has a lot of value if you are trying to make someone fail on a fixed DC con save and you are not already using the Baneful or Herald. So there's no tadpole in the oubliette because I already killed that zealot outside. We'll still go down there, fight the hook horse, and grab the loot and stuff.
That's curious. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Herald is Bane, Giant Breaker's Reeling? Yes, that's correct. Something I'm kind of considering for the 4-player co-op is doing Poisoner, Archer, Eldritch Knight. So 11-1, EK Hexblade, Gloves of Baneful Striking, Herald, Arrows of Slaying with coatings applied. Almost complete consistency. Because I'm lowering saving throws by 2d4. If I add reverb, it's 2d4 minus 2. Imposing disadvantage, forcing 2 different saving throws before inoculation is taken into account. Really start using more coatings in my runs, especially Mouse or Diluted Oil Sharpness. Coatings as a whole are really, really good, yeah. I'm actually going to avoid going into the Oubliette right now, because I'm an Outlander, so I think that's an inspo. I think that's an inspo, yeah. We're already level 9, so I can turn in all these quests right away. I usually like waiting until level 9 to turn in the Alfira part of the quest, because she gives you scrolls based on your level.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
You're here! You're all right! How?
We're 2 tiefling queens, remember? I couldn't leave my favorite bard without her partner in crime. I did have some help from an old friend, though.
How did you do it?
Why is it diluted? Why can't we get the whole thing? There's full-on oil sharpness in the game files, it's just not available.
Thank you.
Yeah, she gave me a globe of invulnerability. Are they a couple? Yeah.
Why are you smiling at me? Last night's best bargain, right here.
Not initially, but they get there over the course of the game. Yeah, exactly what Chris said. You can, like, flirt with Lacrissa throughout Acts 1 and 2, and then in Act 3, when you go to flirt with her again, she's like, actually, I gotta shut it down now. I got a thing. Is Panache significantly worse in a solo run? No. You just gotta think about the use cases. Panache is really good because you can, on neutral targets, for example, you can click it on every neutral target in the room. It's not considered hostile, so you could charm everyone before the fight. Then start the fight, and everyone who you charmed is still charmed. It doesn't switch to the disadvantage version. So you can render a room full of enemies that would outnumber you into what is effectively a 1v1. As long as your Panache duration is still going on everyone else. You can also use Panache in dialogue to get advantage on persuasion checks. Charisma checks as a whole, I think. The Potent Robe does apply to Booming Blade damage. I'm doing Ham, but like... I could probably still just... 16 AC though. Ooh. Do I care? I don't think I care.
Did you We're all safe, Roland. That's what matters.
I was...
No, thank you for saving.
She had you and...
You said on a star, and so we wouldn't ascend. Afterwards, I realized I had reliable tone anyway. Nice.
Everyone seems to be quite
Remember your 1 HP strats and HP's...
Do you know why?
AC, excuse me, is just a number. Yeah. It's far better defensive stats than armor class.
Premium
Did I get out of here with Mattis? No.
And Mole put me in charge.
No, that's actually great news. I'll buy those. Subclass of Cleric, Tempest. I wanted martial weapon proficiency and heavy armor proficiency, and I don't like war domain features. So it was between Tempest and War.
Sure. Well, the brilliant... Now, I believe our business is well and... Well...
Yes, Mom.
I did just make a big purchase from Mattis. I could make some sales. Hey, Hestia, welcome in. Oh yeah, I should update the feats. Ham, alert. I have still not decided the third one. Gonna have to figure that out soon, but... Mattis was rendered in, and now isn't. Cool. Patch 8 loves to have unrendered NPCs. Yeah, it's incredibly annoying.
In the market for something special?
Husband and I are still roommates to the outside world, at least. It's just really good buddies, even. Just a couple of bros broing down, you know? By losing argument number 1000 against Taken Alert. I sat in the respec screen, or not the respec screen, the level up screen for a while this time, Revan. I was trying to justify other feats, and ultimately it was like, I have no reason not to take Alert, so I took Alert. It is simply that good. I do want this greater invis. Am I doing smoke powder arrows? One? Like more. Shatter for scrying eyes. I don't hate the idea of having a radiant res around. Am I doing on bombs? Good enough. I don't need to buy more right now. I have an ice storm. Do I have any bussy? I do have some bussy. Okay. Buy an invis pot. Buy some sharpness. I guess I'll get this. Meh.
Tick.
Working around alert on my current build. Yeah, I have a few feats that are just kind of staples for me that you see me take very frequently. Heavy Armor Master, Alert, Tavern Brawler are easily my top 3. But if I were to fill out, you know, the next handful, I take Tough very frequently. Lately I've been taking Magic Initiate.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Dual Wielder pretty frequently. Pick up those Fade Death boots. Yep. Slot.
Pray with me while we wait.
I'm not worthy. I never learned.
Ever at your service.
Didn't take a load of my current honor run. I'm regretting it. Finding it hard to source elixirs of vigilance. It can be difficult depending what part of the game you're at. Yeah. And also, like, even if it wasn't, then you're giving up your elixir slot. I'm not saying your feat slot is free, but there's always an opportunity cost for taking something somewhere. So, most frequently, Alert gives you the most flexibility because the level of impact in your feat slot is very high, taking that. And then it can largely free up your elixir slot and your other gear slots and your class choices to a point where you have more options to deal with more situations consistently. Alert is a consistency tool. Can't afford an air mister right now. It's fine.
An honor.
Need to get more money. Get the send buttons right next to the backspace button on mobile. I'd say I was using Tough instead with selective vigilance elixirs. Nice. I'm a big fan of Tough. HP is just a great damage mitigation option, and there's a bit of a paradox here because I tend to caution against just prioritizing Constitution unnecessarily. But like, Tough is a good way of getting HP without having to take Con. Like, I only have 48 HP because I'm 10 Con here. Tough would have taken me to 66 on this level, and the value of Tough would have only gone up as I continued to level. Odin Robe only adds 3 damage right now. We'll go back to Ham.
Softer than a whisper. Don't mind if I do.
The flick would have been money positive, but oh well. If it worked. Let's get this guy in combat. Shouldn't have dashed there. Oh well.
Just out of view.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I was gonna hide, but I don't want to risk enemy of justice. Dashing for no reason, yes. Tough's really good on no respec runs when he's greater health efficiently.
Excellent.
They're torn
Karlach dual-wielding Nyrona in offhand for movement speed, lightning jabber in main hand. Sometimes don't throw Nyrona, do the AoE thunder damage. It's very thoughtful. I like that. The flexible loadout gives you a lot of different things you can do. Really good damage dealing options. That sounds really good. Trigger this now.
I did as I was told! Followed every order I was given! The facts suggest otherwise. Take it up with Minthara! Enough!
A blast.
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You failed to protect your true soul. You do not. You ain't, General.
You have.
Wait, enough! True soul, tell the General how the goblins served our cause. It ain't true!
And that we're too close to kill them.
I'm so sorry. No.
Or better.
Of course not. You heard the General. The goblins are due. Here. Yeah.
The seat of the Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be killed.
Look.
But his followers are flesh and blood. We must learn more about his power.
The button thing happened again, Revan. Like to math out how to make a Tempest Cleric Ranger work, so I could have Jellyfish too. You could do it as a sort of archer setup, Candy May. I'm a fan of the 8-4 Cleric Ranger split, so you get Divine Strike, and then you can take your favorite Ranger subclass and get the subclass features and a feat. I usually do Hunter, but I'm definitely not opposed to doing that with Swarmkeeper once I do a more pure class Swarmkeeper run to assess the value. Use Potion of Mind Reading here, put on Warped Head of Intellect. Guidance.
General Thorm's prayers and
Even you decide.
excellent time. The goblins. No.
Her mind, tons of.
I see you like to handle underlings physically. For
She every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there is purpose to her exploration.
I just want to see the Lae'zel dialogue option.
I've never lain with a Githyanki. It looks like this one nearly broke you in half. How invigorating. With the Absolute, I have already been blessed.
That's like the
to
most
stand in
positive
your
response
presence.
that she has.
It was bliss. She gave me
Like with Karlach, she'll say something to the effect of, "It can never be real with you two." You know that, right? With the Starian, I think she says something about a bloodsucker. I don't quite remember that dialogue. With Shadowheart, she assumes the relationship's out of pity. I forget what she says for Will and Gale, but like Lae'zel, the Lae'zel one is the only one. Oh, she's positive about Minthara too. She says something to the effect of, I've never known Minthara to moan unless someone was losing a limb."
By serving,
That's it. Play along. The closer you can get.
the relic, but we have lost contact with him. Go there.
She has a type, yeah.
Aid Balthazar if you can. It is.
She's suddenly nervous, on edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
What if Swarmkeeper Tempest Cleric might be a good combo? I've not played her on Swarmkeeper yet. Me either.
General Thorm will not leave Moonrise without it.
Maybe more support.
Talk to the take one, but don't.
Cool. We can get Dwarven Splint and render Mind and Body from Lantarv now. cat oil here for sure. Wait for the scrying eye to be making its way. But I wanted it in the combat like that. That's why. We got Wizard's Bane Oil and Zarel, so the DC on all of her stuff is significantly lower.
Time to press ahead.
Didn't matter. I'll equip that. I don't want bludgeoning vuln. We're in a hotel because the landlord's fixing a leak in the shower. Previous landlord caused by trying to remodel the bathroom by himself. Getting crazy with high for continuing my games. The apartment's being treated for mold from the leak. Literally can't even go in there. Long story short, landlords suck. Ugh, I'm sorry to hear. I'm happy to try to keep you entertained in the interim, but I hope you can get back to your situation sooner rather than later. Sounds frustrating. Yeah, in Minecraft. No way I pushed this one off the roof, but like, I don't have to do that. That'd be funny. Oh, it said I could opportunity attack and then it just didn't work. Scam. Yeah, why push someone off a roof when you could flick your wrist at them? And it's faster.
Been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
To be cautious. Don't give me trouble now.
29. Come on. I have so many bonuses. I'm actually just rolling terribly. Good. I'll end your inspo for getting into a restricted area here, going the wrong way. Not the wrong way, you know, the unintended way.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. At the ready. Can't keep me out.
Here goes nothing.
There's the flag, the prey, the chap.
It's like the other. Another story about the Githyanki prince.
a Swashbuckler solo class so far. I had to rate it out of 10. 10. I like everything about it. Rogue is already incredibly strong, and Swashbuckler just makes Rogue, like... It takes Rogue in an interesting flavor direction. Like, the thematic stuff, the vibes are great. But it's also just objectively very strong and lets Rogue fill a couple of extra roles it wasn't already doing. It's cool, it's fun, it feels mechanically unique. Strong. I wouldn't change anything.
No time for mercy. Don't want to draw any attention. On my way.
I'm digging new Hexblade so far, big damage. Yeah, Hexblade's great. Oh yeah, resistance. Should be using a different weapon. Am I gonna? No. Yeah, I don't need to. I'll just do more damage. That simple.
Stand, soldier. These are the general's private quarters. Just be...
Can't risk being in open view.
Sorry, Squire.
Bet I can crack that open.
I guess on one.
A letter from Ketheric's wife. Sounds like she loved him very much.
Poor Squire, just a loyal and dead dog. Yeah. I do feel bad about that.
What path lies before me? That's a friendly looking shadow.
We should fight back at least. I mean, you can always just not talk her down and then you'll get a fight out of it. Or fight her with Ketheric on the roof. It's not the right one.
Moving in.
Missed?
Alright. Time to skulk about.
That's actually kind of fortunate.
Think you can take me on?
Missed again? Okay, that part wasn't fortunate.
Alright. Time to skulk about.
I like the crit though. Just out of range. Annoying.
We've made better strangers.
Still frightened. Like,
Keep going.
there we go.
Swift as my feet can carry me. This calls for careful footwork.
Quag. I have to put it on the bar. UI limitation. There's a few spells like that. Resists. It doesn't matter what weapon I use. Did I get Cacophony? Not on me, whatever. Hello. Goodbye.
Never wanted the easy path. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Breathe quiet. Move with care. To be cautious.
I don't have necrotic resist. How much do I care about that, though?
Let's see what you're hiding.
Let's get 10 HP. Let's be smart. Hey, Snow, thank you for the 50 months. Holy shit. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Need to find a way forward.
The girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
50 months. Double digits, baby.
Thank you very much. This is the same Snow as in BC last night? Yes. Facility line of sight works like that. I mean, they did see me. It's just that guy's AI is very messed up since patch 7. That brought those two in. Part of the plan. Use my reaction so no uncanny dodge for the turn. Won't melee. An immediate upfront lightning burst like that is so fucking cool. Like speedy light feet with the jolt shooter together, underrated combo. It's so nice. Where'd you even put that? Hoping those three stay there. It's a good lineup for special arrow. Enable uncanny dodge now.
You've made a grave mistake.
Juicy. Probably ignore the Necromite this turn. Focus on the Zealot. Oh, there goes your weapon. And your life. Me, when I see a buckle, I'm about to swash. So true, bestie. Brace here. Crazy you aggroed through the floor like that, but it's fine. I want all the smoke. Going to Valhalla with the other weapon. Hey, Rando.
Listen, you act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
No. Took you a while to get to me. Crying Eye will call the rest of the guards.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay with. I can't see why people are happy. I'm on mobile. Can't think of why it wouldn't show the emote otherwise. It's because you're on mobile. Browser extension. Emotes. Thinking about trying to do a run with a friend, would you say the best combo in your opinion? Whatever you two are most comfortable on. The way classes are set up in this game is they're all capable of solo honor the game, level 1, whatever restrictions you want to slap on, you can do a lot. They are all viable. So ultimately the one that's going to be the most potent for you is what you feel most comfortable on in terms of, like, not having decision paralysis. So if you know what your kit can do, then you can devote the rest of your brain power to what the enemies can do and figuring out strategies there. So your comfort is paramount. So if there's a certain class that you find yourself very comfy on, that one. Crit is nasty work. Alright, bye, man. I'm intentionally letting this Scrying Eye call because I can just kill all the guards. Any more can get called.
Where do I go from here?
And I'll have to... There we go. There's a chance you can Hunger of an army from where you are. 10 HP. Doing a Wicked themed run with my friend. We're playing Alphaba and Glinda. Nice. Like tough 2, tend to take it at high levels. That's sensible. Yeah, I will not usually take it at level 4 because you don't have enough levels under your belt for that to be a massive difference. Sometimes I'll take it at 6 if I'm a fighter. Most often I'll take it at either 8, 10, or 12. Yeah, just shooting a special arrow after dashing once for speedy light feet, just immediate lightning bursts. It's so good. Not something I planned on building around, but it's so fucking good. Recall the weak explosions too. Push angle? Don't need one. Your weapon. Oh, fine. Your life. Thank you. There we go. Just trying to get that one in. This has been very efficient. Hadn't planned on full clearing Moonrise right now, but like I'm in absolutely no danger, so why wouldn't I? Any more guards? Doesn't look like it. Lighting infusion off of that. Those are interfering with my accuracy here. That's fine. Was very satisfying. Surgical. I think that's all the guards.
Better not be cursed.
Not if you keep them lips clapped together.
Both of you.
Just out of view. Out of sight, out of mind. This calls for careful footwork.
Many hearts,
Have to keep going.
one soul. Of many thoughts,
Here we go again. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Moonrise is cleared except for this group and then Orage and the one pilgrim in there. Anyone show up with the fight after you leave the Shadow Pulp, you kill all the guards? Nope. It doesn't make new NPCs, it just uses existing ones. So we are bypassing that fight by getting all that XP now, effectively. $3.7k left to the level. Still haven't been into the gauntlet. At this point, I kind of want to save that for level 10. Let's go talk down Malice, I guess. future fight easier. I mean, eliminating it completely. There's not going to be a fight. There's going to be absolutely no one alive. Cleared out the tower first. Friend got mad at me. Considers big battle of Harper's versus Cultists be epic and cool. I mean, it is pretty cool. Some runs I do want to set that up, because it's just a fun spectacle.
Come, step forward. You are no sister. But we do not wish to see you suffer so.
Rogue gets an investigation check here with advantage. That's why I put on the warp headband.
The sisters' blades are unkempt.
How to steady their hands, I wonder.
Have them kill each other.
Come, I will acquaint
Now I'll have him deal with himself. I'll use Inspo here. I'm more than okay with that. I'd like to roll good, but I understand if I don't. What background am I? Outlander? Yeah.
Horrific display! There is no red deeper than a Sharon's.
1 XP off him too. The throwables that these nurses have, Karabasan's gifts, there are only 10 of them in the entire game, split across Act 2 and 3. And they are paralytics that also impose vulnerability to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage. So, you successfully stick one of those on someone, you're doing more or less 4 times damage. Upgraded their weapons to uncommon. They haven't changed those, they've always been that way, Randa. Absolutely nothing has changed.
Seems simple enough.
Put this back on now, I suppose. Must have been thinking of the common ones. Yeah, they've been a mix the whole time.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Yeah, sneak attack won't trigger.
Need to find a way forward.
I should really get necrotic resistance before doing this fight. Self-control. Did I read this? Let me make sure. Um, 3K. Good wake up art. Yeah. Booming Blade should give extra surprise chance to be shocked, certainly. Yeah, I think we should also buff Booming Blade. I agree. It's not strong enough.
I'm just glad you're safe.
What's up for discussion?
In the market for something special?
I did use up your money already.
gander at the finest stock.
This is no physical ailment.
My loot. Do you know him?
That... Honestly, I'm pretty well positioned. I could just do portal defense. Let's go kill the Strange Ox first. Yeah, I like that better. For Koku's boots. Oh, you're there. Don't want to lose attitude with Damon. Or anyone really, so I'll do a quick disguise. Shouldn't move him. Oh yeah, I didn't talk to Vex and Dennis. Hear them yapping. I will go do that. Hey JD, how are you?
Come here, darling. Me too.
This is...
Be extra nice for the cookies.
Shall we go for a walk?
It's another 280. Here we go. Sorry? I'm sorry?
Have a word.
Softer than a whisper.
You murdered someone in view of a guard. Perhaps unsurprisingly, you're under arrest.
Stealth successful.
You can.
Another step forward.
Well, this is why I disguised. They really get mad if you kill the Strange Ox? Yeah, if you kill it without being in combat with it, they get mad. You can get Enemy of Justice off that. $2.5k. Go for the measles. I should go get Flesh Melter Cloak first. same happen when I execute a dollar on site and guard spawned. Yeah. You have to give the game enough time for you to get in combat, and that didn't happen because my stealth was so good that, like, the ox didn't see me attack it.
Bet I can crack that open.
Now that we have Flesh Melter Cloak, one of my favorite items in the whole game, actually. Let's go fight the Measles. I want to Undermount King, or do I want to Slicing Short Sword? No, we'll do this. The crit fishing's been funny. I was gonna do fire for bussy purposes, but let's not. Cause, I might yerk. Flesh Melter. The thing hit me, thing take acid damage. Thing hit me in melee, thing take acid damage. Now that I know High Elves get Booming Blade, I want to do a pure champion fighter as Astarion. Still enjoying Booming Blade anymore. Yeah, champion with Happy buff and Booming Blade seems like it'd be pretty strong. I mean, you could do the crit fishing thing there too.
These boots have seen everything. Can't risk being in open view. Path lies before me.
I don't need Thunder Wave for this. No. This is my opener. I'm gonna Blade Ward. No surprise run, but that's fine. If you're trying to do this fight more safely, you can put down Moon Lantern and then they can't teleport into the light. But I'm okay with them hitting me. Okay, he dodges off now. Fine with that. Got some right here. I'm surprised there's no push angle. Fine. Fat finger, yeah.
How much further can I go?
If reaction prevent the garage. It prevents me from being immobilized by it. It still happens, but I can still move.
With a flick of the wrist.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Came across a Reddit post earlier that said I'm level 6. I don't know what Bladesinger's supposed to do. It didn't engage 6, care about my mental health. Yeah, like... Bladesinger seems very ill-conceived. It doesn't surprise me that people actually playing it instead of glazing it on the internet thoughtlessly. Don't know what to do with it. Because it's a very confused class. Like, yeah, I'm a defensive subclass that forces you to give up all of your defenses to get less back. Oh. Okay. Doja's... not feeling super duper confident there. Let's do it anyway. It's the luckiest thing's ever happened to you in BG3, I think. I stuck a command disarm to Voss on like it showed something like 3% success, and I did it. It was some single-digit percentage. I thought that was funny. Bladesinger effectively wizard having an identity crisis after looking at Swordbard and Eldritch Knight. Don't you ever disrespect Swordsbard and Eldritch Knight like that again. Hey Andy, welcome in. Hope you're well. I am. Question, do you have any character build guide, something like that? No, that's not really how I tend to make content, but I'm happy to talk through the steps of building in general with you, and I do also have, if you ever want to see how a bunch of different things play, my VODs channel is, I don't use my main channel. I need to start using the other command there, but my VODs channel has every playthrough I've ever done, organized by playlist. I've done a lot of different builds. I've cleared honor mode, I don't know, I've actually lost track. Something around 40, 50 times. And I play lots of different builds. You ever landed a crit through disadvantage? I have. So I guess you could go for that. We're gonna do protection from evil and good here. Want bonuses to con saves. Bloodhell Dusk. Do Ring of Protection. Do you ever do a BG2 run? I won't say never to that.
Here we go again.
Caught my attention. Oh, sorry. I can afford that, I think. Hey, Gigi, thank you so much for the raid. Give me 1 minute. There we go. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs. Mostly Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. We're doing a solo honor, region-locked Swashbuckler. We're very close to level 10. We're already done most of Act 2 today. We started Act 2 today. We're 4 hours in, and, I don't know, probably go into the Shadowfell in another 2 hours or something. What'd you get up to? Welcome in, everybody. How many times do you think you've beaten BG3 in total, and how many of the runs were in Honor Mode? I beat the game, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times before Honor Mode came out, and I've played Honor Mode exclusively since then. So, 40, 50 times for Honor Mode. And then add, like, 5 to that. Stream was good, did some shot run stuff, died, did some Pathfinder solo honor mode. Let's go. Sounds like a great time. Queen. It's like a perpetual motion machine, but it's perpetually finishing BG3 honor runs. Something like that. Eldritch Knight's fun so far. I need to manage my resources a bit better. Spell slots specifically, but it's fun. Yeah, I would encourage being very stingy with your spell slots. Like Eldritch Knight's whole thing is you're a fighter that can pick up wizard utility kit. I wouldn't encourage being spendy with those. Like you're not a wizard blasting off magic missiles for your primary damage or anything like that. That's how I prefer to play Eldritch Knight anyway. You are an improved fighter. Shambling Mound? Could. Did I buy Nair Misser? I didn't. Let's go buy Nair Misser, and then, do Thizzabald. Need to look up Outlander and suppose. Outlander... Successfully drink. Okay, so drink 1. I can do that. Love EK so much, yeah. Stream powered by ADHD and coffee, yeah. What would be my preferred spec for a Hexblade Warlock if I want to try Honor Mode? I would encourage Pure Classic. A lot of people will say multi-class. Pure class Warlock's incredibly strong, particularly Hexblade. I would say remain pure class. Hexblade gives you all the proficiencies you want except for heavy armor. And heavy armor is great, just maybe you don't need to do it in every build. I would say take Alert for your feat at level 4. If you don't know what feat to take Alert, because it is massively impactful. It's great for consistency across the run, and it gives you a chance to actually play the game instead of spending time getting beaten initiative and sent back to the Nautiloid by various things. I'd encourage having high dexterity. Maybe do something like 16 dex, 16 charisma, and customize the rest of your stats to taste. And yeah, you can do a lot of things with Warlock as a whole. I'd recommend taking Pact of the Blade at level 5 for extra attack. It's just really nice to have, but you don't even have to do that. Make a themed run around getting that one Outlander inspo that requires you to go to the Shadowfell without going to Moonrise or Last Light. It's a good idea, Revan. I like it. Slut.
The Absolute took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself. She breaks her toys once she's done with them.
No, she doesn't. She's dead. Doing Polar Master Fighter run. Don't have much time to play, but I try. Polar Master is really cool. I'm a big fan. And it makes a lot of sense on Fighter, because you have that extra feat to justify it. I think you have good taste.
And all.
Sell some things. Does Balthazar even say if you've seen the Shadowfall and you do that? Don't remember.
How may I serve?
Some better poison. Buy some.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
Perfect thing should be fine. Just platinum the game. Nice. Poisoner's Ring. Still sick. Figure protection. We still gotta pass a couple things. I'll do Flawed Helldusk here. I'm a cleric, so I have advantage on it already. Actually remembered that for once. Going with Reaver Boots. Gloves of Baneful Striking. Don't need Peg.
Sign above. This must be a
The resistance. I forgot to lockpick the door.
The liquid.
Now tell me the story.
Wonder what's past this.
Get lighting charges, or I could apply my coating now. Oh no, I'm not wearing this. Never mind. This is fine. I don't have necrotic resistance for the zombies, so it's good I didn't apply anything major. I'll hold off on that.
For mercy.
I talk these guys to death almost every time. It's a strategic advantage to kill them instead. Nothing, just I don't have to worry about passing checks, and I don't have to worry about losing inspos. That was a lot. Yeah, no necrotic resistance. Thank you, Uncanny Dodge, though. Just one-shot him, you know? Just folded dead with one hit. It's easy. I should use this back room more often. I'm a big fan of this strat. Accuracy is an issue. What can I do about that? I could get Bless going, I suppose. Mocking fun days. Just booted up BL3 having fun, blasting the rack attack both, still find years later, planning on playing BL4 doing content for it. Maybe. Maybe I play it. Do not expect me to be a fixture in that fandom. Probably play it. I doubt I'll stream it, but I won't say never. Glad you're having fun, though. Let's get Bless going. And miss. That's important. Yeah, we'll need to do that.
I'll be fine.
Standing here is fine. Attacking from shadows. Cool. I do want to burn his legendary resists. If I can. I'm trying to style on him. No save on that. That's just an attack roll.
You listening? You loud. Room required a spark.
Let's see what else I got. Anything that's an incapacitating condition that I can force him to burn legendary res. Black Tentacles, maybe? He's immune to the damage, but... I'll be real, not all hype for BL4 personally after seeing what BL3 was. BL3 was a good game. People wanting every single Game Gearbox releases to be Borderlands 2 have either fallen down the YouTube content pipeline or just want to play the same game forever. The games industry should be innovation, not stagnation.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Yeah. Critical hit. Sure, you've been asked this. Do you have any interest in Expedition 33? Yeah, I do. I'm keeping myself completely blind on it, you dawdle, because I want to play it. I don't have a time frame on that, but I am still completely blind on it, and I want to keep it that way. I'm interested. Let's go for this now. Hey, we stuck one. Sick. Like, it was so overhated, it was, and I guarantee most of the people who base their opinion on it as being something negative do not have time in it, or are basing their opinions off of about half a dozen YouTubers, some of whom have changed their own stances over time. If you don't believe me, I have 8,000 hours in that game, and I did a lot for the theory crafting scene and the challenge running scene in that game. I know what I'm talking about. Not to say there aren't legitimate grievances, and there's community members who have well thought out constructive criticism, or maybe it's just not something they like. And that is perfectly okay. There's a certain kind of very tribal thought of us versus them. You can like this or that. That's toxic and has invaded that conversation.
The drink, it's turned necrotic.
I didn't like the story. Big Bad kind of hated them in a bad way, annoying and cringe. Handsome Jack was too good IMO character. Yeah, it was a good character, but like, that's one character in the game. That is not the game. About the BO3 community had you. Thank you, Mocking Fun Days. It's very kind of you to say. He's using legendary resistance on the reverb. It's funny. Maybe I do need these. Now my offhand shots can do damage. Like they tried too hard to make everything funny and it didn't work. I think you're forgetting that Borderlands 2 had an enemy named Boner Farts. We don't have to pretend that that IP as a whole is good at humor. We don't. It's okay. Shit killed when I was 12, though, and a lot of the fandom is mentally still 12, Little Cream Square. It's one of my issues with it. Saving on all the poison applications. I should have used a better poison. Love pre-sequel myself. People hate on it. Love the characters. Spawn minus Cloud Traffic, Die Forever. Pre-sequel was cool. Pre-sequel did some stuff that I like in terms of game design. Like, trying new things is good. I'm glad you had that experience. Because I agree. Pre-sequel was cool. I didn't really enjoy Claptrap either, for what it's worth. But I'm glad they tried. combat's gonna end.
Pity we had to kill him. He seemed more lonely than cruel.
Lurking for a while, just want to say thanks for giving me a game I can follow for my own solo runs. Absolutely. Happy to provide it. I appreciate the lurk, too.
Don't waste a step.
Now we're done. If Raphael's just in Act 2, because I got it in Act 1. You can do that? Uh-huh. Reception failed. Unfortunate. Rip XP. What did I roll? 6? Guidance min rolled. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. I could have prepared for that with Mark of the Shifter, I guess, but whatever. Also, got the rat bat, praise be. You just kill him the first time you see him. You need to interrupt his attempt to talk to you, and then that causes him to show up in your camp. And then there's a number of different ways you could go about things in that vein, but the overall structure is interrupt his conversation, which makes him show up in camp, and then you need to do other things to break his AI so that you can knock him out and get his XP and take his armor.
Open up.
I was having a thought. It's gone. Must not have been important. You're rogue? Yes, this is a Swashbuckler playthrough. It says in the title. 8 Swashbuckler, 1 Cleric. What next? 1400 to level. Garangoth, do I have money? No, I have no money. I kind of want to give her the 5,000 and then push her out the window. Don't want to go into the gauntlet yet. I guess I could do the morgue fight. I don't need necrotic resist. Any idea what happens if you were to steal the Orphan or try to leave the House of Hope after killing him in Act 1? Nothing changes. The doing Act 1 thing, Human Meat Shield, it doesn't change anything about Raphael's like storyline or whatever. We still get to fight him as normal and all that.
What's that?
How many hours have you logged in this game? Let me check for you. 4,702 Steam says, so if you include my current uptime, 4,707. Like 825. It's a great game. Everyone consumes it at their own rate. It's been most of what I've been doing gaming-wise for the last 2 years, so that's where my hours are from. Cleric seems like a decent dip, would push you that way over Warlock. I wanted heavy armor proficiency. I'm doing heavy armor master. So obviously I don't need the heavy armor proficiency to wear the Helldusk armor, but for my first feat, I do need the proficiency. So we went Cleric to pick that up, to pick up martial weapon proficiency, to also get access to good utility cantrips, guidance, resistance, blade ward, and also we get some good first level spells, Sanctuary, occasionally Fog Cloud's useful, Thunder Wave, protection from evil and good, and also Cleric gets some very favorable dialogue options throughout the game, including the ability to, if you're a deity, if you're a Cleric of an evil deity, excuse me, you can get Night Singer's Favor, which is necrotic resistance, for free. No checks required. Where's Booming Blade coming from? I'm a high half-elf. High elves get a cantrip in character creation. I chose Booming Blade. What D did you pick? I don't know. Lolth, maybe? Grumsh.
Right tool will do the trick.
If you're the deity of an evil cleric, you can also do a lot of things. That's true. The orange kill. That's true. I guess I wasn't technically wrong, was I?
Risk being an open view. Never wanted the easy path.
Go slashing Russ.
Time to press ahead.
So use the Shadowheart's Firebolt as soon as just mage cantrips and booming would be on the list. You pick out a cantrip from the wizard spell list, Pitchwind, and Booming Blade is on the wizard spell list. Ask what advice you have for an Eldritch Knight? Sure. Treat it as a fighter, not as a wizard. You treat it as a fighter that gets some additional utility, but you are first and foremost a fighter. You are attacking with weapons. That's how you preserve your spell slots. You use your spell slots to supplement that side of things. You cast things like Expeditious Retreat, which lets you get benefits from anything that wants you to concentrate on a spell. It lets you do things like wear the Speedy Light Feet and dash on your bonus action for lightning charges. You want to cast Shield if you are in a situation where there's a bunch of enemies attacking you and want to up your AC for the turn. You want to cast Magic Weapon if you find your weapon needs a little bit more accuracy and maybe a little bit more oomph to it. That's what you use your spell slots for. You pick up Enhanced Leap, you pick up Long Strider, just helps you move around very well. And you focus on attacking things with your weapons. That's how I choose to play Eldritch Knight. Oh, okay, he died. Thank you, you're welcome, Gigi. Actually got me with the strength drain. That's annoying. Good deity lets you say you shall not pass at Grove Defense, though. One damage. Forgot to write it when I asked way back. Did you say Eldritch Knight plus Necro Wiz would make for a good Death Knight style build? If so, what level split? I don't think diluting your Eldritch Knight at all is gonna be great. It's like, sure, there's an argument for slapping 4 levels of EK onto certain other things, but like, one of Fighter's biggest strengths is improved extra attack at level 11. One of Eldritch Knight's specifically biggest strengths is getting Eldritch Inertia at level 10. So, like, that leaves you one level to do other things with, and one level of wizard is not really going to do too much for the overall Death Knight vibes. I guess you could make an argument for taking one level of wizard and then you could like elixir cast animate that or something, but like meh. And that wouldn't be necromancy. Yeah, I would recommend against Eldritch Knight there. Hey Nemesis, how are you? If you're focusing on having powerful undead summons, you want 6 levels of Necromancy Wiz. You could slap 6 levels of Cleric on with that. You could slap 6 levels of Spore Druid on with that. 6 levels of Oathbreaker Paladin. But I would say if you're focusing on Necromancy School, you want 6 levels of Wizard. What are the big things you need Long Rest for in Act 3? I have the statue buff already. Long Rest so Mizora shows up to talk about Will's contract. If you are romancing Astarion and you want him to turn you into a vampire after he ascends, you need to long rest enough to have that conversation after you beat Cazador. And then, like, other than that, it's just romance-related stuff. Like the big thing would be getting Mizora to show up to talk about Will's contract. You died? We one-shot that Shadow Curse Dwarf. With Flick of the Wrist. You died? Oh, okay. I never did more than 1 out of EK, so I can improve extra attack. Even then, you're likely better served going full EK unless there's something specific you need from another class, in my humble opinion. Yeah, I agree. Oh, another crit, yay. Reasonable class. I could fight the zombies, I really do want necrotic resistance for that. I could elixir for that, but then I won't be big lady anymore. Well, I'll still be big lady, I won't be large lady. Go for the Gith, I'd rather wait till level 10. Shambling Mound. I have Sorrow somewhere still. 6 Death Cleric, 6 Necro Wiz sound good then? Yeah, that sounds good to me. The second feat I took? Alert. I couldn't decide after like 5 minutes of sitting in the screen, so I took Alert. $11 EK, 1 rogue just for sneak attack, then again fighter big strong. And how much value you're getting out of just a level 1 sneak attack versus what you would get out of an extra feat, for example. Like, sneak attack is good. It's even at level 1, 6 damage, 12 on a crit, 24 with vulnerability, max roll on a crit. That's still absolutely not nothing. If you're just trying to increase your damage, that is a way of doing it. Kill a gold hoarder later? Lady? No, not yet. I'm planning on getting 5,000 gold and just giving it to her. Because that gets you an extra item. And then I'll kill her and get my money back.
This calls for careful footwork.
Oliver ruining my hiding here. Hey, Blue Wraith. Friend wants to play Blade Singer. You have advice on party composition. His playstyle is range, but Brawl's better make it close and playing with him. I would encourage being something tanky because Blade Singer is extremely fragile, extremely squishy. Is very prone to getting just one shot out of the game. So I would encourage doing something on the opposite end of the spectrum, if that makes sense.
Looking ahead. Just out of view. Does this count as adventuring? Caution never hurt. Hope your soul is in good hands.
Throw water around a tank. You could. Barbarian Giant, throw enemies away from him, maybe. You could. It's first two I can think of to support the style. I think Barbarian's a great example there because Barbarians naturally have a lot of HP. While they're raging, they're very beefy. Normally, what I would consider to be one of the few downsides of Giant Barb is how long rest dependent you are. But if you're playing with a Blade Singer, it's likely that they are long rest dependent too. So that is a good combo.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Savage Attacker next for not stupid but consistent stupid damage? Possibly. Nemesis, yeah. Possibly. No smoke powder arrows, right?
Fall by my hand.
Don't really want to deal with it anymore anyway. Gotta clear him out a bit.
Have them ready. I don't need any attention right now. Think you can take me on?
Okay, I have Boots of Striding effect on right now, right? Yeah, I do.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Just gotta land one.
These boots have seen everything.
Oliver, don't ruin this for me.
May the gods take you first. Out of sight, out of mind.
Also running Arcane Trickster because you know it's got sneak attacks and mage hand and nicknamed John Cena for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, you know that's pretty funny actually. Yeah, Arcane Trickster is great.
Time to skulk about.
Arctic, how are you? Love you killing him this way. Me too, Warfieldish. There's builds where it's more consistent, but I just like it. I just like doing it that way. Ironwood Gaming. I know, the Ironwood Club is very good. The item that the Shambling Mount has, I just don't have use for it on this run. Did you not see me? Cooked a tender steak, my mom could eat, no teeth, etc. Oh, that's kind of you. Okay. Bye.
Very well.
Sure, man. Or them, they're not worth XP. I know, but it's a Harper. You think I'm gonna take a chance to not kill a Harper? Hey, Panache. There's not really many people left for me to panache. I'll try to find an interesting spot to do it. We also get a sneak attack increase. Sneak attack is now 5d6. Now that we're level 10, let's go to the Gauntlet of Shar. I'll continue to ignore Raphael because it's funny.
Better be cautious. These sigils, what were they for?
My friend played Rogue in every game he could, says one attack should be enough to do a job. Exactly. Like, Rogue is very good at doing a ton of damage in one hit. And there's a category of player who's very loud, who's like, but extra attack, but extra attack. I'm like, sure, extra attack can be good, but what if you didn't need extra attack because you attacked once and the thing died, you know? Hello.
That's the symbol of Merkel.
What if I miss 50% of my attacks even when I have 95 plus chance to hit? Then you should take measures to make the percentage 100 instead of 95, which is something you can do.
An open tube.
Yeah, what you, Dawdle, and Revan are talking about in the chat. Spaces like the BG3 subreddit are people who talk about the game more than they play the game, so they're very frequently confidently incorrect about how something works because they haven't played.
There's a trap. That disc looks like it can move. But where does it lead?
Just wanted to say hi. I don't know if I said hello today yet. Time is weird. That gay, guys. Hi. It's good to see you. Even if you said hi already, I'll take another one. Hello. 500 XP for being level 10 here.
Looks abandoned.
Shah's warriors must
think it would run Barbarian and Stars Druid for his team then. Warning about Stars Druid, it seems to be causing a lot of game crashes and save file corruption. So if you're not playing in single save, I would recommend playing in custom, so you, like custom honor mode, so you have multiple save slots in case one of them gets borked. Just a warning about Stars Druid, a lot of us here in the challenge running space have been losing runs entirely to just, the game will crash, and then your save file won't load. And the only thing we found that's in common between most of those instances is Stars Druid. So just be aware. But I love the class. Sounds like we're gonna have a blast weaving in and out of melee, so I don't want to run lightning, because not all of us can resist shocking water running, and thanks for the advice. Yeah, thanks for the well-phrased question, Blue Wraith, the thinking out loud. I like the way you think. I've enjoyed chatting with you so far. Because what a lot of people do is ask, like, hey, what's the best class? Or, what should I run? But you ask in a way, okay, this is what my teammate's doing. Is there anything that combines well with that? And that's the specificity is important. You outlined a situation. And that's how we can give good answers. So, it was a good question.
Be wary. This place is
Feet in the stars, rigid rectangular. Is that a brick? How you doing, Black Hat? Is Panache skill useful on solo runs? Yes. So what you can do with Panache is against a neutral target, like outside of combat, you can just charm someone, and then you can attack someone next to them. Like, they'll join the combat too, but they're charmed, they can't target you. So against, let's say, Inquisitor Wargas, before the fight, you could go around panashing all of the Githyanki in the room, except for Wargas, then just go punch Wargas, and nobody else can attack you, because they're all charmed. So as long as you don't hit them, you're good. At least until Panache wears off. But you can also use Panache for advantage on charisma checks and dialogues.
might be useful. Best be on my way. A couple turns should do it.
That's cool, yeah. What's the best build? I don't want to play a support class like Cleric. I'm glary. For the audio-only people, I'm glary. I'm smiling, but I'm glary. I'll do Moon Druid, I won't crash his game. Yeah. It's such a shame, because Stars Druid is so cool. It's so well designed, except for the part where it corrupts your fucking save files. I wouldn't be as upset about it if the class wasn't fun, but it is. I want to get my stars levels, man. I know, Danny. Like, if we were in custom, if we weren't in single save, I would say, fuck it, we ball. But, like... Alright, so, Cleric of Rumsh. Shar is not your mistress. She's worthy of respect. Offer her prayer. This is what's available here if you are a cleric of an evil deity. There is no check here. Just get it.
A pleasurable shiver runs down your spine. You feel as if you've unburdened a troubling thought and forgotten it forever.
The way this works for everyone else, if you are a cleric of Selûne, you automatically fail and get the penalty. Which is you have a dexterity hex placed on you. If you are Shadowheart, who is still loyal to Shar, you roll a religion check, but you have advantage. If you are a warlock, you can choose to roll deception instead of religion. In any other case, it's a DC 14 religion check.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Here we go. Breathe deep and move.
Change up my gear. Elemental fusion. I should consider getting the protection from missiles gloves. Using those. Probably a good idea. Use the AC shoes.
Moving ahead. Out of sight, out of mind. Light on my feet.
I'm gonna switch to Bloodlust here. Let's manage carry weight. I'm carrying way too much shit, man. Ooh. Can't afford to carry around 2 jabbers. Just carry 1. My cruel sting I should have sold already. Initiative plus 11. I'll keep awareness. Guess I don't need the brine right now. Cool. Americans are a panache target if you want to know. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that. That would involve me talking down your gear initially, right? Girlfriend ate from a cup of salsa, left a ton of salsa water, not much salsa. Oh no. Learning a lot from watching you. Hey, I'm glad to hear. Good vibes always? Yeah, Bull Badger. I appreciate that from you too. I could peg here. I think I would rather concentrate on resistance. We're gonna do that. For rest. We haven't done it quite some time. Come on, Bloodlust.
One day I'll catch a break.
You upset my...
Can get them all there in ambush position? Cool. I may do that then. Well, the reason we killed Balthazar's guys is they're gonna lose this fight anyway. We may as well get their XP. This is why I chose resistance. We're allowing the spawns to happen for more XP as well. Bit of focus there to trigger my bloodlust, but I need the spawns to happen anyway. We allow this. DC 10. Part of why I want some Constitution. Just thinking about respecing into it. But with Scimitar, it's actually not Scimitar. I mean, I'll get it to sell it. Because the guy who drops it's XP, but I have no interest in using that item. Oh, bye. Did I turn Uncanny Dodge back on? I may not have. What buckle and they swash? Me. It's me. Oh, this is new. I never had it happen. Lae'zel dies in the Nautilite. She's dead on the beach. Yeah, that's a thing. I do that intentionally on most runs so that I don't have to worry about freeing her from the tieflings in the cage. Now, freeing her and, you know, killing them is a little bit more XP, but it's also super risky because of how early it is, and, like, they can just crit you out of the game. So I usually just eliminate having to deal with that at all by intentionally having Lae'zel die on the Nautilus. A little bit less XP, a little more comfort. Yeah, I didn't turn it back on. It just didn't hit me. Bye. I'm critting so much. This is so nice. Just attacking with advantage, man. Buckling your swash in this economy? Listen, the tariffs have only hit the buckles, not the swashes yet. Tiefling Battle's also Charlatan inspo if you can swing it. So yeah, heavily incentivized to do it on a Charlatan. Because inspo XP is quite large at that point in the game. And also just having inspo points that early is good. We allow that. 0. And 0 on the Beckoning Darkness as well. Turn off sneak attack here. Back on. Look at the spawns are done. I did not take the Awaken buff, so Tadpole powers are on a main action, not a bonus action. Just have to lift yourself up by the buckle straps, exactly. Or work at Walmart, my manager said some of the buckle wrap we sell went from like $5 to 15. It's just so fucking stupid that there's anyone defending that, like, it's so stupid.
Time for some bloody work.
Over here, hard-shouldered scum vestige.
I call it Mr. Carney, put in the good word for you. Yeah, thank you. I can speak. Oh, the tariffs are good. I'm sure the guy who stared directly into the sun in the eclipse is actually playing 4D chess. Yeah, definitely. Dude who bankrupted 5, 6 casinos. At a fake university. Couldn't sell steaks. hates money so much that he got sued for not renting to black people because he's so racist, turned down money. Yeah, surely that guy is a business genius.
Here goes nothing.
I can't spell 4D. You could ask him to, and he would give you a 3-paragraph answer of just whatever his applesauce brain cooked up and his fucking late-stage dementia. Like, if anyone around that guy actually loved him, they wouldn't let him speak in public. But nobody does. And, in fairness, he doesn't deserve to be loved. If it's some benefit for me, stop buying American completely and discovered some really good Canadian alternatives. I do like to hear that in the Orange Kill. Speaking in for hugs, thanks, Rona. Hope you're well. Would you say it's worth taking Devil's Sight at level 2 and grabbing Darkness level 3? In general, yeah. I don't really make a habit of casting Darkness from my Warlock spell slots because you have so few of them per short rest, and you can always get Darkness from an arrow or a scroll. It's nice to have the spell for emergencies, though, but playing to Devil's Sight and Darkness in general is very strong. Bye.
What's in here?
If you're curious why I'm critting so much, I just seem to be rolling a lot of 20s, but I am almost always attacking with advantage, so that's functional, a crit increase. But also, I have enough gear on that I'm critting on an 18, a 19, and a 20. Very high crit chance. I could be doing viciousness and increasing that more.
I'm exhausted.
6 casinos, 19 different businesses, an airline, vodka, can't run a college because of inability to get accredited, caught stealing from a children's charity foundation, cheated on every wife he's ever had, visited no degenerate multiple times, they both all like him young, very much do not like the people who voted for that, family included. Yeah, the Scarlet Heir, yeah. We are completely on the same page. Oh, don't forget that you can call him a rapist, because he is. Because he's found liable for sexual battery. And it was determined in a court that close enough. So, rapist.
Nothing of value comes easy. Overcome my trials.
Sometimes forget to uninstall the crit patch. Yeah. If it's not too much to ask, how did you get down to 18 for crit? Not too much to ask at all. I've got the Covert Cowl. That's -1. Got the Knife of the Undermountain King. That's another -1. There you go. Just these 2 items. Critical hit threshold decreases do all stack together. They all work together. So you can build around crit fishing by getting critical hit threshold reductions. Rolling with advantage functionally works as crit chance as well, especially once you start having some of these threshold reductions. You can add in being a champion fighter for 1. You can be a Hexblade Warlock. Anyone that you have hit with your Hexblade's curse, you also crit 1 lower on them. Elixir of Viciousness, as I mentioned. There's more gear that works as minus crit throughout the game later on. A lot of it is in Act 3. Spell Sniper if you're doing spells. Is there a good class for crit fishing, and is it Rogue? There's a pretty solid argument for doing it on Rogue because of the value you get out of critting on your sneak attack. I'm looking to see if I did hit a sneak attack crit at any point in that fight. Doesn't look like it, but because sneak attack here is 5d6, well, if you crit, that's 10d6. That's a lot of value. And since a lot of your damage is sneak attack, and you only get one sneak attack per turn, you may as well get double the value out of it every turn, right? So if you can ensure, or at least improve the consistency of it being a crit, it's very good. The classes I mentioned, Champion Fighter, Hexblade Warlock, they have an inbuilt crit threshold reduction. You can play Assassin Rogue and just surprise people, and then play around that first round of combat, you get guaranteed crits. That's also an option. But crit fishing is a very viable strategy. It's very good, very effective. Especially in Act 3. There's a lot of gear around it in Act 3. Both increasing the likelihood of the crits and increasing the potency of the crits. Don't have Shadowblade yet for dealing with those shadows. Let's go to the library. Yeah, Rathano. It's extremely predictable behavior, but like, what can we even do with that information at this point? A lot of easily used people who want this shit to all happen. And, like, I don't know. It's hard to feel hopeful about anything. Shadowblade is so crazy since we have Resonant Stone. Shadowblade Resonant Stone is a combo that has been available since before patch 8. It's just Shadowblade was reworked and made more available. It's objectively very strong. Just kind of old news. The book dropped into darkness there.
Can't slow down.
I still Booming Blade for Fire Infusion. Even though there's Thunder immunity, it doesn't matter. I don't know if that was always the case, but on sneak attack set on Don't Ask does additional damage on itself on top of base attack. So yes, that's what we've been doing for out of combat openers a lot of the time. In my Hexblade playthrough, Resonant Stone stopped working in Act 3, still a ton of damage. So it does. It's not that it stops working, Sweetest Roll, it's that Resonant Stone doesn't affect undead. Any undead. So, like, Merkle, Necromites, but then also Cazador, everyone there, Mystic Carrion, everyone there. It works on everything else. It doesn't work on the Murder Tribunal, except for Saravok, because they're all also dead. It just doesn't work on undead. One? Fine. New Pope needs from Chicago. Oh, they picked a guy? Yeah, reason to person out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. Yeah, it's brainwashing. Like, a cult took over the U.S. over the course of a decade, and a bunch of fucking centrists just sat there and watched it happen. Most people claiming to be centrist or right-wing as fuck. True. I mean, centrist in the States is the global right. Like, objectively. Liberals in the States are the global right. We don't really have any actual political power as the actual left here. It doesn't exist. We have, like, 2 people who get regularly shot on by their own party.
Another day, another fight.
Lived. Erica's only chance. Appropriate. Yeah. Erica has no chance. It was fun with acronym. I got the joke, Andy. Kind of more true economically than socially. The entire world's a cesspit of backward social patterns. Well, yeah, we are experiencing a global societal regression. That's absolutely true. But there are some places that are seeing how much of a dumpster fire it is over here in the States and pumping the brakes a little bit. Even the global far right is like, alright, but we could maybe not destroy the entire world economy, though? Like, we could be smarter about this? And, like, that's how fucking crazy things have gotten.
What can silence the night song?
Guys, those guys are like, we're racist, not crazy. I mean, they are also crazy, but there's levels to it.
Quite a spear. Why hide it away?
I think opportunists is better than centrists. I feel like a lot of people don't give a fuck about anything as long as everything's keeping with the status quo, even if that status quo is not sustainable. Well, the reason why I'm particularly choosing the label of centrist here is because you have a lot of efforts to appeal to this hypothetical moderate that doesn't exist. Like, and even if it did, let's break that down. What is the moderate point? What is the direct midpoint between I think that people should have basic human rights and fuck you, you exist to feed my vanity, my greed. You as a human are not valued. I'm going to own everything that you have, everything that you are, and eliminate your personhood at every possible opportunity. What is the midpoint between those two things? Just not giving a shit? I guess? But, like... Only some people deserve rights as the midpoint. So let's look at people who fit that particular bill in current American politics. Let's look outside of the group that identifies themselves as the right. California governor, he was awful quick to throw trans people under the bus. At least he's not using, you know, the entire film industry as a bargaining chip to set up a 2028 run. At least he's not doing that, right? Huh? Oh. Okay. Opportunist is a label that fits. But I think it's pretty interchangeable with people who identify themselves as centrists, as moderates. And yes, they're fascists. There's degrees to it, as with all things, there's nuance. But they're fascists. The shoe fits. But if our middle, our political center here is fascism, we're fucking cooked.
There's something out there. I can feel it.
We're always fucking cooked. At least now I get baked while I'm cooked. As long as you can afford it, yeah. Have you ever looked at a history textbook from the 1980s talking grade school or high school? I believe some science and health books that I had in elementary, middle school were from the late 80s, yeah. It's 11. So your gear has 16 dex plus 8. The lowest he can roll on, or the highest he can roll on initiative, excuse me, is a total of 12. If I have plus 11, the lowest I can roll is 12. The problem with that is we have the same dexterity. So if we tie, he wins. So I do still need one more initiative here. So we're going to put on the Bow of Awareness to get to a total of plus 12. Straight up propaganda out of the North Korean model? Yes. Especially down here in the Deep South. Well, you have... Here in 2025, you have a lot of current strategy was out of the Reagan-era playbook, and they're just doing it against an even dumber populace after a couple decades of whittling down the education system across the entire country. So now you have states, you know, teaching shit that happened 5 years ago that the entire world watched, just teaching a different version. January 6th is being taught in a very different way over in Oklahoma. And we all saw that shit live. It was 5 years ago. 4 years ago, even. This whole idea that, oh, it could never happen. Having that idea means they've already won. And yeah. It's really freaky watching all the stuff that happens in America right now from Europe. I hope it doesn't get as bad as it is here over there. I really hope that the implosion happening here prevents it from happening elsewhere. People shouldn't have to suffer. I don't want this shit to spread. The Americans just in the ground. Panache. Charm.
Don't waste a step.
Panache. Boarding American.
May the gods take you.
An action refresh. That's nice. I don't have the right amulet on. Do I have Luck of the Far Realms available right now? Oh, I do. This could be a hot take. Sometimes feels like all the freedoms we have in the U.S. is biting us in the ass. I don't think that's a hot take at all. People are so used to a certain level of comfort that they don't believe that could ever change. So it makes them very easy targets for just taking their rights away in front of them, and they don't fucking do anything. They'll happily vote in the same guy who got 1 million people killed last time he was in office. A literal million. But you know, it's not a figurative million, a literal million. Deciding if I want to equip Amulet of Branding, give him Vuln. No, I think I just go for the attack.
Try me.
Half is good.
On my way.
One candy dodge this turn. Fine. I got the surprise round. Booming Blade revealed him. One of the biggest things hardly gets mentioned. It's like we collectively forgot that. Because it's... That's something I attribute to the team sports structure of American politics, where it's not mentioned unless it can help you win an election. And if it could help you lose an election, it's definitely not mentioned. Like, that's why you had the Biden administration declare that the pandemic was over when it wasn't fucking over. Re-election. So yeah, the fact that Trump got 1 million people killed, no one fucking thinks about it, because that was in the past. That was the last election cycle. I'm agitated. The vaccine got whipped up so fast was a bit concerning. It didn't get whipped up fast. It's one of the most vetted things. Like, they did not rush that shit. They poured a ton of resources into that. Oh, buy your gear. I think he's okay. I can set that away for now. There we go. So the Hoarding Marigan is still charmed, so I don't have to worry about it attacking me. Thanks, Panache. This one's also charmed for far less time, but that's okay. It'll take a while for the Displacer Beast to get to me. I almost want to go for a Thunder Wave. I don't think that'd be productive. So we're gonna try to remove you from the board. You can't opportunity attack me because Swashbuckler stuff. You should die to Booming Blade. Patch number. Patch 19 will fix it. Oh, I need to Blade Ward? I could put on Unworthy and be fine, but then the Displacer Beast can still meaningfully damage me. I have 27 AC, I have Uncanny Dodge, I don't really need to worry about these clowns. They have Sentinel. So they're all gonna attack me. I should have rested and gotten stage right back. They're all gonna attack me when I attack any one of them here. I'll use one action on Blade Ward buffering. Oh, maybe they're just not gonna because I fucking one-shot them. Okay. Cool. Almost enough damage to Bloodlust off of this one. I did just realize I have Bloodlust on. I should have changed elixirs. Cloud Giant for your gear would have been better, but oh well. Yeah, we'll Blade Ward buffer here. Definitely agree on that last part. Pandemic, the most important thing is to vaccinate. Do your best to help people who can't take those steps to keep themselves safe. Correct. There are some people who are especially vulnerable to highly communicable diseases like that. People who have weakened immune systems. Hi, I'm one of them. There's degrees to that. I am not the most immunocompromised person in my family, but there are people who are near and dear to me who are especially vulnerable. And they are only as safe as the populace is willing to make them. It's not about, oh, well, just stay inside forever. Like, you expect someone to live their lives like that? What if they have to go out to a doctor's appointment, and they go to said doctor's appointment, and there's a bunch of dumbasses in the fucking lobby spreading that shit? I'm not talking about real-life experience here. It totally isn't a real anecdote. Like, it costs you nothing to just give a shit about someone else's safety. It's harder to disregard. At least it should be. Andy, thank you for the 3 months. Very kind. Please repulsor this would be so satisfying. You're right, it would be. I'm tempted. Back in the pandemic makes my eyes roll back. Yeah, but again, like I mentioned earlier, previous administration declared the pandemic over long before
for a day.
it's still going. COVID's still a real problem that's still killing people. But no one wants it to be ongoing, so they pretend. It's exhausting. Funny should I have the pandemic, how people handled it after simmered down. Go to conventions, law required, take COVID tests to get in. People with vax cards got a no issue. People seem to forget. The vax doesn't mean you can't get it and carry it. Well, it's a public safety thing. Dark Spectre. It's people who have been vaccinated typically experience a much more minor version of the illness, and also the idea behind people being vaccinated is to limit the impact on everybody. It's a collective thing. Obviously, for some individuals, you might still have a severe case. You might have an adverse reaction to something that is still almost universally helpful. Those edge cases exist, no one's saying they don't. But it's like a collective benefit thing. Like you are saving lives by participating. Walked into a healthcare conversation, this is my comfort zone. Welcome in, Obliviate. Yeah, just a light convo. We're not harming others rather than saving. Splitting hairs, it's pedantic, but you could call it that. I think I will shield here. The reason why I chose to shield here is I couldn't guarantee that I wouldn't get pushed off and take fall damage here. Good thing I'm not wearing Amulet of the Unworthy. I think what I'm going to do here is use a Featherfall scroll in case they push me. And I'm going to buffer another Blade Ward. Hoarding American is still charmed, so I don't have to deal with it yet. No mods run? Only cosmetic mods. Otherwise vanilla. I just have a mod to make Buff Lady even more buff. I can see my reaction point on the toolbar. We gave Withers big naturals, we gave Elminster big naturals. I'm gonna say an armor set looks so good. Yeah, this is actually vanilla armor. This is the Helldusk armor. And the Covert Cowl. All vanilla gear. Four turns left on Panache there. You're down to 3. I do think Repulsor's a good click. The Hoarding American won't be charmed anymore, though. Need to avoid that. So we're going to turn off Sneak Attack. We're going to turn off Call the Weak. No, it's already off. I want to ensure that I get a kill here. Turn these back on. The Displacer Beast poses the most threat here. But I can just remove the Marigans by critting. Still have 2 turns of Blade Ward. Gaping Wounds on you. Where's the Sentinel attack? Yeah, Sentinel only works on allies that don't have Sentinel. So I don't have to worry about Sentinel as long as I'm attacking the Marigans themselves. Looks sick, seems a little tasteless. No. Talk your shit. All the weak is on now. How many turns on Charm on the Hoarding Marigan? The reason why I'm so afraid of this one is I don't know what scrolls are in its inventory, and it will cast them. We'll just crit again. Keep critting, you know? The secret is always crit. Critting on 18 right now? Yes. 18 is a crit, 19 is a crit, 20 is a crit, and I'm attacking with advantage basically every time. Two turns. Used your action to equip your weapon again. Plan for this turn is I have to kill the Hoarding Marigan. APC, always be critting. A little complicated with me getting displaced there. Alright, new plan. Kill you. Crit. What did you have? Conjure Elemental, Planar Binding. Okay, nothing relevant, but still good to be careful. And there's another crit. So we never spoke to Raphael, so he's fucked off by now. Less XP to do it that way, I just find it funny. Too bad they don't use Conjure Elemental if they have it, yeah. Where's your advantage coming from in that fight? I get advantage for a bit after I do dirty tricks. Also, Knife of the Undermountain King will give me advantage against a target that is not illuminated.
So much blood. What the hell's has been happening here?
You cumbered again. Excuse me. There we go. XP loss isn't that bad in some situations, considering how quick you can hit 12. Yeah. I'm big on XP optimization. I really like squeezing a lot out of the game, seeing how well I can route. It's just a satisfying thing. But sometimes I'll sacrifice a little bit for either something funny or something comfortable or out of just forgetfulness. Normally I run solo honor almost exclusively. I play either solo honor or I do co-op runs with other honor mode challenge runners. I don't play anything below honor mode anymore. Haven't in, I don't know, like a year and a half. I've done a lot of runs. Miss coal mining, those are the coziest 3 to 5 hours. Coal mining's certainly a thing that exists. DJ helmet's better, but like it doesn't look good. You gotta stick with Covert Cowl for the style. Which build runs have you completed? Second link there is to my VODs channel. It's unedited stream stuff. All organized by playlists. I have done a lot of runs. Something around like 50. Played every class, not every subclass, but I've done different kinds of challenges. I've done level 1 on 2 different classes. I've done a no-hit run. I've done a run where I wasn't allowed to hide, jump, fly, use magic unless it was from an item I had equipped, or use tadpoles. I've done a run where I did the game in reverse act order. I did a run where I was a Starian, but I had like vampire rules, so I couldn't enter places uninvited. I had to worry about the sunlight. That kind of stuff. I've done a lot of runs. That was yesterday, the 4-player honor run. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Before I do this fight, I'm going to go grab some water. Reverse act order, how does that work? I use the script extender console to teleport my character from the beginning of the game to Act 3. And then I had to start Act 3 at level 1 with no gear, and then complete Act 3. And then I went to Act 2 at level 1 again, but I kept some of my gear and buffs. And then I had to complete Act 2. And then I went to Act 1. It was fun. But yeah, I'll be RP.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Okay, I'm back. I went to get water, and then, Cat decided he wanted my water, so I drank like half the bottle and then gave him the other half. Oh, hang on. I also grabbed a green tea, though, because sometimes that happens, so I foresaw it. Yeah, Cat, hello. It's getting warmer. Trying to be better about staying hydrated. Failing, but trying. Alright. What do we got? Still haven't finished my first playthrough, stuck on Act 3, so all the politics are so overwhelming. Challenge runners just so fun to watch. Love to hear that. And yeah, your first playthrough is the only first playthrough you get. So good on you for enjoying your experience. No need to rush it.
Can't risk being in open view. That's a friendly looking shadow.
First run so magical? Yeah. I make no secret of the fact I was ugly crying at the end of the game on my first playthrough. This wasn't streamed, but I was, it was not single manly tear stuff. I was crying.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Got so attached to everyone. Yeah. I'm a crier, not looking forward to that. it was a good feeling, if that makes sense. A lot of sense of connection, as Tenkaichi Budokai pointed out. And it's good to feel a sense of connection to a story you're spending a lot of time making your way through. Right. That one being there is annoying. Scammed? Okay, the game told me that would work. I didn't want to use all my void bulbs, but here we are.
Just out of view.
Don't talk about Red Dead 2 still. Yeah, that's another one where that hits hard. Wish I could feel the joy of my first playthrough again when I do new runs. Totally understandable. Solo non-dirge Orin question. How do you peeps avoid the combo of Fearful from Orin and Ball's Edict equals auto death? I try to game out how I do it. I've only done dirge solo. Getting hit with that combo, no way to protect against the fear seems problematic. Well, you hit on part of it. You can just be protected from the fear. There's a few things that do give you immunity to that. The Cerebral Citadel armor, the heavy armor under the Elf Song Tavern, you can use that. The Hero's Feast spell, you can use that. I don't remember the verdict on Saravok's helmet, whether that one works or not. Don't remember. But there's a couple ways to have immunity. Also, Piercing Growl is a Constitution save, so having very good con saves helps provide a buffer. You have Amulet of Greater Health for that. Anointed in Splendor, Helm of Baldurin. You get Resistance spell, either from your class or from wearing the Armor of Persistence. You've got the Blessed Statue, you've got the Ring of Protection, all that stuff. You can have very good con saving throws. But also, Ball's Edict only happens while the cultists are chanting, so you can just stop them from chanting. Now, just stop them, Forehead. But, like, you have a few ways of going about that. One, they can't chant if they're dead. So you could just kill them all on the first turn, or first 2 turns. Because Orin's not going to directly act on her first turn if you get a surprise round. Not because she's surprised, just because she uses her turn to transform. So you have 2 turns to act to kill all of the cultists. Alternatively, you can use Hypnotic Pattern, and that stops them. You can use Silence, and that stops them too. So as long as you, in some substantial way, disrupt all of the cultists that are chanting, the Boon of Ball will be removed from the turn order. And that will stop Orin from being buffed up with the Unstoppable stacks. It'll stop Ball's Edict from going out. So that's my preferred method. Sell that. Izal can hold that. What else is there to do in the gauntlet? I guess we could go do self-same trial. Going to equip the Amulet of the Unworthy. Equip everything else.
I'll give it a shot.
The vault contains an ancient.
Now my copy will be spawned in with nothing equipped except for that, which means they have bludgeoning vulnerability. We're going to use a training sword. It's the only finesse bludgeoning weapon in the game. We have a bludgeoning damage sneak attack.
Softer than a whisper. Should mind my step.
Appreciate the tips. Thank you. Of course, Levon. Always. Damn, you swole. Is she big lady? It's great.
Like an ambush.
Perception successful. Big lady? Yeah, big lady. Wouldn't it be crazy if, big lady? Bye.
Best be on my way.
Close fight? Yeah, I think so too. Still have bow wise. You know about the training sword, cool stuff? Yeah. You can find a few of them throughout the game, but it is the only type of weapon that has finesse and is bludgeoning damage. There's always an invis scroll on this corpse. I didn't get Callous Glow Ring. Hopefully that's fine.
Another bowl. There.
What am I supposed to do? To be cautious. Best be on my way.
It's actually illegal to see me. You just remember where that scroll is. A lot of hours. A lot of hours. And combined findings of a lot of people here in the challenge running community. How many hours you got now? Let me look. Started the session 4,702.6. So, add 6 hours to that. 4,709? Successfully cleared the Grove and the Underdark with 1 death to Ethel, 1 death to Big Eye Fucker. Common places to lose runs. Not too many then, just average. Hate how the integration no longer works. Me too. It has been broken for everyone since patch 8. I am hopeful that Larian knows about it and plans on doing something about it. I don't know. I know they've been wanting to move on for a while, but I hope they don't leave that in the state it's in. I haven't been in the morgue yet, have I? Let's go do that. Well, I have my 350 hours just playing around with cosmetic mods. How dare you have fun and enjoy a facet of the game that there's a lot of layers to. Boo. Boo. Fun. Now do your thing. That is no less legitimate than any other way to spend those hours. We back? Yeah, Lily Zero. How are you? Wonder how much it costs for them to keep the extension running. Can't imagine just exists for free. This could end up being something similar as EchoCast Gauge, where they just decide they don't want to pay to maintain it after the content cycle, which would suck. I'm hoping it isn't that.
Seems simple enough.
If I told you I had to pull my monitor a foot closer just to see those details, I would respect you even more. Commitment to your craft, you know?
That's curious.
Losing EchoCast was so sad. Extremely. Most of my hours are from trying different hats and boots combinations on Astarion. Only hats and boots. I see we found Danny's alt account. We'll go Alien Fusion and Shadow Cloaked. Here looks correct.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Me, I think. Ever play that game, Anthem? I was so sad they abandoned it. Sure, it had a rough launch. I feel like it had so much potential if they let them keep working on it. Yeah, I know a couple people who are still sad over what happened with Anthem. Mm-hmm. One at 1 HP is a good bloodlust target. I'm gonna try to save that for another round. Just keep critting, you know? If you ever need more damage, simply crit again. Hope this helps. Yeah, just roll good. What Anthem taught me is to think twice from there on out about any games attached to EA. Good lesson to learn.
Always room for more.
Dad, I can't wait to sleep.
Oh yeah, I should long rest at some point. I just need to long rest at some point before the end of the act so I can get the Shadow Blade ring.
Don't give me trouble now.
I guess also for like Lae'zel romance scenes or whatever.
Something over there.
The 17th or disadvantage, okay. Picking up the loot here. The reason why we detoured here while we were doing the gauntlet is so I can have the Eversight ring. So I can be exceptionally lazy in the Gauntlet of Shar. Do I have a staff or something? Hey Maniki, thank you for the 54 months. Really appreciate that. Always good to see you.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Any more damage?
Something good here, I hope.
Alright, now back to the gauntlet.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag old.
Quag old. I feel that, man. lulls rise. Think of the prime in the 14 months.
Quag Chad Quag Scratch CHADSIRE.
Thank you very much. Is the new Death Cleric strong? Is it possible to make a 8 Death Cleric 4 Hexblade? It's absolutely possible. I mean, you know you can do it. And Death Cleric is strong, Hexblade is strong, that would be strong.
Another bowl bearing this.
What am I supposed to do?
Alright, I hate this room. So do this. All these subs today, it's very much appreciated. And Lucky Quinn, it doesn't work for anyone right now. Since the patch, it just doesn't work. But if you have questions, feel free to let me know. How do you handle the Wisdom Charisma mix? I'm not really a Wisdom believer. I would just not do Wisdom. Like, here's the thing. The Reaper feature you get at level 1 of Death Cleric that allows you to target 2 things with your Necromancy cantrips, you can just take Bone Chill from your Warlock levels and then cast your Charisma-based Bone Chill and benefit from Reaper. Like, you could just skip Wisdom. As long as Warlock is your more recently spec'd class, so like you start Cleric and then go Warlock, then you can just ignore Wisdom entirely. I do 8 Wisdom Cleric very regularly. Cleric is my favorite class. And I don't take Wisdom. Cat. Hello. Kevin? Yeah, that was Kevin.
That disc is moving. Might be useful to navigate this place.
I believe Wisdom, an old wise man just died. So when building with mental stats in this game, you gotta keep in mind what it actually does. You'll see people often cite that Wisdom is a lot of saving throws. But with those saving throws, it's either things that you don't care about, or things that it's better to just go in with immunity for. Like, you're not going to risk your life on a saving throw against Hold Person when you could just be immune to Hold Person, right? So then that leaves you, okay, what is Wisdom doing specifically for your class? And for Cleric, it's the difficulty class of your spells that have that component and your accuracy on your attack rolls that come from your Cleric spellbook. So it's your accuracy of your Guiding Bolts, your Inflict Wounds, your Contagion, and if you took Bone Chill, it's that. Then it's the difficulty class on, you know, anything that enemies make saving throws against from your Cleric spellbook as well. But let's look at what some of those things are. Spirit Guardians, do you truly care if someone passes or fails on that? Because they took damage either way, and they had their movement speed reduced either way. And you still got value out of using your movement speed to do damage. You don't really care. If you are placing a Guardian of Faith, or casting Aid, or casting Hero's Feast, or casting Sanctuary, Protection from Evil and Good, Calm Emotions, none of those things have any sort of saving throw associated. So do you need Wisdom? No. It's just number of prepared spells, and each Cleric domain gets always prepared spells. Death Domain gets some really crazy good ones. You get False Life, Ray of Sickness, which, you know, is not the best spell by any means, but it's still a ranged attack roll and a damage type that isn't as resisted as people think it is. Remember, as Death Domain, you can also, you have Reaper, as mentioned before. So if you were to do that Hexblade combination and take Bone Chill from one of your Warlock level ups, you can just twin the Charisma based one, and you don't need Wisdom. I don't really care about Wisdom.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
There's a couple times where I'll take it, but Cleric almost never. Know anything about D&D? Cast a big enough fireball, you win. Good thing you don't, Rabbit. Good thing you don't. How are you? Okay, what else we got? Cloaker? Let's go do Cloaker. Does the cantrip work? Would Bone Chill use Wisdom or Charisma? Can you choose? So if you have Bone Chill from both spellbooks, you can choose which one. But if you have it from your Warlock, it is always Charisma. If you have it from your Cleric, it is always Wisdom. So what I was saying is you just skip taking it from the Cleric level. You pick up things like Blade Ward, and Guidance, Resistance, all the defensive stuff that doesn't care about your spellcasting attribute. And then you pick up the stuff that you want to scale off of your Charisma from Warlock. So if you took a Bone Chill from Warlock, it's Charisma. Thank you, you're welcome. I'm level 5 wizard. I cast Fireball. Spells from items, it's the latest new class. Spells from items, it is latest new class with very few exceptions. So Rogue and Fighter do not change your spellcasting stat unless you took their spellcasting subclass. So like, you can add Rogue, doesn't change it. You can add Fighter, doesn't change it. If you take Arcane Trickster or Eldritch Knight, changes it to Int. But everything else, yes, most recent level 1 determines your gear spellcasting stat. Taking Swashbuckler, make your spell save DC Charisma for scrolls remains Int. Charisma is just what you scale your 3 dirty tricks off of, nothing else.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
How's it with the shock and grasp you get from Warcaster? I guess it would be the spellcasting. It would be either your most recent one or the stat of the class that you took Warcaster in. So like if you took it Cleric level 4, it's probably Wisdom, but I don't actually know the answer to that. That's worth testing, looking in your combat log after you do it and see what it used. I'm not sure of the answer there. Am I worried? No. No, fine. eating and shitting at the same time is just being efficient, and that's true. Then an updated Throwbarian build, Giant, people still use Zerker for Frenzy Throw, thinking of doing Evil, Karlak, Minthara, Lesbians ruled the world run for patch 8. So, Berserker has always been kind of bad as far as subclass value goes. It's just popular. But I will tell you that literally everything that matters, Giant does better than Berserker. It's like almost just like swap it out, full replace. You don't get your bonus action throw till level 10, but it's still just better, even if you don't go that far, even if you did something like a 6-4-2 or a 6-3-3 split. Giant Barb giving you Elemental Cleaver gives you a lot of mechanical options. Gives you more damage, gives you customization over what damage type that bonus damage is, lets you throw some things you couldn't normally throw for favorable damage types. You have your kick when you're outside of rage, whereas Berserker doesn't get anything when they're outside of rage. I mean, you could kick in or out of rage, but Berserker has no features unless they're raging. You double your rage bonus on your damage when you throw things in giant form as well, so it's also just more damage all the time, even without Elemental Cleaver. Giant is very good for throwing builds. Did they not see a role where Moan can hurt me? That's funny. Okay.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Thank you, appreciate it, of course. And the animations for Giant are very good, that's true. Do a run with the Glut spell mod so we can see you doing an army and testing things? Maybe at some point. Maybe.
Any attention right now?
Yeah, let's go to last site and purchase I have to make. Because you don't cook your chicken, perchance? Yes, that is true of Rabbit. Perchance.
If you're all right,
The worst kind of cocking failure. Robbit. Cocking failure Robbit sounds like... Is that a FromSoft boss? That's probably a FromSoft boss. What kind of weapon does Cocking Failure Robbit use, chat? His giant head, iron balls. I was thinking like a great club, just obvious overcompensation. Big old bonk stick. Like that Skelly's just rocking the tree? Yeah. Your Bladesinger impression would be multi-class it. My impression of Bladesinger is that it is comfortably the worst multi-class in the game. I actively dislike it. It's extremely clunky. It brings nothing of value to the table that you can't get through a better avenue, and I strongly recommend against playing it unless you are just in it for the vibes and you know it's not going to be great. It just isn't good. You can make it work because you can make everything work. If you're going to play it, I would highly, highly recommend multi-classing to eliminate as many of the weaknesses as possible, similar to Paladin, except, you know, Paladin's better than Bladesinger. You get your extra attack at level 6. If you go with a Barbarian dip, then in Act 3 you'll have Amulet of Greater Health, adding +6 to your armor class, as well as giving you all that HP. So if you're running around unarmored, that's good. You could take Stars Druid dip, except don't do that, because Stars Druid crashes your game. Never mind, disregard that. You could take Sorcerer for meta magic, for having more spell slots to fuel your blade singing. You can take Paladin for, you know, having smites to use off your extra attack. Take Hexblade to do more damage. You could take Cleric to pick up gear proficiencies you can't use, but also have more spells. Things like Spirit Guardians, maybe. Might be the biggest insult to Bladesinger Quag could ever give. Yeah, Bladesinger just isn't good, Shamanaris. It just isn't. If you are going to play a caster that has extra attack, there's 2 subclasses of Bard that do that already. That are actually good. They get it at the same level even, level 6. Just play that. It's better. It's really bad. You think it's possible to do solo on a run in white gear at any class? Yes. I mean, Say did it with no gear, not just white gear, no gear. What about pure martial classes, for example? Absolutely. Remember, a fighter gets improved extra attack, and they get that extra feat. So you can mitigate things like your overall squishiness with, you can pick up tough, you can pick up heavy armor master. That's a ton of HP, ton of DR, and then you care a lot less about the amount of damage you're taking. And you, of course, have the option of doing things like Eldritch Knight with special arrows, and imposing disadvantage with Eldritch Inertia at level 10. So then you just do a ton of damage as well. Rogue Sneak Attack doesn't care about your gear at all. So you just play hit and run Rogue. You do a real big sneak attack if you use the rest of your stuff to move so no one can see you. And you just play that way. You can do that with Monk as well. Same thing as Rogue, really. You have so much damage that doesn't really care much about your gear. You just be fine. With Barbarian, again, you can put so much damage on that it doesn't matter what you're doing. Like, you could throw a regular dagger and still do incredible damage. Very doable. Every class, I would say. Quag says Bladesinger over Paladin. Bladesinger worse than Paladin. You know, Larian did not cope with it whatsoever. Yeah. Just... Bladesinger isn't good. So I used protection from missiles from the glove's tally cells, imposed disadvantage on the archers, but also if they hit me, half damage. That does stack with resistance if I choose to get resistance, but I'm not bothering. So the most damage they could do, they can do up to 12. So divided by 2, 6. And I have Heavy Armor Master, which is 3 damage reduction. And then I have Helldusk Armor, which is 3 damage reduction. Their arrows can't damage me. Let's make a Bladesinger Paladin be extra cursed. That's what I was doing on my run with Mark. Not sure if I got that, maybe some of it. No, it's doing it. It works because everything works. Alright, the Crusader spawned. We want this guy to spawn because 1, fun fight. 2, bunch of XP. DC 10, that's unfortunate. You know, Eldritch Strike works with special arrow saving throws, something different. Yeah, Eldritch Strike imposes disadvantage on all saving throws. It tells you next spell, it's lying. It's all saving throws. If Eldritch Knight hits someone once, they have disadvantage on everything. They don't save against the effect either. Yeah, it's just... They can actually damage me now, but whatever. Ones are the must-try new class in your opinion in terms of uniqueness and fun. If Stars Druid wasn't causing game crashes and save corruption, I would say that. I really like the design of that. I really enjoyed Arcane Archer. Very, very fun. Highly recommend that. Swashbuckler as well. X-Blade's cool. I wouldn't say it's doing too much unique stuff until you get into the summons you can get from it. The ghosts you can get starting at level 6. Shadow Sorcerer is really cool. In large part because of its summon. Yeah, that's where I'm at on those. Why are you not reacting to Psionic? Because I need to keep my reaction so that Uncanny Dodge doesn't turn off. The way Uncanny Dodge works is it'll stay as long as I have my reaction available. So, someone hits me, I take half damage. If I still have my reaction, then the next person hits me, I take half damage. Watched you for a couple weeks now, just wonder if you're ever at risk of losing in your runs. Always seems like you have most optimal gear, whatnot, your run's basically a repeating path. I'm at risk of losing runs sometimes, Omar. The last time that I lost a run was, I took a risk. It was actually in the morgue. So, the zombies that I fought a little bit earlier today, that I mentioned I wanted to wait until I had necrotic resistance. The reason why I'm so cautious around them is they're the last thing that ended a run for me. I was doing a wild shape build, and one of those zombies crit me, knocked me out of my wild shape, and my HP was so low that the second one hit me and I was just dead. I do lose runs. I'm on a decent streak right now because I'm not really doing anything too challenging for my level of experience with the game. I'm not really doing too much in the way of additional restrictions. So it's the experience doing the work. All this for XP? Yeah. Hey, give me your weapon. Thank you. Can I be hit? Yes. I only have 24 AC. They can roll up to 27. The Crusader with the sword is able to roll up to 29 or 28. What does he roll without a sword? 3 less. Yeah, everyone in this room can hit me. See, I just got hit, but like I have a lot of damage reduction, so it's unlikely to damage me. I have Heavy Armor Master, I have Uncanny Dodge. They're most likely just doing 0. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about when I say that Rogue is the tankiest class in the game. Because you can stack Uncanny Dodge with other damage mitigation effects, and then just, like, it doesn't matter if they hit you or not. Yeah, I took 2. They must have high rolled. Yeah, they rolled 8 out of 10. So I took 2 damage. This gets even stronger later in the game when I have access to Force Conduit without having to gear swap. When I have access to Blade Ward without having to maintain it actively. It only gets tankier. Backflashing these guys is really good, because Beckoning Darkness is a 4th level spell. But I'm keeping my reaction for Uncanny Dodge. Because I have Necrotic Resistance, because I have 3 damage reduction to all things, and because I have Uncanny Dodge, Beckoning Darkness can barely hurt me either. I think Duel's Prerogative would be good for Swashbuckler, yes. For having shield on, depends on the situation. In Act 3, I probably use Duel's Prerogative. Because I'll be able to get critical hit immunity in my helmet slot from either Grimskull Helm or Helm of Baldurin, and then I'll just throw on Duel's Prerogative. Very good weapon. Say pretty much any build with heavy armor can do this with Rippling Force Mail and a source of crit protection. Yeah, that's true. Rippling Force Mail, that Force Conduit access, real good. Yeah, I took 1 damage. Yeah, if they roll a 5 or less, they don't hurt me. Also, they've only chipped at my temp HP. They haven't actually hurt me. Just not actively maintaining Blade Ward and Tail. A little too curious for my own good. There's a couple ways you can just be passively applying the Blade Ward effect to yourself. An armor that Damon sells in Act 3, the Armor of Persistence, you just have Blade Ward while you have it equipped. So, that's an option. It's also heavy armor, it has 2 damage reduction, so it fits very nicely here. The other option you have is the Reviving Hands, sold by Vicar Humbletoes in Act 3. Apply Blade Ward to anyone that you heal. And unlike the gloves that Zevlor can give you earlier in the game, the Reviving Hands count you as a valid target. So if you have something healing you every turn, you're getting Blade Ward at the start of every one of your turns. Or 2 turns. So, all the time. So a popular combo is Helm of Baldurin, because it gives you AC, gives you crit immunity, boosts your saving throws, and heals you every turn. And then Reviving Hands. You also have the option of, technically, starting from level 6, you can just get as many universal resistance elixirs as you want and just always be cycling one in combat. It lasts for 10 turns, and it's resistance to everything, but that's very expensive and not really practical. It's amazing I've got several hundred hours of game time learning new stuff all the time. Yeah, Bull Badger, I'm learning new stuff basically every day, like multiple times a day. And I'm closing in on 5,000 hours. Error 4 boss, the stream's a lot more chill than the last. Yeah, I'm more laid back when it's just me. What I learned recently? Let's see. Trade told me something about how panache works today, and I used it to my advantage while I was fighting, when I was setting up for the Gear fight. So I tried something I'd never tried before, and learned that I like it. There's that. I didn't do this in a good order to get Bloodlust going. Wasn't paying attention. Okay, just take your mace. Because it's funny. Heavy armor, you could also use the armor from damage to the perma effect. Yeah, I mentioned that first, Iceberg. That was the first of the 3 ways that I mentioned. Weapons are. No, you're good. How dare you spread information. Accurate information. Boo. Hiss. You're fine. Took 2, took 0, took 0. Took 0. I keep forgetting to put the Vivacious Cloak on, but I guess it's fine that I don't have it on because I'm doing Bloodlust right now. Hungry? Might be hungry. What am I eating for dinner today? That's a good question. Is your AC just really high? Is another factor why they're missing so much? I mean, the AC is not particularly high. I would need 28 to be unhittable here. They're not always missing me, though. A lot of it is they're just hitting me for 0 damage. Hit me for 0, hit me for 0, hit me for 0, hit me for 2. Darkness is annoying. Alright, we're good now. When you play Hexblade, you use Pact of the Blade, sacrifice the extra attack for the Hex weapon. I personally take Pact of the Blade. It's a second chance to apply Hexblade's Curse from your weapon. It just makes the most sense. Pact of the Chain, you're not really getting anything super relevant. Like, you can go get Shovel. Sure, she'll never get extra attack if you're not Pact of the Chain, but, like, you can just still have almost everything you'd get out of Pact of the Chain. Like, the Imp is got some use cases over a Quasit, but minimal. Pact of the Tome's cool, but it's long rest gated stuff for its higher level features. It's initially just some cantrips, which are some useful cantrips to have, but then the higher level thing is just once per long rest uses of some useful spells. But I value that a lot less than Pact of the Blade extra attack. Pact of the Blade sacrifice the Hex Blade? No. Yeah, Life Drinker is very good for a level 12 feature. Yeah, Spawn's finished a while ago. I could speed this up by using a haste scroll on myself and equipping gear for 1 more AC. That would get me to the AC where I'm unhittable, and then I would have an extra action every turn. I probably should do that. Right now they can't hit me. Or they have 1 roll that can hit me, I should say. They can barely hit me. Can do this indefinitely? No, the spawns are limited. The spawns have already stopped a while ago. I guess Beckoning Darkness could technically DC 10 me, but I don't care if I go lethargic, I just lose a turn. They can't really kill me here. After this fight, I'll lockpick the door here to get Callous Glow Ring. These are the final Radiant Retort enemies, so no longer a thing we'll have to think about. Cool thing about doing something like this with haste plus bloodlust is I can Booming Blade for each of those actions. You can't Booming Blade more than once on one action, even with extra attack, unless you're using 2 turn orders. So just being able to, you know, Booming Blade, and then I can Booming Blade, and if that Booming Blade got a kill, then I get a 3rd one. Nice. Just crit. They have Living Shadow, which makes this a little awkward. Should be using the Shadow Blade here, but I didn't go and actually rest to get the ring. They resist everything except Force, Radiant, Psychic. Unless I turn a light on, but if I turn a light on, I'm not attacking with advantage anymore. And also, I'm less likely to crit. I'll put the light down. More damage. Save? That's a good idea, Nightbot. Does two-weapon fighting work for dual crossbows? Yes. One just gave up? Okay. Six turns of haste left. Not sure if anyone knows, is the Twitch extension made by Larian or is it outsourced third party? I do not know. Happy Zero, welcome in. How we doing? Doing well. Having a good day so far, I think. Making good progress on this run. We were level 8 at the start of the stream. Level 10. Maybe finish Act 2 today. Maybe. What your favorite clothing mod you've seen from this game be? The Fear Tailor's Camp Clothes one is pretty good. I would recommend the one that doesn't have buffs on the clothes, but there's a lot of options. I like having options. Yeah, I would highlight this as a showcase of you don't need extra attack to have good action economy on a martial character. There's other ways to get there. Glad for you to be here, lurking. I appreciate the lurk. It's a third party? Hmm.
Might be useful.
Cool. That was a good chunk of XP. We'll be killing Balthazar's allies, minus him. Maybe right now? Not by right now, I mean after I'd pick this lock. Clubs of Power, Graceful Claw. We'll cast Guidance, we have the Smuggler's Ring. I could Shapeshifter's Boon too, but I'm lazy. Not familiar with the new character icons, start with Cleric or Rogue. Started with Rogue here. Is one of the classes that you can get heavy armor proficiency by multi-classing into it. So I started Rogue, multied into Cleric, picked up my heavy armor proficiency that way, then went back to leveling Rogue. And I was able to take Heavy Armor Master at level 5. Camera, why did you just go off like that? That's another patch 8 thing. It doesn't happen very commonly, but it's really annoying when it does. What do I not need right now? I guess I don't need the jabbers at all right now. Let's deal with the Balthazar thing. It's 26. 27. 28. Cloud kill immunity.
Very well.
Though it's not all natural, is it?
A
touch of the
went ham. Yeah. Cleric's best for proficiencies on rogues is the cantrips. In terms of what I wanted for this character, I wanted a class that would, in one level, give me heavy armor proficiency. So that left me a couple of options. That was either start as fighter, start as paladin, or take one level of ranger or cleric at any point. Of those options, cleric gave me the most stuff for that one level. I also got the cantrips, I got some good skill proficiencies, I got good dialogue options, I got a good spell list.
General thought, but you're here now, and while you, an infinitely more humble servant, fulfill my...
It's 14, an advantage.
I will put you to fine if it'll spare. I will remain here until you have succeeded. Or fall.
Buy his speed pot. Do I want anything else from him? Jelly slime could be good. It's weed for jump potions. I suppose I'll get some oil combustion mats. I should really be stocking up on more heals than I have been. Whoops. I like selling Balthazar. Featherfall. So prioritize that over raising a ghoul most of the time.
Do not.
Can I ask your YouTube channel? Saw it last uploads from 2 years ago. Yeah, I don't do edited content. I have my second channel, which is my VODs channel, that every stream I've done since 2022 is uploaded to. So that one's active. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a streamer. I like the conversational format. For Mockery Voice is great. It is. Oh yeah, he's lightning immune. He's opting for Ray of Sickness over Cloud Kill here, because I'm immune to Cloud Kill. The highest he can roll is a 28. So he has one roll that can hit me. Wondering if I can watch your first Baldur's Gate gameplay. I didn't stream my first few playthroughs even. So those aren't around.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Flesh is big enough that I can do that. I find very funny. I'm good on bombs, right? Oxy pisser pervert. He'll be out of spell slot soon. Cool thing patch 8 did is Balthazar now has the shield spell. Slight buff. Oh yeah, I'm not wearing those. Whoops. Mockery that said Return to the Anus, which you came from. I was like, damn, that was rude. Yeah, yeah. Some of them are quite mean. It's funny.
This'll be me. Thou art saucy as gruel.
Alright, now we just kill the 2 ghouls and we fuck off. I gotta keep track of which ones I've gotten the XP from already. Already wasn't paying attention. I could switch to an actual finesse weapon now. I didn't want to use both the scrolls here. I was hoping he'd save one for the other fight. That's fine. We're doing some gear swapping. Back to Under Mountain King. Pocket Sand. He's out of spell slots. He's attacking with advantage because his Dark Vision's better than mine. That's fine. He still has to roll a 20 to hit me. I guess a 19 now. Whatever. Crit. Am I wasting mortal? Yes. Close enough. Sag.
Can't risk being in open view.
Good stealth. It's funny. Cool, one to go. I think I've already gotten the XP from that one, but I want to make sure. I could loot his room in front of him. Oh no, I can't heal.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
And flee combat. Cool. Leaving Balthazar alive there so we can fight him later, where he'll spawn even more undead to help him, because those undead are worth XP. Alright, we got portal fights, then Oliver fight. We've got the GIF. We've got me deciding what the fuck to do with Last Light. Still haven't long rested yet. Can't be bothered. I'm kind of down to mess with the GIF. They will not be obscured. Something like this. Elixir-wise. Guess Colossus makes the most sense here. Just get more damage. Cool, let's go fight some good Yankee. Gotta have the bussy on my bar, it's true. You never know when you're gonna need the bus. The chosen concentration here. Blur? Kinda like Blur. Haste is better. Haste is only better because I'm trusting that they're just not gonna hit me. They're not allowed to hit me. Hitting me isn't a thing. It's not real. I have Garangoth too. Just forgot.
That noise. It's coming from the Gith Knight's trinket. Out of sight, out of mind.
Well, Wargaz failed to kill you. I won't make the same mistake.
Bye. Sometimes forget haste gives AC. Yeah. Big lady got bigger? She sure did. What a world. Does 4 power want it to? It does. I like that. Good damage. That's unfortunate. Alright, they're gonna be shooting at me, but I don't really care. DC 10. We have uncanny dodge. Yeah, I saw the clip from trade. Zero damage. The electrified water was a happy accident. That green tea is fire? Yeah. You both have oil of combustion on you still? That's interesting.
That must be why that device sounded
The stylish finish.
at the ready.
What else we got? I should be trying to get enough money for paying off Garangon. So let's start working on that. I don't need to do that, it's just an extra item from doing so. So more money in the long run. I have telekinesis gloves. I could use a charge of that to start eating some harpers. Could wait to do that until after the Marcus fight, though. Still have that.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Have any interference arrows? No. I like to have some. I'll just buy special arrows as a whole. No reason not to, right? I want Render Minded Body. Dwarven Splint, it's only very slightly less AC than Helldusk. It is substantially less DR, but the Constitution is quite nice. Oh, I don't have enough money. Whoops. What? Guess I'll sell the rune powder to Mattis. Just sell a WMD to the nearest child. That's fine. I guess Fiend Slaying for Act 3 makes sense. You can't afford me. EP time. Have a good night, Sora. 5k. Is Mattis the only other vendor I have attitude with right now? Yes. Definitely screwed myself over a little bit by not taking care of the attitude problem. Eh.
What can I get you?
You barely have money, man. All you got? Just kind of adding stuff to the cart to balance this. Sure.
Pleasure.
3.8. I guess I'll sell to Damon, who I forgot to let out of his cage. Yeah, he's doing just fine. Watch your Warlock solo run as Lae'zel for a bit. You say get the Yankees best race for somewhat noob doing his first Warlock run. I would recommend either Gith or Half Elf, particularly for the gear proficiencies to pick up crit immunity without needing to take a feat for it. Depending on your preference of if you want to use medium armor or a shield. I like those as Warlock choices a lot.
Gods above and devils below. That ox was a bloody shapeshifter. Thanks for handling it.
Thornblade's kind of fun. Not going to use it, but it's fun. Don't need monstrosity slaying until Oregon. Don't need to buy that. Elemental Slaying's another Act 3 purchase. Suppose I'll take it. Alright, 4.6.
I'll be here.
Sell some more to Tally. Dig deeper in this, the intention of trying to get all the achievements in this game, definitely be more runs in the future. Yeah, that's a good outlook to have. You don't have to get everything, you know, perfectly optimal ever, really, but especially when you're newer. Just let yourself enjoy stuff, find stuff out, you know. What's the worst that could happen? You try something, you didn't love it, you respec your character. Something like you know, choosing Githyanki or not. Obviously, that's a little more permanent, but you get the idea. I think it's fun when you run into problems. Makes you think. I agree. I like thinking. It feels nice. I don't think I want to part with any of that right now. Oh, I haven't been carrying around my Great Axe for a while. If you go to Raphael boss fight after doing his armor X White in Act 1, is the fight easier the same? The same. He doesn't have his armor on. That's just a myth. People haven't read the character sheet. Think he's wearing it. He isn't. His AC is coming from something entirely different, and the effect of him putting a burn on you when he succeeds a saving throw is also not from the armor.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
I'll buy some heals. It makes sense. I can sell a lot more to her.
Tick.
Good to know. And what's so lovely in this game is that you can just let your choices define your journey. 2 runs can conjure such different stories. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was thinking about what I might want to do for a pair of upcoming runs. How many of you guys have played Resident Evil 2? The original or the remake, doesn't matter. How many of you guys have played Resident Evil 2? What does an Invis pot taste like? I want to say it's blue raspberry.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
Fun game I've not planned to play someday. Actually have all achievements for the remake on PC. Nice, Sandy. Nope. Okay, so Resident Evil 2 is a single-player game, but there's 2 playable characters, and you go through the same story except slightly different depending on who you're playing as. But you have an A scenario and a B scenario for each one. So the idea behind it is both the storylines are happening concurrently, except you're just kind of dictating who's doing what based on which character is A, which is B. So you have Leon A, Claire B, or Claire A, Leon B. And in the original RE2, certain decisions you make affect what happens or what's available in the B scenario. So, like, if you pick up a certain item, it's not there anymore for the other character because you already took it when you were the first character. So an idea I had is I wanted to do, like, Will A Karlak B or Karlak A Will B, where, like, if I take an item that is always in a particular location, it's not there anymore for the other character. I think that would be a pretty cool pair of runs. Maybe more restrictions, like maybe I have to use different strats on bosses. Like I can't use the same strat across both runs. That was a different run idea that Priz pitched to me a while ago. And I liked it, I just never ended up doing it. Right, we got the money.
Take care.
Could also install a mod to make the camera curse like in the early Resident Evil games. Yeah, that could be funny. Wraithstone Town. Plus 11. Colossus. Haven't used the Invis ring yet. Okay. How do you approach consumables, especially the ones vendors sell, like bombs? I would be limiting it to, like, fixed items. So random loot is random loot. But, like, for example, if I take the Spell Sparkler from Floric, well, Floric doesn't have the Spell Sparkler anymore, so I can't take that in both runs. If I use one of the mithril ores to do a craft in the Adamantine Forge, that one isn't there anymore. If I pick up the Helm of Baldurin, it isn't there anymore. That's what I'm thinking. we'd have to do some, like, headcanon on some of it. Like, for example, you could say, okay, Will went through and defeated the Apostle of Merkel and took Kethric's armor and left. But then it got up again to fight Karlach, who's right behind him. So Karlach had to beat it too, but then, you know, the armor wasn't there because Will took it. You know, you gotta do a little bit of mental gymnastics. I still think it'd be interesting. Going to bed. I'm still watching on the phone for a bit. Can't hear you because can't disturb my girlfriend if she's sleeping. I'm my new favorite streamer. See you next time.
I want it back! Want it back now!
Hello. Clarion doesn't want to give us Will lore. We'll make our own, damn it. What do you require? Seems like a good run to have restless or no respecs rule for the purpose of reducing vendor things. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Let's say Karlach bought up all the bombs from Dareth and the Zents and the Goblin camp so Will couldn't get his hands on any. I like the spirit of that. That's something I would have to think about a bit. I like that phrasing of it, Nemesis. I like that.
You can pass, but Margot, all that you may pass the river in a...
Alright, if you give her at least 5,000 gold, she's like, oh, okay. And gives you the signed trade visa, which is a flesh to gold scroll. And then she's just kind of chill with you, hanging out. We're going to use her trust here.
This calls for careful foot.
And shove her out a window.
Good idea, I think.
Stand up here. I really can see Karlach and Will being Leon and Claire, so that's cool. That was the thought I had too, Tenkaichi Budokai. I'm glad you see the vision. Do you do that to bring all the skulls up to you? So no one in this fight can hurt you while you're standing in this little rectangle that I'm at. I pushed Garangoth out the window, so she's down there. Her armor is broken, but I need to kill one of the skulls so that she gets set to 7 HP. And then I can go down and kill her. So Karlach can get all the cool weapons. Leon doesn't get any fun toys. Yeah, I'm gonna think on that rule set, and that'll probably be the next 2 solos I do. Probably. I want to actually do my damage here. What are you? Undead? She's down to 7 HP. You can get a lot of your own story writing on that regarding timed events like the Burning Mansion and stuff, so then justify the items you gain. I guess the real question is, are we willing not to get 11 before Merkel? That'd be something I would have to consider, because if I'm like balancing story events and rewards in general, like more than just item rewards, if I'm trying to make it like as close to the spirit of the run as possible, yeah, I don't think I could reasonably get to 11 like that. And do them at the same time, like do a section of Will, pop over to Karlach, repeat in the same or next stream. I don't think so. I would have so much trouble keeping track of what I have and haven't done. I would probably do one run in its entirety, but take notes while I'm doing the run. and then do the other one. Does it work if one of them dies? Let's say if I die on either one of them, I have to do both runs again. Let's say that. Obviously not set in stone yet, but like, let's say I went through the Will run and then Karlach died in the Karlach run. Well, I gotta do the Will run again too. I want it to be a thought-provoking rule set, you know? That's like one of those duo Nuzlocke runs. Yeah. You kill off the other character during the run. That's an interesting thought. Like, as Will, I could just never meet Karlach. But as Karlach, I can't just never meet Will. Maybe Will first, and I'm just not allowed to meet Karlach. Hey, free sub? Sure thing then, sir. Let me see, who's in the chat not subbed? There you go, ace work. Courtesy of Nemesis saving up 100,000 channel points. Enjoy the sub. Path is interrupted. Oh, here we go. Whee.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I did not have a magic missile scroll. Did I use that? No. So we already got the XP, but this is how we get our money back. Gear all correct now? Was I wearing Crusher's ring? Doesn't seem right. I could also respec my stats to actually get arcane synergy value. Thought about it. Hey Blark, how you doing? You get someone to play with you at the same time? Maybe that could be interesting. Giveaway? Hell yeah, Keta. Let's see, who else is active in the chat? Here you go, Shamanaris, courtesy of Keta. Hope you enjoy the sub.
All for me.
I usually just scroll up and pick someone who doesn't have an active sub. The idea behind it is like, people save up channel points by just being here. So, you know, the people who are most active get to enjoy the perks and stuff. Expense redeemed timeout. Okay. Here, have 10 minutes. Huge save here is such a bait. Oh, the other one? Yeah. How are we doing on gold now? 7,000. Nice. Nothing to spend on. Spend it on. Not really. I don't really plan on buying anything Damon or Lantarv or Roa have left. Oh well. Get a statue in Act 3.
Can't keep me out.
What if they thought that through? Thought what through? Timeout redeem? Oh yeah, it's the thing Shiniest Pants does over in Mark the Power Hours channel. It's an inside joke. It's just a thing that they do. Okay, very underrated item in this chest, the Iron Vine Shield. Really good on retaliation builds. Really, really good. Hey, Acework, thank you for the gifted sub to the community. Very kind of you. You didn't have to, and I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Just pointed us up today anyways. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoying your stream for a while now. Thank you. I like what I do. I like the community we've got going here. What do I have left in the act? Almost nothing. Portal defense. Yeah, I've got Marcus. And then the Oliver stuff. And then making a decision on Last Light. First time in a run of getting level 7 before leaving for Shadowlands. Nice, it's a big milestone. I gotta get better at getting 7 in region lock without using exploration spots. I think I need to just stop being lazy on the Nautiloid. That's my big thing. I was trying solo for the first time. I lost because the game skipped my turn. Have you encountered anything like this before? What fight were you doing? There is a weird edge case thing on the final boss if you are completely solo. That matches that description. But what fight were you doing?
Absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
A console player have accidentally skipped my turn more times than I care to admit. Yeah, Cookie, I did it enough times that I unbound that. I do not have an end turn keybind because I can't be trusted. Unbound it too. Yeah, just too many incidents. Usually I realize the things that end my turn were tricky little mechanics. Prone, speed pots wearing off, some enemy effect. Right, Moradin. There's a lot of little things that can do it. Do I kill Roa
Ever at
now?
your service.
That seems wasteful. Definitely want to get more elixirs and stuff. Especially that I have money now. I do also have to plan my consumables for the coronation fight. Probably want summons. Oh, my goal is level 10 before the Moonrise Rooftop. Yeah, Baneblade. That's a good milestone to shoot for. That's part of what I enjoy so much about XP optimization. It's like challenging yourself to kind of stick to that goal throughout an entire run. Going for certain milestones. It's fun to me. Kind of shopping around right now, not really looking for anything in particular. Kind of surprised to see no walls of fire at all. I have one. Null's in Act 1 north of the map. Was escaping Tier Paladin in the fight too. So what could happen there, sometimes when you combine combats, the game gets confused on like when your turn actually is, and sometimes it might think that you ended your turn at a time that you didn't. It'll be like, oh yeah, it's this person's turn, that must mean it's not your turn next. So then it'll just go around you. There's a couple ways that can happen, and it sounds like it might have been that because you combined those combats, if I had to guess, without seeing it. Do you want to quit boots striding at the start of day for prone immunity? Often. Not always, but often, yeah. I did it on this run. Oh yeah, I want greater invis scrolls. We could greater invis Roa. I think that'd be funny.
An honor. His own lord.
Wasting the worm. And I shouldn't be getting rid of Roa this early. But I just think this is funny.
Your soul is in good hands.
It's fun. That was a wet sound. Ugh. Something I'll only do on Wild Shape. Yeah, it's something in my opinion goes back and forth on. I'm allowing it for myself.
On my way. Should mind my step.
Could knock out a Raj for some XP. Meh.
Soon.
I'll sell Armor of Devotion to Lantarb or Mattis tomorrow. Probably Lantarb. Because I think I'm going to sell the Rune Powder to Mattis. Do I want to go for an Arcane Synergy setup? It's like right now that would require me to have Wisdom, which blue. Nah. What levels of the breakpoints for Exploration XP in a way where you still feel comfy and safe with the item game and so on? I try to hit 5 before Grimforge. Sometimes I get fed up and just go there at 4. If you're region locking, try to be 7 before hitting Act 1 exploration spots. I try to be level 9 before going to Moonrise for that exploration spot. I'll usually try 8 or 9 for Gauntlet of Shar. And I'll prioritize 10 for anything that I didn't just mention. I try to save Mountain Pass entrance for level 10 these days too. Because you can enter the Mountain Pass from the Shadow Curse lands. Like if you go from Grimforge to Shadow Curse, then from where Karnus hangs out to Mountain Pass, you can access the whole map as long as you just don't go up the stairs past Esther. And then you can save that spot. It's a tier 3. Much like the Monastery front door. So there's 2 tier 3s in the Mountain Pass. 2 tier 3s, 2 tier 2s, 3 tier 2s. And then 3 tier 1s. 4 tier 1s. Yeah, there's a lot of exploration XP in the Mountain Pass. I guess I could do portal stuff now. Did I cloud kill for that? Cloud kill, ice storm? No, I'll just wall of fire. Where is my malice? I don't think I ever looted the mats. I have some. Do I have a bloodlust? I do. I could concentrate on Sunbeam, that'd be fine. Three tier 3s. Entrance, Monastery. Is Lathander Hallway tier 3, not tier 2? Or which one am I missing? Crush the third one. Oh, Interior of the Crush, right. I never saved that one. There's too much to do in there. I never saved that one. Right. Yeah, though the one you get when you get the Crush waypoint. If you go in the side door. Yeah, that's right. So delaying the entirety of the Mountain Pass map to level 9 gets you a lot of value. You can technically hit 10 to max that out, but that would require doing more of the Shadow Curse lands and losing some of those spots. Probably lose Moonrise. Probably lose Gauntlet of Shar. But those are just... I guess the Moonrise one is a tier 2. And then Gauntlet of Shar. I think they're both tier 2s, actually. Yeah, that's 2 tier 2s. Which ones are stationary, on the other hand? Like, non-scaling exploration? Last Light Inn, Wraithwind Town, the Karlak exclusive one, Goblin Camp, Underdark. There's a bunch of them in Act 3. Those are all fixed level value. Shadowheart, you hold those. It's your typical routine ordering of major events in Act 1. I tend to put off dealing with the goblin leaders until level 6 or 7, depending on the rule set. Because you can do a lot of lesser commitment stuff to get to level 4, even level 5, without picking any fights. It's very flexible outside of that, though. Why am I here? Fuck this guy.
Like a good moment to talk.
But
Yeah, it'll be 1,000 XP for this. And then 3 something, 4 something for the follow-up to that. We're on pace for 11. Pre-Merkle 11. Which in a region lock is a milestone that I'm proud of. It's a milestone in general, but region lock is much more particular because we can't do a lot of that exploration XP optimization. Dave, good idea. Oh, already been 8 hours? Wow. I said a few times maybe we finish Act 2 today, but maybe we don't. I don't know, Act 2 in one stream is kind of ambitious. We'll see. See how long my energy holds up. I don't really feel like using summons here.
No use digging here. No use digging here. No use digging here. No use digging here.
There's a fucking thing. There it is. No use digging here. Hermit gave. You are unable to dig. So what I'm doing is I'm using the objects already in this area to make a playpen for the archers that are going to spawn during the portal defense. The archers are the most important thing to manage here. We're going to pick up this firewine barrel so we can move it over here. I like restricting myself to using the stuff that's already in this vicinity. It just feels correct. But sometimes I'll bring other stuff. What's over here? Oh yeah, the wheelbarrow's pretty good.
Victims of the shadow
I
curse.
remember that.
At least they were afforded a burial.
It is not destructible. Almost done with the barricade. Now, if they have no other option, they will attack the objects I placed here, which gives them an out. But that's okay, that's still them using up their actions. We won't be doing Flood Helldusk here. Almost tempted to do telekinesis, but Battle Mage's power could be funny if I do Sleet Storm rather than Wall of Fire. Kinda don't hate that idea. No, I'm doing Wall of Fire. My mouse is going. Ugh. We'll do DJ Gloves, bonus necrotic. Doesn't help against the shadows, but I think I really need help there. Any glyphs? No? Fine. One of you here. The other one here. I wonder if that'll pull Bex into the combat. That'd be funny.
Can't give up now.
I should give them Vigilance Elixirs. I don't care that much. We're gonna put Malice on bow. We're unable to dig. I read that, but it's funny. I feel like nothing worth digging here is the BG3 equivalent of a Miyazaki door does not open from this side, locked by some device.
You're here. Good. Very well. But I need you to stay here. Oak, it's ready.
Okay. Good speed pod, don't feel the need. Stay here, I don't need you.
But to keep going.
You're not in the combat. That's fine.
What now?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's what I was hoping. Stacy's mom was playing in the office lobby as I was leaving work today. It's a sign, Kels. Of what? I'm not certain, but it's a sign.
More foes. Halsin better get back soon.
Oh yeah, burbs have evasion. I should, like, remember things.
Time to push my luck again.
Well, that worked out nicely.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Mastiffs made it through. I'm not sure where they are. Sneaky little hobbits this.
Gift warriors. Some must have fallen to the curse.
I have speed pots. Don't care about this method. It's doing its job. Positioning is perfect for me to fork a many target off and reveal the Mastiff. Or I could just smoke powder arrow right here.
I can sense Halsin. We just have to buy him a little more time.
I'll do the many target. Get a lightning charge value. Waste of an arrow. Let's waste more arrows. Alright, we win.
but no. Come see us.
It's getting dark. Can't hold on.
Oh, you're fine. You're just lethargic. Me at the slightest inconvenience.
I've got a long road ahead.
Alright, I could loot here for a bunch of money. I don't feel like it right now. 9.6k left to level. We still have the Marcus fights. We still have the Oliver fight. While I'm still on Bloodlust, I should take care of Oliver.
Moving ahead.
He even gets a tent this time, Bait.
Something's on my mind.
Thaniel is resting. But it's no easy slump. The shadows... What stayed behind would have... Only the missing half. There is a ruin. If you want me, I'll be...
What do you like, Ice Method versus Mud Method? I like Mud Methods when I'm fighting things that have bludgeoning vuln. So if I'm worried about dealing with the Involucres more consistently while fighting Merkel, I'll use Mud Methods. I like Ice Methods for making ice surfaces. And their breath weapon is good when I want to do guaranteed damage against things that don't have evasion.
Go on, find. I'm not going. I don't.
Forever, Oliver.
Quag. Hi, Jake. Why are you Jaking at me? Maybe we don't.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Oh, Jake he is. I mentioned get all these buffs on my character. I don't really have very many. I've, in fact, just been avoiding getting some of the buffs I could have had for the whole act, but this is just a thing for my helmet. This is just a thing that's there when I'm hiding. See, it's gone now. I have a mind-reading potion on. I have a Bloodlust elixir on. A Night Singer's Favor you can just pray for every day in the Gauntlet of Shar. This is just Shadow Curse protection from the Bell. This is permanent buff I got in Act 1. This is permanent buff I got in Act 1. This is just an animal speaking potion. I don't really have much in the way of buffs. This is just one of my tadpole powers. These ever snuggle together? Yeah. They do. I've had them the exact same amount of time, so they've just known each other forever. Jake was a kitten at the time, so he grew up with Kevin there, so they bonded. They're not like super duper close, but they have their moments. When I was originally going to move from the place I was living, I had only made plans to take Kevin, but Jake was not having that. So I ended up with both. Buff in Act 1. Yeah. Boal's benedictions from sacrificing a companion to the fish people, to the Kuotoa. Leviatar's love is from letting Abdurak beat me up and passing the performance and intimidation checks.
To be cautious. Never wanted the easy path.
I want to concentrate on, like, enlarge, maybe. Do I have that? Jake. Get out of there. Come on, man. I don't. That's fine. I don't need it.
Let's get this over with.
First.
I'll make my own fun if I have to. And my own
So remember first time with the Elder Brain collecting all buffs possible and then losing them all before the fight? Yeah. Get in my trash, man. What are you doing?
Breathe deep and move.
What's up? Yeah. Come on, man. Up to you. Care if you hit me? Not really. Uncanny dodge, baby. Okay, Mommy and Daddy are the ones worth XP in this fight. Now I just have to win. 180 each, so 360 for this fight. Underweight for my cleric level. Mods I use. I have Reaction Point on Hotbar, Strong Women of Faerun, Wither's Big Naturals, Elminster Big Naturals. That's it.
Why couldn't I'm not leaving? He's even when it was scary, but would he even want me? Bye.
You're not supposed to attack the dome, but like, what do I care? I've got Uncanny Dodge. How do I feel about Marcus right now? I have a Cloud Giant. Beat him in initiative. I think I can handle that. Yeah, let's go do that. Hey. Do I want my spell slots for this? Yeah, I think I do. So I can Sanctuary Isabel if I decide that that's necessary.
All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust your hero.
Reason to think otherwise.
I'm just glad you're Perimeter's clear, Mom. Good. We'll leave some. Yes, Mom.
Thought I had another short rest. Oops. Alright, I know what I'll do.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the.
To your very good health.
Not every knave prefers a blade in the ribs or arrow in the back.
It doesn't spoil the taste. No, but it does leave the. Answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing you, isn't it?
There's no point in me lying to her here. You can drink a potion of gaseous form for advantage on that. That's funny. I gotta try that. Can you keep speaking at that point? Wouldn't that just end the conversation? I have to test that.
You are that hope. Once.
What's at stake? Iron Hand gnomes. Act like it.
We're with you to the end, sir. But we're exhausted.
No sleep makes mistakes.
Last night's best bargains, right here.
Too much. Better not be cursed.
true soul who's going to save us all. But the cultists are able to good while you're busy.
Goodbye. We're gassing now. Gas this. Kermit. Etc. Etc. That's not true, I'll kill you.
Yeah, you can't.
Time to...
The reason why pre-dashing 3 times gives you max speed, I don't know why that's the cap, but that's what it is. That'd be a waste. Is clearly not how the preview showed those. Chris at top of the initiative throwing hands. I got confused and ran into Art's room. Saved. Lindale did not. Leah does have scroll AI. That's really good information. I sold Leah that scroll while I was talking to her in Moonrise Prison. Isabel immediately breaking the sanctuary. Yeah. She didn't see an ice storm target. Chihira is not good at using wild shape. Man gets out of bed, jumps over the table, ready to throw hands. Art is such a Chad. Does your strategy change if Isabel dies in this encounter? If Isabel dies in this encounter, well, that hasn't happened in a very long time for me. And it would mean I neglected something critical. If Isabel dies, then everyone here in Last Light dies, and I lose a lot of stuff. So I don't let that happen. Crit missing is a great way to let that happen, though.
Still on my feet.
Invisible. Where are you going, man? That is a potion that I sold to Leah as well. Good to know. Isabel did nothing. Cool. Oh, Leah got crit and paralyzed. Roland's probably gonna waste his turn mage armoring himself. Good shove, Saris. Art might be able to kill that one. Okay, Harper Callie. Rolling through healing potion at Saris. Cool. Hira actually attacked something in wild shape? That's crazy. That never happens. Oh, Art. Almost. Oh, okay. Thank you, Nimble.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Got that one I'm not worried about. Let's fly over here.
Can't even catch my breath.
I was called a week not on. Annoying. I don't want Leah to die, so... Yeah. Combat should have been over, I just forgot to turn Call the Week back on. Oh, the toggle disables call? Yes. I'm aware. I just forgot that I had toggled that. I just need to have call in a visual spot on my bar where I don't have to go into my passives to see it. Good weave, Lacrissa. Here's with the crit, love to see it. Useless as always, Harper Brantos. Wolverine's going in. Unfortunately, Wolverine Bongle is him when it comes to combat. He is consistently one of the most useful people here. Level 3 Saris? Yeah, how did that happen, actually? Level 4, excuse me. Why didn't she level up? Oh, Region Lock? Does Region Lock do that? Yeah, Roland's still level 4. Shouldn't he be level 6 or 7? Yeah, it's because Region Travel, right? Okay. They should have this covered, but I'll still take care of it. Cool, no casualties. Did less prep than I could have. But I feel good about it. can do with this slot. Doesn't matter right now. So I haven't used that yet. This slot isn't right either. What's supposed to be here? A strange conduit? No, I don't think so. When in doubt. Movement speed. Isabel's still over here. Oh, right, I have to unblock the door.
Isabel, are you all? I'm fine. But
We're in more danger than I knew. If something happens to me, why does... Now that we have you...
What's left? Can't think of other combats. I mean, I could kill Sister Lidwin. Long rest to get Shadowblade and complete Arabella's quest. I could knock out a Raj. Could kill Lantarf now, and no rush to do that. Could kill all the Harpers, except for Jaheira. That'd be a lot. Yeah, 8.5k. There's 5.5k, about, give or take, in the Mind Flayer colony. So after defeating Ketheric, that much. Daymalin's gonna live this run, so it's like 2,000 XP for that fight. So 7.5k. We have Shadowfell Balthazar, that's about 1,000. So I don't actually need to mop the Harpers. But I don't really feel like doing it. We probably Shadowblade Merkel. He doesn't resist that.
You Graven Guard's still alive. You better be. Or I'm a dead man walking. Aren't we all? Not as long as we can put up a fight with.
I want to have a word.
Good man.
I sold a pair of boots to that chase. Can't believe it.
Anything else I need from Tally? Shield of Devotion is nice. No reason not to buy it, I suppose. Kill the zombies, House of Healing? Yes. There is one nurse alive there still, and it's the vendor. Buy haste scrolls. I like having those. Undead slaying makes sense. How am I on bombs? 5. No, I didn't do animated armor. I can still do that.
Tick.
Yeah, let's go do that. We never talked to Raphael here. We just walked past him and killed your gear. Again, XP negative, but also hilarious. I don't have water. Yes. No.
Softer than a whisper.
Hey, Drix, how's Act 2 going? Almost done. We're, pretty close to level 11. And I've gotten basically everything I want done. I don't have Callous Glow on. Whoops. Click here. Go so fast, gone for needing to do everything in Act 2. With Region Lock, a lot of the stuff that I slow down my runs with, bouncing between regions, doing stuff with interesting, you know, stuff from this map here, you can't do that with Region Lock. It's kind of, you do things in a much more deterministic order. So that leads to some maps are just a lot faster. Act 1 is a lot slower in Region Lock, but then Mountain Pass, Act 2, Rivington, Lower City are all much faster. Because you're just kind of consistently getting stuff done the whole time, you know?
One day, I'll catch a break.
Would give myself one freebie on Rivington? Why's that? That was a big hit. Want to fight Gortash and answer immediately? Yeah, with Region Lock, the Gortash thing is kind of the point. That's the distinction between a Region Lock and an Act Lock. Act Lock allows you to go back and forth between Lower City and Rivington for the purpose of enabling you to do the Steel Watch Foundry and the Iron Throne, because that content does not exist if you kill Gortash and Rivington. So the specific challenge of having to fight Gortash earlier is one of the big selling points for Region Lock for me, at least. What am I doing? Piercing. I'm gonna long rest soon, so pierce the weak. Bye-bye. The game was intended to be played as an act lock. I mean, it's kind of... It's complicated, but I would say yes, probably. Because there are sections where the game tells you, no, you can't go back anymore. Like, once you've been to Dame Aylin's prison, once you've been to the Shadowfell, you can't go backwards anymore. But with those maps, unless you're doing some very specific optimization strats, there's not really a reason to go backwards. Like, it's not like anything new pops up. but from an optimization perspective, you do get a lot out of going between maps. Didn't realize they could be played differently until I started watching challenge runners. Yeah, exactly, Chris. It wouldn't occur to people to play a non-region lock. So I imagine to non-challenge runner, region lock doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's if you have any knowledge of how people tend to route a lot of these runs, myself included, I bounce between acts a lot in an unrestricted run. It is a meaningful change. Alright, I think I long rest now. This is the first long rest since we've been to Act 2. I'm probably gonna have to spam a few of them. I could go deal with He Who Was first. Forgot that. Let's go do that. I can't do the quest because I didn't succeed perception on the ledger. I could bring a companion there, but I don't feel like doing that. Few quests you can't complete with regional lock, like dribbles, even though reward's bad. Yeah, with the dribbles quests, you do have to go back and forth. That's true. But as the sweetest roll pointed out, finishing the dribbles quest is, you could consider it actively detrimental. And you can still get the reward from Lucretius without doing the quest by just stealing or killing her. Buy this engine off Larian, making something similar? I wouldn't know the answer to that, Sugar Scene.
Can't risk being in open view. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Maybe Icewind Dale 3? We could hope. Be surprised if they sold it? I would too. It is their proprietary thing. This is the DOS 2 engine. Like, they just built BG3 in DOS 2.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
How many hours do I have in BG3? 4,710.
Have to keep going.
At least a couple playthroughs. A couple. It's not an XP positive way of finishing that quest. The max XP route is do everything he wants and then make him turn on you. But this is better than not doing it at all. Okay, now I think I've done everything. Hook horse. Forgot the hook horse. There's always something. I was saving that in case I needed to get inspiration.
The Dreams King. My brothers have the dreams too. Same as me.
Here we go.
The absolute calls us all to her design.
Deep into the colony. Will we hit the level? Like, if I'm not doing any last light purging, it'd be pretty late. It'd be like right before Merkle. Which is fine, because I still haven't decided what my level 10 feat is going to be. I'm leaning tough. I'm leaning tough. As my shield, I'll likely be using either Swires of Sledboard or Shield of Devotion. And then my helmet, I'll use Helm of Baldurin. Probably continue using Under Mountain King. Maybe Ambusher, though. Maybe. Oh, bye. You think they're okay? Just sleeping? Mm-hmm. How much XP is the Google yet? Forget to do it so often. The section I'm doing right now, 280. It is just those two Hokoras and any associated inspirations with coming down here. So we're gonna get back to the Mind Flayer colony after you kill Kethri. You're not supposed to be able to, but this wall down here, you can get through a couple different ways. I don't know if the most common way works after you've been through the colony once, though, because you need a living intellect devour on the other side. The chair clip, there's probably a pixel for it somewhere.
The towers. The colony must be close.
It's probably a chair clip
where
option.
the tadpoles are coming from.
No time for mercy.
There's no tadpole corpse here because I killed that person already before they could get here. Surprised you got the surprise already one-shot that first dude. Me too. Me too. I didn't think I would.
Here goes nothing.
And you can go through the door after Merho before you leave the full colony. Right.
The stink of that place might never wash out.
I don't think the book in Balthazar's room will be worth anything, because I've already spoken to Balthazar, but let's check anyway. Be pretty surprised too if my buddy got murked right next to me. Yeah, fair enough.
But that will fit in my bag. This night song.
Yeah, I bothered Balthazar for extra information, so I already got that XP.
Maybe I can use it against him.
I could have Gale craft the lantern. Don't feel like it. Cazador kicked my ass last night. She's an escape for wipe. Tricks to that fight. Have a source of daylight. So that's either the daylight spell, the Blood of Lathander, or have someone actively concentrating on the Sunbeam spell. It will cause Cazador to take damage every turn he starts his turn in range of that. And it'll also suppress his mist form. If you're worried about the mist form, get immunity to blindness. That stops its aura from damaging you. And I would encourage not bringing Astarion to the fight in any capacity. Cazador's legendary action, his Vampiric Swarm thing, he only has it if Astarion is in the room. If you want Astarion present for story purposes, you can still beat Cazador, end the fight, and then just don't click on the coffin after. Just then walk out and go get Astarion and bring him. Decide against using Shadowblade is what you intended to do. No, I didn't decide against it. Just Undermount King's been better for the crit fishing setup that I've been doing. I'll be using Shadowblade on Merkel.
You hear? The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter.
Oh, this guy's mustache. He's so cool. Yeah, take out Chatterteeth, the real boss. That's good advice. Chatterteeth, the skeleton, is the biggest threat in the room. Building an army of your own, judging from your camp stash. Something like that. Hey, Kara. How's your day? The other ring... Yes. Money. Bought Slicing Short Sword, bought Render Minded Body. Having another light hammer makes sense. People are nice at work, can't ask for much more than that. That's good. How's iPatch 9? She's doing well. We're probably gonna fight Merkel soon. You have really deep pockets. This is why she's so big, from carrying around all the stuff I make her lug around. Because I might need it. Never know, I might need these 6 candles. Is Lantarv the only person who'll show up to this Moonrise fight? No, because he's gonna be dead in a second too, Chris. I see a really big hit though. 122.
I never thought I'd make
Look for the pixel.
Action.
Of many help.
I didn't mean to talk, but alright. I think one of them got away. Where's the other one? Yeah, there you are. It's a light overkill. Could have been more with the second proc sneak attack, but he was already dead. Yeah. I could get some XP out of Oathbreaking and killing the Oathbreaker Knight, but meh.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
I would like some worm. I'll buy that. How does Storm Scions power in a post-Booming Blade world? I don't know, maybe that's interesting. Probably not, though.
Come back.
All right. Don't just go out. At the ready.
That was the last guy who would have been here in the assault. I could go up to the roof and disarm Ketherick. That'd be funny. Nah. Don't feel like it. I suppose a funny thing you could do pre-Moonrise Assault is panache everyone here and then leave so the buff's not ticking down. That is funny. What if you need to use those Revivify scrolls? Could come in handy. Oh yeah, I should go buy some more. I gotta hold on to them. I may need them. Alright, now we go to Last Light. We long rest. Sell stuff to Mattis. So is there a way to save Lantarv and still wipe out Moonrise? Sadly, no, DB Raymond. I mean, maybe not sadly. He is just kind of buddy-buddy with the cult. But, no.
I have a lot on my mind.
Shaz.
Once more writing. This is more than a kid. As a child. I myself felled 4 of my... The Githyanki are only as powerful. And perhaps I might be the one to teach it.
Future Guild Lord Mattis.
I did what I always did.
Is something wrong?
But a part of me feels sick.
Oh, sorry, man.
I thought it would be nothing at all.
You're free or whatever.
Did you for the
Okay, first long rest of Act 2. We're gonna have to do several.
So you've...
What does my guardian look like? Oh yeah, big lady.
Each wave a set of orders to the in any case.
Better keep the bracers of defense just in case they synergize so well with Ham. Listen, I might need them. Sacrifice into the wall. Carla. I guess I should buy the Mighty Cloth, huh? Kinda makes sense. You monster. Unfortunately, Karlach is by far the easiest target. You get the most bang for your buck doing that. Strictly mechanically. If you're playing as Karlach, then you're most likely looking at a choice between Lae'zel, Will, Astarion.
How do we get into... You know, you've seen what's out there. We wouldn't stand a chance.
Mole can be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So stock up, all right? Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
Almost afford it, actually. You can. Well, enjoy the WMD, Mattis. I don't really care about Snowburst Ring, so if I fail this, whatever. Don't care.
Not by foot. The air is heavy.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
I like this stuff.
Tick.
Steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath. Ain't my neck of the woods.
Isn't level 4 quite strong for a kid? Yeah, actually, that's crazy.
Till then, keep watch. Keep wary.
Building around Snowburst Ring is the most fun item to play through in a while. It's a great item. I just don't have plans for it for this run.
Quite the cozy setup you have here.
I should consider getting Rolo's Eye.
Nelson had some kind of mind. As a matter of fact, I do. But why do you?
Remove Curse. Need to start stocking up on these for Gort. Have a Wall of Fire. Don't think I need another.
That's quite impossible. Isn't it? Oh, dear.
Don't say a word. Just listen.
Chain Lightning, at least Carrasco's got my action back. Did you have Bloodlust on?
A parasite grips my mind. My own people hunt me. But I am gnawed by an even greater torment. You. My thoughts are hallowed ground. Yet you've
No Bloodlust? Interesting.
uninvited. I'm obsessed by the
Worth
ground
testing.
under your feet and the wind over your head.
Action refreshes have changed across
Face
patches.
just before I sleep and after
Worth
I
testing.
wake. I ask myself,
Sonic Strike means instant fail and disintegrate could be fun. Yeah.
are you worthy? Sackphoners do. There is only one way for you to prove it. A fine sentiment, but I require more.
Is she gonna lose? Yeah.
We fight.
Yeah.
I test you in battle. Dance with me. Bleed with me. Bruise me so that you might possess me.
Okay.
Go on.
Another fight. Let's go.
Oh, not the crit. Oh no. This is romance. I'm the crit.
Incredible.
It is incredible that you survived that.
I should be humiliated.
Good for me, it was good for you.
Know the shame of defeat. Say the words. Jack.
Source of my bruises? I don't know, Lazel. That's gonna leave more than a bruise, man. 67 piercing.
through a ball held firmly in his mouth.
Beat up Githyanki, lost to dog.
He relinquishes the ball. It is well.
So called because you like to scratch behind the ear?
Probably go to the Shadowfell now. I forget the Owlbear Cave. Maybe. I don't remember. No, I have Oakfather, so I've been there. What happens if you accidentally kill Lae'zel in your love duel? I'm not sure.
Mole can be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So stock up, alright? Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
Actually, I think I have had that happen once. We just didn't get the rest of the scene, but like we still got the relationship upgrade. I don't want the Mighty Cloth, but like, not that bad. Encumbered? How am I not? That's crazy. Seems unethical. Alright, let's go get Nightseeker's Favor, and then we're gonna get our temp buffs. Maybe with the +5 charisma, I do try to, disarm Ketheric. That could be funny. Are you selling anything good, Balthasar? No, he's not willing to talk anymore. Fine. Keep your secrets. I'll loot your room, though. Chain Lightning's actually action refresh? Cool. So, patch 8 made Chain Lightning an action refresh. That was not the case before. So we lost Phantasmal Killer, but we got Chain Lightning. Surprised you left Balthazar alive. More XP, Silicon Hero. We're gonna fight him again shortly. Works for me. I mean, I guess I'll take that trade. What decides if it's an action refresh? No idea. Just seems to be case by case.
Very well.
I already killed everyone but Balthazar. I killed them all and then I just left. Split combat. Why do you romance Lae'zel this run? No particular reason. I like Lae'zel. I try to mix it up and do different romances, different runs. It's usually either Shadowheart or Lae'zel because they're least likely to be compromised by routing.
Don't mind if I do.
But sometimes it's other people. I think Astarion's 3rd place. Hey Andy, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I am Quag. I do challenge runs, mostly Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. You're catching me as I'm getting ready for the Act 2 finale. I was gonna save it for another stream since I've been live for 9.5 hours, but fuck it, let's beat Act 2. I'm playing a Swashbuckler Rogue with a Dip and Cleric. We are doing lots of damage. We're very tanky. It's very cool. Thank you again for the raid. Lots of fun, played around in Act 2, killed a couple of Thorms, loving Nimbus. Nimbus is so cool. Just curious why the cleric did. Hey, Teal. Armor proficiency. I want heavy armor proficiency. I also wanted martial weapon proficiency, and I like having the cantrips and utility spells. I needed to get heavy armor proficiency from somewhere, so I could take heavy armor master, and the options were cleric, fighter, paladin, ranger. Cleric provided by far the most for the level.
Was that a click I heard? There's something. That's curious. I wonder what that did.
Don't think I could ever romance Astarion because I like that +2 strength potion from Barrage for Carlisle. You can still do that while romancing Astarion. It's just you have to be absolutely horrible to him in a certain conversation.
The curse has no effect here. What is this place?
Picked up all the arcane acuity and charge gear. Looking forward to seeing how to play as my Shadowblade style. Nice. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I gotta get the Shadowblade. Where? There. I would have forgotten. I would have rolled up to Merkel like, oh. Yikes.
The girl must live. Fear not.
If there...
All this stuff together for saving throws here. Am I good with just that, actually? Yeah, okay. Think you clear me forgot Shadowblade? Yeah, and just use Practice Sword. The idea is using a weapon that Merkel doesn't resist. He doesn't resist Psychic, he also doesn't resist magical bludgeoning. The Practice Sword's non-magical, but if you put a diluted oil of sharpness on it, it's magical. So, either one of those works. Shadowblade just allows me to use different coatings. Cleric already has advantage here, I don't have to worry about that.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
I didn't click the cleric option. Oops. Doesn't matter. What oil makes the weapon magical? A diluted oil of sharpness. It's +1 to your damage, +1 to your attack rolls, and also makes your weapon count as magical for the purpose of checking resistances. What determines when you start a combat with Greater Invis despite staying invisible? If you fail the stealth check for them looking for you, the one that's independent of the Greater Invis check. So you'll see yourself rolling 2 stealth checks a lot of the time when doing Greater Invis attacks. Where's the name Quag originate from? A random name generator combined with another name went by a decade and a half ago.
confidence surges through you.
The red caps, sneaky tough fight his first timer. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I have peg scrolls? One. One's enough.
The altar's purpose.
This check is fake. If you fail, just leave the conversation.
Shah.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Action refresh chain lightning is crazy to me. Yeah, I'm still thinking about that.
Don't waste a step.
I don't care if Balthazar tries to cloud kill me later. I don't think I do. Not bad.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I'm wearing Koku's boots, so I'm immune to the acid surface and I have resistance to the acid damage. Where's my crit luck? Give me that back. Okay. 1. Eight. There. I'd have insulted you survived that, so I'm gonna backlash you. Not wearing the right cloak.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Hello. Sure. 0. Pick it up. Good. Drop it. Thank you. Die. Appreciate it.
Should mind my step. Let's see.
Top really needed. I do like being careful. Saving the disarm, strength, dex. It's my strength, or my attacking stat, my weapon action DC, I believe, versus their dexterity. And you can increase the DC with acuity and stuff. Should I buy a chain lightning? Getting advantage from? Knife of the Undermountain King and Shadowblade give you advantage against obscure targets. Before the hotfix, it was just... before the hotfix, it was for all attack rolls, but after the hotfix, it's on just themselves, but that's still really good.
Tick.
Let's check my journal. Yep, we're good. They fixed Undermount King, thought the passive didn't work. They fixed that in patch 8 when they reworked Shadowblade. So all weapons that have this Shadowblade passive, Undermount King being one of them, it now works.
What's up for discussion?
The necessary sacrifice so that I
can't afford to stay idle. At least things have stayed interesting.
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations. The end is near.
I don't actually want to use Undermount King yet, or Shadowblade yet. Yeah, I'll actually concentrate on Boots of Shriding for real, and add some stakes. This one's still my favorite. Where did I send Drake Throat? No, she has it. Give me that. I'll take that too.
This must be the last step. All right. No need to dash in ahead of me.
This is another run where I didn't know she was a Sharon.
As you it curls it.
To me, high numbers in psychic damage don't hit the same edge as high numbers of regular damage. No, I don't really
This is the
get that vibe,
domain.
but that's just me. I think that's a personal thing. Alright, so we don't have good enough approval with Shadowheart for her to not kill Daemalin. So we're just gonna throw away the spear. Now she can't.
That should work.
You mad about it? Nope. First honor, I didn't realize Shart left. You didn't take her in there with you. Yeah. Considering equipping Eversight Ring here. Meh.
Schools for careful footwork.
This is why we left Balthazar alive.
Softer than a whisper.
Killing Daemalin there is 140 XP. Also gives us the Dark Justiciar tag, which you can see here. So now we roll the Mirror of Loss with advantage. Oh, I forgot my Caustic Brine. Lame. That's silly of me. Oh, cool, I'm not in combat with them. They don't see me. And now they're all surprised. That back, I killed Daemalin for 140 XP and the Dark Justiciar tag, so now I rolled a Mirror of Loss with advantage because the way you become a Dark Justiciar is you do the Trials of Shar and then you kill the Night Song. I did the Trials of Shar and then I killed the Night Song. The game accounts for it. Prostate Destroyer is my nickname, actually. Yeah, I read it as Prostate Destroyer every time, Silicon Hero, intentionally. Not Shadow how to use that specific weapon. That's so that Aelin stays dead. She's continually dying to Balthazar's legendary action here, which is causing him to use up his one charge of it per turn to reapply it, because she's not in the turn order, so she's just gonna die, get up, die, get up. And their AI doesn't know what to do. I'm hiding on unconnected terrain. So they freeze up.
Better be cautious. Light on my feet.
Realize I'm not concentrating. I should be doing that. I can fix that. Yeah, as Revan said, Dark Justiciars are canonically created by killing Aelin, so it's perfectly intended. Yeah. Shadowheart even mentions there's not been a Dark Justiciar, a new one, in like 100 years or something. And then Aelin, when you go into the prison, will say first in a century. So. All the DJs have killed Aelin in this prison? Yes. I'm certain there's one that timeline doesn't make sense for, so plot hole, but yes. So these two can blind me. 3. I'm gonna equip Eversight Ring here. Gonna spend a couple turns switching gear. I want to get in here and do the fight in a fun way. I'm gonna jump down with training sword and bonk everyone. Should have waited on doing Cloud Giant and just done Bloodlust. Plot is Kermit Gape. Yeah, I play Baldur's Gate 3 for the plot. Anything in this game that you've never done in all your playthroughs? Still haven't seen the Will Evil ending. Still haven't seen a few variations of endings. Haven't successfully romanced Halcyon. There's still subclasses I haven't played. Will can be evil? Yeah. There's an evil will. Every origin has a customized evil ending that they added in patch 7. Every one. And it's unique for that origin.
Maybe I should... No, this is good.
Many target arrows with the Jolt Shooter are so fucking cool. Because you get lightning charges on each of the forks, and that means you'll get lightning burst on one of them, and you'll still come out of it with lightning charges. It's so good. Underrated bow. Final fight, if Orpheus or the Emperor dies at instant game over? No, you can revivify them. But if you have no revivify scrolls to get them up to cast the spell, then you're soft lock. That'd be so juicy if they all saved. I'm mostly doing it for the damage. Remember, I don't have good wisdom, so I never expect my Thunder Wave to actually move people. That's not what I use it for. I use it because it's guaranteed damage in an AoE. Back from dinner? Welcome back. How was dinner? Repulsor makes sense here. Delicious Korean barbecue and crawfish. Very good. I should look into having some food. He keeps forgetting. I needed Call the Week on for that. That's fine. Sorry, animation in this class so funny. For sure. I should probably do that. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, you should eat. Eating is important. I also eat late night meals, though. I do want to point out, I don't have super fantastic AC here or anything. They're getting a bunch of hits through. I'm just not really taking meaningful damage very often. Rolled low on my con save there, which I'm not thrilled about, but I don't think I have to care about that. Sour Patch Kids and chocolate count as eating? Yeah. I think so. So here's all the defensive stuff I've got going. Helldusk Armor, Heavy Armor Master. So that is 6 damage reduction against slashing, piercing, bludgeoning. 3 against everything else. I have 24 AC and crit immunity, so they have to land a total of 24 or better to hit me. I have Vivacious Cloak, so every time I Booming Blade, I get 8 temp HP. Oh, and then I have Uncanny Dodge, which is cutting the damage in half after the rest of the formula is run. So, even if they do manage to hit me, they won't damage me meaningfully, and then I'll just restore my temp HP, and then we're, you know, we're gaming, we're chilling.
With haste.
Need to deal minimum 12 damage on 25 roll, something like that. Quag, you ever incorporate the weird Ethel Potion gives you +2 strength to your runs? Considered a couple times. Seems like there's no downside if you drink it on the run's last long rest. It's... The thing is, if you drink it on the run's last long rest, you lose it for the brain section, and then you've made yourself weaker. But then if you use it on the brain section, that's where the power kind of matters the least. If I ever use it, I use it, like, in the upper city, and once I hit High Hall. But the problem is, if it gets removed, the character has to die to lose the debuff. And Remove Curse clears the beneficial version. So if you, for example, use it, and you're going to use it for all of Act 3, and then you eat a Noble Stalk, your +2 has changed to a -1. So it's... There's some runs where I could justify using it for the Act 3 section of the run. But often I'm not willing to. You could use it on, like, the Diva summon or something if you want him to be a little bit stronger without giving up a Cloud Giant. That's a fun option. Use it on a temporary follower somewhere. Diva? Yeah, because he slays. And only against non-magical at all. It's against halal and kosher. Nice. It's magical or non-magical physical damage. So, slashing, piercing, bludgeoning. All of it. Athletics failed, but they must have failed too. Give Withers Mommy Milkers. Done. Pretty sure teleports are in for this conversation. Like, let's find out or whatever.
I should speak up.
And Night Song is not blind to your
Usually
conflict.
most. So she didn't have the option to kill Aelin, so she didn't do it.
We need to leave. The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers. We'd better get there.
Awesome cutscenes.
Terrible place.
and check this out.
No time to waste.
She gonna say it?
Just a little bit further. See my actions, Lady Shah. Hear my words of faith. Blessed Nightsinger, witness my adoration.
How do athletics checks work exactly is weird as hell. So, I failed, but like they did even worse than me. That's what that means.
As sure as night will fall.
It's a contested check. I roll and they roll. If you still get the desired outcome, despite seeing athletics failed over your head, it means they rolled exceptionally bad. There's loot on each of these bone piles, I just don't care. Had to play a Missy for Mr. RPF. Did he not know the reference? From all the Where Are You?
Forgive me. Shadowheart, what happened? You were
He wasn't remembering? Ah.
Looks distraught, abandoned by her god.
Thank you. You're a constant source of comfort.
Night Song. What? She took.
Here, go to camp. Shadow her E enough? No. She was there when the decision was made. She chose. Just letting me move. Weird. She chose not to kill Aelin. So. There's no assault on Moonrise here because I killed everyone. It's just the Harpers chilling. You left your party? No, I just told her to go to camp. I didn't tell her what to do. She could only choose not to kill Aelin because I got rid of the spear once we got inside the Shadowfell.
As long as we hold, you're close now. Ha! Keen.
Consider yourself persuaded. So, Jaheir is here as a temp follower. Gonna have her cast Protection from Evil and Good on me.
No one stopped me yet. Moving in.
I don't want to do Scuff Swarm, keep her Panther Shape, because that sounds fun as hell. Click on this, she stops following me, she's still concentrating.
Nor jump on his sword without our aid.
Big fight here. The Necromancers are most of the problem. We're gonna make it so they are none of the problem. Short die to Shadow Crystal wandering around here? No. Even if she gets to 0 HP, she'll be fine. XP? Yeah, this fight is about 2000 XP. This is only here if you free Dame Aelin. And you go down to the prison before fighting Ketheric on the roof. The fists that are here are only here because Last Light didn't fall and Floric is alive. Combination of those two things. I can kill them for their XP too. I may be trying to snipe it. We'll see. Don't really need it though. Yeah, 4.7. I'm gonna hit 11 in the colony. For sure. This does leave enough of an XP buffer that I don't need to do things like kill Zevlor, so that's cool. Very sharp sand. Or very blunt sand? It's sand. Last time I fought them, I took 4 damage from 3 fireballs because we're refreshing uncanny dodge and fire resistance. Incredible. Should have opted for Shadow Blade for this Death Shepherd. That's fine. Alright, Fist Red survives, so I can kill you. Dumbass. Actual moron. Expected damage on this? 848. What? No. I'll be lethargic next turn. I gotta loop. Ask how big the room was. It's turn red from your friendly firing. They don't. They got XP if they kill a skeleton. They don't turn red from your friendly firing. Damn it, all thread. One of the very few fists that has extra attack, Fists and Harpers. And he's just like, hey, guess they'll die. Alright, man. I'll help you with that. I have Witness now. It's fine. Deal with you first. Let them get weaker. A lot of lighting charges. Boop. Someone tells me they won't be witnesses for long. Yeah. Yeah. Might not get the XP for this one. Oh well. Slight loss. Didn't work, hope it wouldn't. Either way, I'm sending it. Cool. Storm attacks can trigger off throws. You have a nice little throw ranger. That's fun. Gripe I have is having to change form on level up. Like, what? You have to change it? It's not an option? No, misspoke. Oh, okay.
You festering bubo!
Can only change if you level. Oh, I see. Yeah, that does feel very one-dimensional. Not like nature clerics have to choose their divine strike, you know? Swashbucklers don't have to choose their dirty trick. Yeah, Elemental Cleaver is another one of those you don't have to choose. So the order of events is the hit happens, and then you get the temp HP. So you can just hit people who have Armor of Agathis, and then, like, it's... like it never happens.
That should work.
Cool.
Let's see what this does.
It's so sad those fists got killed by those skeletons. What a shame. Yeah, it's truly tragic. These Harpers get to live? Yeah. I don't feel like killing them. I don't need their XP. It's not enough XP from them to get me to any reasonable breakpoint. So I don't need to deal with them. Like, I'm already absolutely not getting 11 before fighting Ketheric, but I can still get 11 before fighting Merkel. So I'm playing to that. Melodia wanted more for you or whatever. Okay.
What have you done to
Unlucky.
me? Unlike Isabel, you have...
Rise,
Hey, Nuna.
dog.
I...
People, they're gods.
Kaelin with that total initiative roll of 1. You'll love to see it. He rolled the minimum possible initiative that you can without the game actively stacking the deck against you. Kaelin got that Reddit build. I guess I'll take that. You guys want to see Bo Merkel? You weren't supposed to do that, Catherine. You missed me. Pick it up. He doesn't want to pick it up. There it is. I have a two-handed weapon for him to borrow for a bit. Hey, he no longer has his shield equipped. His AC's gone down. Oh, I wanted to disarm him again. Yeah, sure, whatever.
That tentacle was colossal. How can such a thing be possible?
Do a little bit of prepare swap and Shadow Blade something. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you take the Agathis damage, and then you get your temp HP replaced. Vivacious Cloak Booming Blade is really something.
That thing came from below. We need to find out where it
No
took
Bo Merkel? No, no Bo Merkel. I'd change my mind. I mean, if I disarm his scythe, it could still be Bo Merkel, but I'm going to be in melee range the whole time, so I was like, eh. I want to bring Will. You notice using reaction sneak attack against other rogues, even if you bait out their reaction using opportunity attack, eats your reaction. I've not attacked other rogues that have it this run. Yeah, I haven't noticed.
And lest we forget, We've a devil to rescue. That.
Cover this against Orin. Verified against some Zent rogues. Interesting. Does Booming Blade enable that interaction? Vivacious Cloak wants you to cast a spell while in melee. Booming Blade's a spell. So, Booming Blade causes it to happen.
The whole yawn.
We're bringing Will to have a chance at getting the Infernal Rapier. If I remember correctly, I failed the perception check earlier. So... think I can still get it. I think I'm still fine. Jumping in the yawning hole. Yeah, must do.
Of the absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
Never wanted the easy path. Don't mind if I do. Schools for careful footwork.
Listen here.
I want to point out we did 72 damage on that sneak attack with the bow, by the way. I'm using the Jolt Shooter. Resonance Zone's gonna be fun. Yeah. I guess I could go get that first, huh? For the funny. Doesn't work on undead. It's not for them, but upgraded swarm that inflicts prone can be enraged throw at home. You mean enraged throw is that swarm at home?
This is Mole's eye patch. What's become of her?
So because ain't no way, I'm coping. Yeah, okay. Sure it is. Patch 8 is something. Not that I didn't believe you guys, I just was coping. Berserker's so bad? Yes. And to be clear, this does not mean anyone who enjoys playing Berserker that you are wrong to enjoy Berserker. Just assessing its value versus like everything else, it's just not great. It's very flavorful. It doesn't provide anything meaningful. It isn't done better elsewhere, I should say.
Should get started.
Maybe I want low DC on my flick of the wrist so that Merkel doesn't drop his scythe, but I can just keep doing flick of the wrist for damage. Sounds funny. Probably 6th stage right here. Chain Lightning action refresh now, but Phantasma Killer isn't correct. I'll update the posts in Discord after stream, if I remember. Black holes in action refresh now. Might have been before. I never thoroughly tested that one, but that's cool. A lot of like utility stuff is action refresh. By no means an exhaustive list. Noticed it working like that in the House of Grief yesterday. Checks out. It's a really good opener there then. I still prefer Create Water or Ice Storm, or I guess fucking Chain Lightning now, but what am I have the Confusion Ring on? That's why my damage felt low. For Chain Lightning than Blight. Yeah, availability is the biggest thing, but yeah, honestly, if you want action refresh off doing guaranteed damage to a single target, if you have Chain Lightning and you have Blight, Chain Lightning will be better more of the time. Works against more targets. Chain Lightning opener on Chatterteeth is probably a crazy opener now. Though, they're neutral targets when you're doing it, so unless you've already made them permanently hostile, maybe it doesn't work as you'd want it to. Worth testing. You put Singing Sword in the action refresh list, if someone confirms. Singing Sword is in the non-Shriek Valor Aloof thing, Baneblade. Or something else. Keep clicking, flick of the wrist. Like a fireball or something. Yes, I threw a bomb at my own feet. I have evasion. There's my crits. Hey, Alley Looter? Is that how I say your name? Feel free to correct me. Welcome in. How you doing? What 4K?
The console burst. It is
Ninja stuff just dropping bombs at your feet. Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Welcome. Welcome back, Master. That should do it. Time to see what's back there. Maybe I need more pockets.
Well, let's go kick Sarai Mind Barrier. This will cancel out the disadvantage I'll be imposing on myself from Resonant Stone against being stunned. Which, I'll take it. I have int save proficiency. I might actually build into saving throws and Shadow Blade the Mind Flayers. It's funny. Any negatives for using evasion? Can we leave it on? Always no problem. It's a passive 3 solid, so it's not like a choice thing. It's just a passive thing you have. But there's no downsides. Uncanny dodge is the toggle one.
Pretty, I'd guess you're no willing guest. Only we, I use your tadpole. It touched my mind. And I.
That's with Shriek doesn't seem to work as an action refresh. Okay, that matches my pre-patch 8 experience. I have a lot less with Sing, so.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, these action refresh things, if someone wants to throw a note in the Discord, Chain Lightning and Valar Sing, I'll add it to the pin post. It's like we didn't get us. 112. That wasn't the double sneak either. He was too dead for the second half of my damage to hit. I guess not half, the final third of my damage to hit, I should say. Let's go kill the Merkelites first. Or maybe I can get there on intellective hours, actually.
Have to keep going. That's a friendly shadow. If not over, then through. You've made a grave mistake.
I don't get how people can say rogue bad when you do stuff like this, because they're not playing the class. It is just fully, they haven't played it at all, in any capacity. This also helps my Vicious Mockery. Cool. Level 11. And now we get our third and final feat. And I still don't know what I'm taking. Bonkin. I want Duelist Prerogative Mage Slayer could be funny. It actually sounds really fun. Martial Adept for the memes. Crazy thing is, I don't know how people think Rogue is bad, even if they aren't doing this stuff. Very true, Gage. They don't see Astarian damage? No. They don't see the survivability, they don't see the damage, they don't see the extra feats, they don't see the skill proficiencies. They just somehow see none of the class features. Savage always my fallback, yeah. All classes are OP except Blade Singer. They need nerf. True. I cannot argue with that. I'm thinking either Savage Attacker, Tough, Mobile, meh. Charisma ASI. If I had gone with Fighter for my 1 level, then Magic Initiate to pick up Booming Blade and Blade Ward would have been a consideration here. That's something to think about for Act 3. Because then I could pick up Dueling Fighting Style for even more damage. Savage Attacker. More decks for initiative. My initiative's sorted. I have Alert. I have the Swashbuckler initiative bonus as well. Currently plus 12. XP Brain's fully off Act 3. Not in Region Lock. Which is why I may actually go and kill those Harpers that I mentioned were safe. Variable Element. Because I can't go to the lower city without having killed Gortash. This is a Region Lock. So I would ideally like to hit level 12 before fighting Gortash. He's like the true final boss of this rule set. Null eat your face and shit it out. That's crazy. As you suspect that attacking neutrals or allies with chain lightning doesn't bounce the lightning on other targets. Thank you for confirming. Okay, when I don't have extra attack and don't know what a haste potion or bloodlust elixir. 66. That was a low roll. Come on, Savage Attacker. If I was doing Potent Robe, I'd be doing even more damage on both the Booming Blade and the Vicious Mockery. Kind of like this.
Hey you, pernicious, putrefying pissant!
Yeah. Alright, Will, come here. Oh, it's super late into stream. Your title doesn't have a region lock in it, by the way. Yeah, I know. This run was not region locked at the start, so I'm just keeping the title consistent with all streams of the playthrough. It has barely mattered rules-wise and routing-wise for most of the run. Making sure, yeah, thank you. You reach level 12 even multi-class. Multi-classing doesn't slow down your levels.
Mind flayers and civilians, side by side.
It's the same XP to hit every level.
This must be where they infect and transform those they kidnap.
One day I'll catch a break.
Super casual, but how dare you ask questions? Boo! You're fine.
Unusual.
Don't feel bad about that.
Harvesting all the
Now,
no,
is it
you?
now? Why should I go letting my favorite pet off his leash?
You have an option to say, I wouldn't let him go. We'll need someone to keep him in line. Like, what the fuck is that, man? That's crazy.
Claws at now.
The controls are open to your tadpole's command. To your authority.
You did all your ignorant thing.
Yeah,
It's
give him
always the
more
terms
stuff.
and conditions that get you.
And by him, I mean me.
Another one.
Her dialogue's different for that. Level 11 plus 1, 12. Are you 10 and 1 right now? I'm 10 and 1 right now. So I hit 11. 10 rogue, 1 cleric. You saw I just assigned a feat. That's from my 10th rogue level.
All that power. Now, don't. Oh.
A parasite, brimming with magic. Take it.
Just hang out over there, Will. Yeah, let's be real toxic. Conduit.
Your tad every month. But there are others in the pods. The device is open to your tadpole.
Bye.
You infect mine eyes and nostrils.
Eliminate.
Thing, yes. Shriek, no. Weird. Who's been acquired? Let's go. Oh yeah, I was supposed to get food. Oh well, I'll do it after stream. Don't do it. Fine. Won't eat my brain or whatever though. Oh, it's Oh, you did it again? Okay, double mind blast could have been real bad for me there actually. They had changed that again. I still gotta figure out Mind Flare, Mind Blast AI when they decide they can do it and when they decide they can't do it. Because I was very shocked that that second one decided to do it. That was a development. See, this time just did nothing with their turn at all. And you did nothing with your turn either. See, I don't understand. Where'd that Mind Flare go? The first one? And then got one shot.
The others, the ambush.
So, if I was going absolutely all in on XP, I'd kill Zevlor here.
By the time I regained my... If there are any more survivors to be found, and...
Murder is forbidden. Unless you regard, in which case it's called meting out justice. You're about to pay for your crimes. You've come...
Light on my feet. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Yikes.
Something good here, I hope. Time to press ahead.
That was a crit on poor Zevlor. 86 damage on the sneak attack.
Let's see.
It still isn't full power sneak attack, by the way. We get another die on it next level. I forgot the Merkelites. Whoopsie. Styling.
Bring death. Embrace death. Become death.
How'd you move? Crime response? That's funny. Triggering the crime response there is unfortunate. I got them out of position. The 8 on the flick. Think you got him? Think so. And now the colony's clear. Come on, Will. So we did get the Infernal Rapier, which is fun. It's a finesse weapon. It's +2. Spell save DC. It attacks off of spellcasting modifier. That's the current problem. This would attack off of Wisdom for me right now, which isn't great. Something to think about, though. You get us? No. Us did not make it off the Nautiloid on this run.
Breathe deep and move. Is that blood? Never mind. I'll feel that one later. Looking ahead.
Yeah, the game's lying, saying that the Shadow Blade has to remain on your person, by the way. It is completely lying.
Better not be cursed.
Drop it on console. That's funny.
Is anyone else's tadpole squirming around a lot more than usual?
It senses something, doesn't it? I'll keep my guard up.
Wasn't gonna drop the one from the Warlock spell list. How did you try to do it? Damn it. Misclicked. But we're just enjoying the ride. Dragging? Well, I just did it, so. I've been following for a long time, having such a good time in your streams. Wish you the best future of your channel. You deserve it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's been nice having you around. I swear, I thought I clicked it again. I was about to be upset. Guess I could have charged up Executioner for this, but meh.
Best get going.
No, we found it.
I guess Covert Cowl doesn't help here, because of how bright the room is. What if you ate? After stream.
Now, and It is
defender of the people. One move ahead. Silence is golden.
How much XP to spare here? Yeah, we're 2.8k into this level. Neat. Right, what's my concentration here? Magic weapon? Or just resistance? I think I just do resistance. Yeah, resistance makes sense. Do... Left Nair Misser somewhere? Apparently. What's that? Don't know where. Gonna do hand crossbows. I guess I'm not. Okay. We're gonna do Wizard's Mane Oil. Light. Resistance. Invis.
Perhaps you hope to learn your...
I forgot to change my helmet too. I'm clearly not, like, taking this seriously. I don't eat in suppose either. No, Peg, Jahir is pegging me. Quag's always eaten. Slay. On his side can be disarmed? Yeah. Awesome cutscene. I almost never skip that cutscene. Biggest cutscene time. Yeah, sorry. Oh. Sorry, Dade. Sorry to blue ball you. I love that cutscene too. Very, I wanna go get some food.
Survival is all that matters.
X, you left out a detail. Yep. Nice crit. Didn't do shit because her weapon sucked, but nice. Fly through? No, fine. How much do I care about these guys? Very little. Yeah, very little. Oh, well, there goes the scythe. See the bow? He's got the bow. he shot the bow at her. he's not very good at it, but he tried. Yeah, pile into the moonbeam. Good placement, Aelin. I don't really care if they heal Merkle. I guess I'll stop it, but like... They're missing Scratch. They do not want it. No uncanny dodge because I used Luck of the Far Realms. He's gonna get a heal off next turn. Oh, hey, uncanny dodge. Neat. We get +1 greatsword. Valen, I could disarm her. Should I? Please disarm her. He's saved. 100% one-shots are... Oh, for sure. There's never any doubt. Gratch tanking a bow attack from Merkel. You love to see it. Did I forget to get Nightsinger's favor? No. There's... Hurry up, heal him. No? Fine. Gotta do everything, don't I? Should I heal Merkel too? There we go. Merkel could be disarmed before patch 8. He could always be disarmed. That has never changed. It's just a bad idea because he gets a stronger melee attack. I'm just doing it because it's funny and I'm not actually being in his melee range ever. That got rid of my dirty advantage? Well, he's stunned, so... Makes his melee stronger. So, he's got an unarmed attack that does bonus cold damage and applies chilled. Chilled is vulnerability to cold damage, so he hits you, and then on the next attack you're taking double damage from the cold part of it. If you have cold resistance, he's still taking you down from resistant to neutral, whereas he doesn't have anything that takes down your resistance to radiant, necrotic, slashing. So, you walk in here with the universal res, you're sitting pretty. You disarm him, he's doing more damage than he was. Why they build him like that? Because it's an interesting fight that they put a lot of effort into. There's a lot of layers to Merkel. Me trivializing him is indicative of me spending a lot of time messing with the fight myself and hanging out with a bunch of other people who mess around the fight a lot. It's a really cool fight. It's easily my favorite in the game, and they cooked hard with this boss. There's so many layers to it. With do it. Okay, Will's okay. He's got 1 HP. Like the Cazador fight, the arena is very atmospheric and cool. That's true. Deathfinger's cool, yeah. Merkel's using the scythe as a courtesy. I do love the trope in media of a character who they stop holding back, so they stop using weapons. Like, weapons are just them messing around. It's such a cool trope. Guess Godfrey's like that. Godfrey's exactly like that. Drop the weights like Piccolo? Yeah. Light ran out. It's upsetting. Just drink another one. Yeah. Aelin really got back up on the platform and was like, watch this. You got more? Yawn. Where are you coming from? Jahira's pegging me. You can have Jahira join you as a follower. And then come down here without her. I'm letting him heal when I don't need to be clear. It's funny to put the build through its paces. How many max XP guides out there? Trade Secret 34 here has an XP spreadsheet, which I think you would find very useful. He's got a Finger of Death again, but like, do I care? I don't think he can see me with it, like, here. Fucking fly there. I should have hit him before I came down here, but that's okay. I didn't use Luck the Forearms. I thought I did. Well, let me turn that off. I'm not gonna. But he can gaze the dead through terrain. Oh, accidental ping. He can't do anything else through terrain. So, he didn't call the damn. Because he couldn't see me for a bow attack. Will's rolling his death saves. It's fine. Pop a arrows when you potion slot free 2 for fear immune. That does not give you immunity to fear carrying. It's not the effect of that item. Oh, Will died. Actually under half health? Yeah, I took a lot of hits that turn. I let Merkel do his entire loadout on me in one turn. And healed it up with 1 potion. I am in full control. I can get him to kill those 2 with Call of the Damned. Oh, I'm not threatened, so Vivacious Cloak isn't doing the thing. Right. Oh, Merkel's entire loadout. Yep. Worked hard, Dade. To trade stream hours from 2 to 6 a.m. for me. It's okay, you got the VODs. Trade's active here in the chat, too. And you've got the text resources, the spreadsheet. Proud of you, thank you. Please disarming attack against his bow. Yeah. Yeah, I can. Oh, well, I can also just miss. Part's important. Don't forget that part. I can miss both of my attacks. Write that down. The important part is not taking the load, but actually swallowing it and surviving. Yeah. You gotta make sure that you only go for as much of a load as you can process. Whatever. Something about gape, yeah, etc., etc. You know, the usual jokes. That's crazy. Merkel gape. I wish you could put gaping wounds on Merkel. Perfect placement, friend. Stop missing! Do I actually need to Whispering Promise for Bless here? Ugh. Can't aura farm Merkel. Yeah, Merkel said you're actually participating in this combat today. It's fair enough. Alright, this one's actually getting eaten. It's okay, we'll let him get all of his food. Eat up. You're gonna need it. I fucking swear, man. What are these rolls? A re. Shin Kikoho. Kiko, go fuck yourself. It's a reference. He's rolling very high on the gaze damage, by the way. It's amusing. That burned his last legendary rest. So we brought him to get the gift from Azora and just murdered him. No, Merkel killed him. 11 HP. I'm scared or whatever. Your attack to not use sneak attack in your dirty tricks to keep the higher crit chance given by advantage for the main attack. Just set your sneak attack to ask. I'm not usually having mine on ask on this run, but you can do that. One turn left to fight. Fine. One more heal and then he stops spawning Necromites. It would be funny to add up the total damage I've taken over this fight. I think I let this heal happen. Am I out of out of light potions. Light scroll.
Still
Finally disarmed it. I can get least expected back now. Uncanny dodge working with those necro damage rolls? Yeah. Trade link handy for trades XP spreadsheet? Yes, trades channel. Right there. Merkel steal a bow. So I disarmed Ketherick on the roof of Moonrise, dropped him a bow. He picked it up, equipped it. So then if you disarm Merkel of his melee weapon, then he'll use the bow from Ketherick's inventory. Or the bow that Ketherick had equipped, I should say.
need to find a way forward.
Okay, good fight. That's fun.
Impossible.
Oh, so bad? Yeah, Rog's so bad, I can just let Merkel do whatever he wants, and it doesn't matter.
I am its master. My lord.
Love that fight.
Hear me.
The wretch. Merkel wasn't actually here. Ketherick is a vessel for him. So, deities in this setting can, like, manifest avatars. And most frequently they do that through their chosen. Ketherick was the chosen of Merkel. So, Merkel just, like, manifested his avatar. And deities in this setting can have multiple avatars. Baal has several. The Slayer is only one of them. At least expected. You wanna... What we're doing this? Okay.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should, like, revive Will. I don't have Revivify scrolls, do I? No, I have one. Good news, Will.
Take you on.
My time's running out.
Good lord, of course.
Open up.
And now the picture comes together. A temporary... If the crown...
Talked about you hoarding Revivify earlier. Turns out you were right. Uh-huh.
I dare not imagine...
Alright, Reaper's Embrace. Very good armor. Get my axe back. I want the shield. Set it to shard.
I've been thinking on all that you learned below. If you've got your breath, I'm done. We ought to discuss our next steps.
Sleep.
Remind
reminds me of old times.
Seems like you're enjoying yourself. Time of my life.
These shows
Join me.
when we
See you at
rebuild them,
camp.
there's beyond.
I should talk to Aelin, but it could wait. So, this is a good stopping point. I gotta get some food, and I got stuffs to do. Want to do a run where I give Merkel the most random weapons? Sounds fun. I gave him the Jolt Shooter one run, so he would build lightning charges, so he would hit me an extra time once he did a lightning burst. But yeah, that's it for me today, everyone. I'm gonna look for someone for us to raid. Thank you so much for all the support. It's been very fun. Tomorrow, plan for tomorrow is continuation of co-op with Danny. And then Saturday, continuation co-op with Dade. And then Sunday scheduled day off. So yeah, that's the rest of the stream week. Who's live? Kara's still on. He hasn't been on for very long. So Black's on Cyberpunk. Flint is on Oblivion. Poker Trials is on Morrowind. Yeah, let's raid Kara. Or Bad Chain Lightning Fowler Singh, thank you. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. Kara's doing solo Arcane Archer, it looks like. Which, love Arcane Archer. Really good subclass, really fun. Much like Swashbuckler, it just feels good. Like, they nailed the flavor, and it feels good to click your class buttons, which is always great. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. Again, so much support today. Good vibes, all that. I love what we do here. Thank you for being a part of it. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.